we present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Well, as we look in on the Cougats this morning, the scene is familiar. Breakfast is being served in its usual manner. Liz and George are seated in their usual places. And the only sounds to be heard are the tick of the automatic toaster and the soft, cozy snap of George's cereal. But wait a minute. Can't you smell something burning? Is it the toast? Or the bacon? Or... Oh, I see. It's Liz doing a slow burn at George. Because, as usual, he has his nose buried in the morning paper.
George, pay some attention to me.
All right, Liz. Your hair is thinning out.
Put down that paper.
Why?
That's not my head you're patting. It's a cantaloupe.
Oh.
You're always so businesslike in the morning. Why don't we ever have the kind of breakfast we had when we were first married? Remember those?
I certainly do.
What do you remember most?
The burned toast and the lumpy cereal?
Now, George, I tried to be a good cook.
Yes, you did. You tried everything. You know, it was very smart of you to butter the toast with unguentine so it wouldn't burn.
All right. Maybe when we were first married, I couldn't cook. But you weren't handy around the house either. You couldn't even fix the lock on the bathroom door.
Oh, Liz, that was 10 years ago. Do you still remember that?
Yes, every time I climbed through the window.
No. I'm ready to call a truce.
And how about the time you rewired the house?
Oh, now don't bring that up.
For 2 weeks, when you pushed the doorbell, the lights went on in the attic.
Now, Liz.
I ran upstairs so many times I felt like a lighthouse keeper.
Yes? I said truce. Now, how about a big early morning kiss?
There's nothing I'd rather do.
Come close to me.
Close enough?
No, real close.
How's this?
Swell. Now put your arms around me.
Oh, George.
Now scratch my back.
George Cougat, if you don't kiss me right now, I'll come to breakfast tomorrow morning in curlers and a mud pack. I thought that would do it.
Ah. Liz, don't be silly. I'd kiss you anytime, anywhere, any place. What are you giggling about?
How about 3 o'clock in the YWCA steam room?
It's a date.
George, you know, maybe you shouldn't kiss me in front of the windows. The neighbors might see us.
Who? The Chamberlains aren't home, and old General Timberlake is too nearsighted to see anything this far away.
Not when he uses binoculars.
General Timberlake. What a character.
Oh, George, the general's just eccentric. He's a dear old man.
Yeah, you didn't call him a dear old man the day you were having a garden party and he turned on the sprinklers.
I don't care. I think he's sweet.
I suppose he was sweet the day Katie was airing my raccoon coat and he shot it full of holes because he thought it was a bear.
Well, he explained he didn't have on his glasses.
Well, even without his glasses, how could he think a bear would have a Yale pennant in his pocket?
Oh, now, dear, don't be so hard on him. You know, I've been worried about the general lately. He used to take long walks every day, and he hasn't been out of the house all week. I think I'll go over and visit him.
You're really asking for it. He'll bore you to death with those stories of battles he claims he was in.
Well, how do you know? Some of them may be true. Anyway, I think I'll go see if anything's wrong.
Oh, that sounds like Corey Cartwright's horn. Well, I guess it's time to leave for the bank.
George, every time Corey drives you to the bank in that car, I worry.
Why?
Because that car is built for parking, not driving. It has reclining seats, indirect lighting, hot and cold running chorus girls. That isn't a car, it's a nightclub.
Well, Corey does a lot of his entertaining there.
Oh, he thinks he's such a Casanova.
Oh, Corey's a lot of fun.
Good morning, George and Liz.
Good morning.
Care for a lollipop, anybody?
Where did you get a lollipop?
I had a friend out for a date last night, and she left it in the car.
Corey, it's about time you went out with older girls.
Oh, I do, Liz. I finally met the girl. I'm really in love. Her name is Daphne McCormick. Here's a picture of her.
Not bad.
George, I told you not to read at breakfast.
Isn't she a ravishing creature, though? Look at those lines, that color, the modern design, and all those extras, too.
Terrific, huh?
Terrific. She's the reason Good Sam turned bad.
Hey, it's time we left for the bank. Oh, honey, were you serious about going to see General Timberlake?
Yes, I feel sorry for him.
Well, all right, but I hope you don't regret it. Remember, the last time you went over, you forgot to salute, and he threw you in the guardhouse.
Well, if I'm not back in 2 days, send me a cake with a file in it.
I'm over here by the hydrangea bush.
Oh, hello. How are you today, General?
Attention!
Oh, sorry. I forgot to salute.
Annie, pull up a knapsack and take a load off your caisson.
Thank you, General. How have you been feeling?
Oh, fine, thank you, Mr. Cougat. Fine, yeah. Ain't felt so good since the Battle of Bull Run. No, there was a fracas. You know, I was the youngest officer there.
General, you were in the Battle of Bull Run. That was 80 years ago, and you were only a baby.
Yes, I was the youngest officer there.
General, are those some new medals you're wearing? I don't believe I've ever seen that big gold one with the red, white, and blue lettering.
Oh, that one. Well, that's a special medal commemorating one of the greatest events in our country's history.
Let me read the inscription.
Well,
Jubilee sale, Sears and Roebuck.
No, there was a fracas.
We've been worried about you, General. You haven't been taking your daily walks. Your leg isn't bothering you again, is it?
Oh, no, Miss Cook. It only bothers me on the anniversary of the day I was wounded.
Oh.
You know, I was surrounded by a howling mob of enemy. They charged me from every side, but I stood them all off single-handed.
What battle was that?
Jubilee sale at Sears and Roebuck.
You know, I've really been concerned. I haven't seen you around for a couple of days. Is anything wrong?
Oh, well, now that you mention it, there is, Miss Cogat. I've been sort of keeping company, you know, with Winifred Higgins, the librarian, and... Well, now, we had a quarrel, because, I did a terrible thing, and Miss Higgins will never forgive me.
Well, what did you do?
I kept a 14-day book 15 days.
Oh, that's too bad. You used to go to the library every night to study history, didn't you?
Well, frankly, Miss Cougat, I wasn't studying history so much as I was studying Higgins.
I know Miss Higgins. She's that gray-haired librarian, isn't she?
Yeah. Don't let that gray hair fool you, though. She may be an old edition, but she's still got a beautiful table of contents.
Libraries are such romantic places.
Yeah. Well, that's all over for me now.
Oh, now, General, Miss Higgins won't stay mad if you go to her and apologize.
No, I tried that, but didn't work. I'm a lonesome man, Miss Cougat. I ain't got nobody to talk to about my battles. Reckon how I'm just an old soldier's just been left behind.
General, you can talk to me if you like.
Again?
Any time at all.
Well, how about this afternoon?
Oh, well, that's fine.
Well, sound the trumpets. Sound the trumpets. I'll be right over after chow.
All right. See you later, General.
Miss Cougat?
Yes, General?
You may go to your quarters.
Oh, aye, sir. Now, you better practice your salute, Katie. The General's coming over.
Oh, it won't matter if I salute him or not, Mrs. Cougat. He never remembers who I am anyway. Oh, the other day I was sitting in the upstairs window mending Mr. Cougat's striped pajamas, and he hollered, "Well, Barbara Fritchie."
What did you say?
Well, I hollered back, "Shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare Mr. Cougat's pajama bottoms."
Next time I'll buy George's pajamas with 13 stars in the seat.
Oh, the General's kind of cute. He reminds me of my first husband. Clarence was a fighter. He took part in hundreds of battles.
Oh, with Pershing?
No, with me.
Oh. Now, Katie, was he really a military man?
Well, he was wounded in combat. The enemy caught him sneaking through the lines late one night and ambushed him from behind.
What happened?
The enemy hit him with a rolling pin.
I'll get it, Katie. It's probably the general. Oh, hello, General. Come in, won't you? Yes, sir. Salute him, Katie, or he won't come in.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Annie's.
I'll be out in the kitchen doing KP.
You care for some tea, General?
Tea? Oh, no, thank you, ma'am. Never drink tea. Always reminds me of the Boston Tea Party. Now, there was a fracas.
General.
The whole bay was filled with tea. British sailors was firing over our heads. The guns was blazing. The air was black with smoke. Well, sir, with my trusty Bowie knife, I slipped over the side of an old four-rigger down to the keel.
General, just a minute. Now, the Boston Tea Party was 175 years ago. Now, don't tell me you were there.
No. But it sure makes a colorful story, don't it?
General, what would you like to do this afternoon?
Well, no. I thought we'd relive some of our American history. We'll recreate some of the big battles of the past. Now, the sofa there can be the fort.
General, couldn't we do something else a little quieter?
Well, all right, Miss Cougat, all right. I guess we could play checkers or something.
Well, that's all right, General. I promise. This is your afternoon. We'll do whatever you want.
Good. Then let's begin by charging San Juan Hill. Mrs. Cougat, get yourself a big stick and glue on the mustache. You're going to be Teddy Roosevelt. Now, Miss Cougat, this chair is General Lee, and I'm General Sherman.
What am I going to be?
You're the outskirts of Atlanta.
This ought to be fun. What do? Get a match and set me on fire?
No, Miss Cougat. You see, I use this umbrella here as my saber, and I charge past you like this. What was that?
You caught your saber in the outskirts, and now there's a big hole in the south side of Atlanta. Oh, General, don't you think we fought enough battles today?
Why, Miss Cougat, we're just beginning to take Bunker Hill.
But my troop is starting to droop.
Well, we can't lag back now. You're in command on the north side, I'm in command on the south side, and the lamp is Bunker Hill. Now I'm going to make a frontal attack. Charge! Well, I'm sorry, Miss Cougat.
Well, what happened, Mrs. Cougat?
Why, just standing there staring at the lamp.
Mrs. Cougat, say something.
So long, Bunker Hill.
You having a lot of fun, Miss Cougat?
Oh, yes. I haven't had so much fun since I got caught in a folding bed.
Well, now, what battle should we do now?
Say, General, I just had a good idea. Why don't we do the ride of Paul Revere?
Ride of Paul Revere?
Yes, now there was a fracas. General, you be Paul Revere.
All right, I will.
And Katie,
Oh, no. I didn't mind when he tied a message around my leg and made me a carrier pigeon. But I'm not going to get down on all fours and be Paul Revere's horse.
No, you're the Old North Church. But before you give the signal, open the front door. Paul's going to take a long ride.
Yes, ma'am, I get it.
Go ahead, North Church. Give the signal.
Paul, the British are coming.
Yeah, the redcoats are coming. War in the countryside. Start riding, Paul. The British are coming.
Well, here we go. Charge! The redcoats are coming in. Charge!
General, that's the hall closet.
Sorry. Wake up! The British are coming. Charge! The redcoats are coming.
He's gone. I can't help it, Katie. He was wearing me out. If he comes back, tell him Molly Pitcher deserted.
Anybody home? Liz?
Oh, good evening, George.
Honey, what's the matter?
The general was here all afternoon.
Oh.
I've been fighting battles all day, and I'm so tired I can barely move my rear echelon.
Oh, what did he do? Draft you?
I tried to get rid of him once, but all he did was ride around the block and bivouac in the cellar.
Liz, you're exaggerating. Where's Katie?
Oh, you mean Pocahontas? She's upstairs, lying down.
Oh. What happened to her?
General Timberlake insisted she smoke a peace pipe with him, and now Pocahontas heap sick Indian.
Well, I warned you about him.
I know. It was a rugged day, but I'm still glad I did it. It cheered him up. He was lonesome because he'd had a fight with his girlfriend, Miss Higgins.
My poor little tired papoose.
George, how about giving the city of Atlanta a kiss?
All right.
Gee, that was more like the whole state of Georgia. Kiss me again. Let's make this Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia.
Okay.
Wow, the solid South.
Come on, sit on my lap, Scarlett O'Hara.
All right. Hey, how do you happen to kiss so good?
Oh, it's your inspiration. You're enough to make Mason throw away his Dixon.
Hold me tight, George.
How's this?
Tighter, tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go ahead, George. Pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells.
Look, Nutty, move over a minute. You're crushing my carnation.
George, you know, sometimes when I'm with you, I get the strangest ringing in my ears. There it is again.
No, honey, that's the phone.
Oh. Hello? Oh, yes, General. Yes. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. You see, well, General, it's just that, well, if you put it that way, General, all right. Goodbye.
Well, Liz?
That was my commanding officer. We march at dawn.
What do you mean?
We're going to spend tomorrow at the museum, and we're taking somebody along with us.
I pity the poor devil who's going with you.
So do I. It's you.
Oh, no. I'm not going, and that's final.
But, George, he wants you to go so much, and I promised you would.
I'm sorry, Liz. I'm not going.
George, he gave us a choice. If we don't go to the museum, he's coming over to reenact the burning of Rome, and he wants you to be Nero.
I surrender. What time does the museum open?
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, of Liz and George, and especially Liz, who made a gesture of friendship to their next-door neighbor, the General, a gesture that was a signal for a full-scale invasion. Well, the General is not only anxious to be friends, he seems to want to form a permanent military alliance. Well, Saturday morning, the General, Captain George, and Lieutenant Liz made an inspection tour of the museum. Well, Saturday afternoon, they all had target practice in the backyard. And now the captain and his first lieutenant are back in their own camp discussing strategy.
Where's the General now, Liz?
He went home to get cleaned up, but he's coming back in half an hour, so you better fill the bathtub with ice cubes.
Fill the bathtub with ice cubes? Why?
He's going to demonstrate how Washington crossed the Delaware.
Oh, Liz, I can't stand much more of this Army life.
Neither can I. On the last march around the museum, my feet felt like 2 blisters with shoes.
Well, I've had enough. Oh, he's a nice old guy, but when he asked me to climb inside the barrel of that cannon, that was the last straw.
He just wanted you to see if the powder was dry.
Yeah, well, if it had been, when he lit that fuse, I'd have been real gone.
George, I've got an idea. There's only one way to get rid of the General. We'll patch things up with Winifred Higgins.
How?
Well, they say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. We'll have them both over for dinner.
Yeah, I think you've got something there. Give them 1 ear of corn between them, and they're bound to get together.
George, this is a terrible flop. The General and Miss Higgins aren't even speaking to each other. What'll we do?
Well, keep trying, honey. Maybe they'll break down.
All right, but help me, will you?
Okay. Oh, that was a delicious dinner, dear.
Thank you, George.
Yes, that was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Cougat.
Thank you, Miss Higgins.
Yes, sir, that was a real good mess, Sergeant.
Well, this is nice. All of us being here together, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Miss Higgins,
Yes?
how's everything at the library?
Yes, Miss Higgins. How is everything at the library?
Oh, fine.
That's nice. People still reading as much as ever, I suppose.
Yes, yes, they are.
That's nice. Help me, George.
All right. Miss Higgins,
Yes, Mr. Cougat?
read any good books lately?
Say, Miss Cougat, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say, Mr. Cougat, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say...
Yes, you did.
General, there's a moon out tonight, and there's a swing on the porch. Isn't there somebody you'd like to take out there?
Well, no. Yes, there is.
Well, then.
But what'll Mr. Cougat and Miss Higgins do whilst we're gone?
General, I meant Miss Higgins.
Oh, no, Miss Cougat. I'd much rather talk to you.
Oh, please, General.
You remember the fun we had yesterday when I charged and ripped your skirt?
Well,
Please, General.
And then we knocked over Bunker Hill and spent an hour together in the dark.
Well.
General, the next thing you'll be telling them how we took Fort Sumter and got locked in the closet.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, please. George, say something.
Hi, Liz.
Mrs. Cougat, it's very sweet of you trying to patch things up with a certain party who mutilates books in the public library. But I just don't want to patch things up with a certain party who always has to eat and read at the same time.
Well, I like to eat whilst I'm reading.
Yes, but how does it look when you open a history book and find the pilgrim setting foot on a piece of salami?
Now, Miss Higgins...
And the other day, a little boy wanted to know why the Constitution was written on a fried egg. Imagine leaving food in a book.
Leave it. I put it there. Them was bookmarks. Well, yourself.
George, you'd better say something.
Read any good salami lately?
General, you know perfectly well you want to be friends with Miss Higgins again.
No, I don't. I don't need Miss Higgins now that I found you. You're my new aide-de-camp. You can bring your duffel bag to my headquarters any day.
General, please. You don't understand. My duffel belongs to George.
I don't care, Mr. Gillette. I don't care. You may be assigned to another battalion, but I can get you transferred for active duty.
Mrs. Cougat, if you don't mind, I think I'll go home. Thank you for the dinner. Thanks for everything. Oh, I've had a wonderful time.
Now, General, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You've made her cry.
Well, didn't expect her to do that.
I tried to get you two together, and what do? You ruin it.
Now, Liz, it isn't all the General's fault. Don't forget it was your idea.
Well, I might have known this would happen. Just when the battle's going against me, my own captain looks me in the face and shoots me in the back.
Liz, you can smile now. The General's gone.
Oh, George, when it comes to messing things up, I can outmess anybody in the whole world.
Well, you only get in these messes because you're so generous and try to help people out.
Oh, George, now the General wants me for his aide-de-camp.
Oh, honey, the General's unpredictable. He probably won't visit us again for days.
You think so?
I know so.
Attention!
George, salute with both hands. I can't get up.
As you were. Just came over to thank you for your courageous and unselfish service to a comrade in arms.
General, the only comrade in my arms is going to be George Cougat.
It's in our contract.
Well, now, Miss Cougat, don't you worry about me. Miss Higgins and I finally made up. Yeah, we're as close as Kaiser and Fraser.
Miss Higgins isn't mad at you anymore.
No. She was waiting for me by the hydrangea bush. And she said I could take books out just so long I kept mustard off my bookmarks.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The end of a perfect day.
Yeah. Of course, now there's just one thing that kind of worries me.
What's that?
Miss Cougat, I was using my charms on you for selfish reasons, and if it turns your head, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make Miss Higgins jealous.
Why, General.
General, you're kind of a wolf.
Yeah. With my hair, I'm more of a silver fox, don't you think? Guess I better be getting back to the library. But, say, before I go, did I ever tell you about the Spanish-American War? Now, there was a fracas. We was down at the Philippines, see, and was hot as Billy, but...
General.
Huh?
Now, come on, confess. You weren't really in the Spanish-American War, were you?
Well, you know something, Miss Cougat? I really was. Goodbye.
I never want to live through 2 days like this again.
It was kind of hectic, wasn't it?
It reminds me of our honeymoon.
Our honeymoon. Now, there was a fracas.
Asleep, George?
No.
Thinking of something?
Yes.
What?
Sleeping.
George, it's stuffy in here. One of us forgot to open the window.
Yeah. One of us forgot to open the window.
One of us ought to get up and do it.
Yeah. One of us ought to get up and do it.
Well, somebody's got to do it. What are you waiting for?
A burglar.
Oh, George, please.
All right. Now, the window's stuck. I can't raise it.
That's funny.
There is a burglar.
Oh.
He's looking in the window and he's wearing striped pajamas.
George, you're trying to raise the mirror.
I thought he was a pretty good-looking burglar.
Oh, come back over here and kiss me.
Okay. But I kissed you last night and got my ear caught in a curler.
I'm not wearing curlers tonight.
What are you wearing?
Pajamas, they're warmer.
Well, here's your good night kiss.
Oh, George, I'm lucky to be married to you.
Why?
Because if I weren't, I'd get in a lot of trouble sneaking over here every night for a kiss. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Camp Callan, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Real American.
Jell-O, friends, is a word well known to dessert lovers everywhere. It's a trademark, the property of General Foods, and the name of America's favorite gelatin dessert. For years, J-E-L-L-O has stood for Grand Dessert Flavor. And today, those big red letters on the box mean more flavor than ever. Because now, by means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's delightful goodness is made extra delicious. Nothing, you know, is more attractive than a big, glistening mold of rich, radiant Jell-O with its bright beauty and scintillating color. And you've never enjoyed anything more than you'll enjoy the swell, tangy flavor of Jell-O. Flavor as lively and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself, and locked in for your added pleasure. Prove to yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O. And notice how Jell-O's captive flavor comes pouring out. Gloriously rich, thrillingly good. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and enjoy its extra rich, locked-in flavor.
The Real American, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Camp Callan, California, we bring you a man who, in my opinion, is the greatest comedian in the world, which is also his opinion, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very nice introduction, but you didn't have to make such a ham out of me. I'm a great comedian. Let it go at that. Say.
Well, Jack, you are a little hammy at times, but it's just my nature to be frank and outspoken.
I see. Well, Don, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be out spoking on some other program. So watch it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, what's the matter with you? Can't you take a rib?
Only if it's got meat on it. To hear you talk, Don, we're the only two people alive who think I'm clever.
Oh, I don't mean that you're not clever, Jack. All I say is, in this great big country of ours, there must be some people who don't like you.
The man is obviously out of his head. Listen, Don. Now, listen, I want to ask you something. Would you say that these 1,200 soldiers sitting here are a typical cross-section of the American people?
Why, yes, but what's that got to do with it?
Just this. I'm going to prove to you that there isn't one guy in this audience that doesn't think I'm great. All right, fellas. Everybody here that likes me and hates the Japanese, raise your hand. There you are, Don. They love me here. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate your loyalty.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. All that question proves is that these boys don't like the Japs. That's my analysis.
Oh, you and your big fat analysis. I never saw such a stubborn guy.
Here we are at old Camp Callan. All right, boys. Come on, start yelling.
Now, Mary. Well, listen to that.
Thank you, boys, from Livingston. Crestview 46881.
Mary, what's the idea of shouting out your telephone number in front of all these fellas?
The sharp ones will write it down.
I don't care. And you can put that silly poem away, too. I'll let you read it later.
You better. Or I'll tell everybody what happened when you were in swimming at La Jolla this morning.
I just took my usual plunge in the surf, that's all.
What happened in La Jolla, Mary?
Well, Jack was out swimming when all of a sudden a big wave hit him and he started yelling, "Help! Help!"
Oh, quiet.
So a lifeguard went out, grabbed him by the hair, and swam for shore.
The lifeguard saved him, huh?
Only his hair. Another guy had to go out for Benny.
Mary, it's nothing to joke about. I darn near got drowned.
But, Jack, a fellow who can't swim too well shouldn't go so far out in the ocean.
Oh, I'm a good swimmer, Don. This was one of those silly accidents that could happen to anybody.
What do you mean?
Well, I was paddling along, and all of a sudden my left foot got caught in the right sleeve of my bathing suit. It was a terrible experience.
Sleeves? Do you mean to say that it has sleeves?
And that's another thing. Imagine being at a ritzy beach like La Jolla.
Never mind.
And wearing a bathing suit that says, "Chew Plowboy" on it.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. Now, Mary, you know darn well that bathing suit is plenty modern.
Well, there's no cuffs on the pants, if that's what you mean.
I mean, it's got a two-way stretch and everything. Of course, the top piece is a little baggy there.
Didn't that annoy you when you were in swimming?
Not so much when I was in the ocean, Don, but when I took it off in the locker room, about 4 buckets of grunion fell out. A policeman told me I'd either have to get my suit fixed or a fishing license. The beach there is wonderful, though.
I imagine it is. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
In La Jolla? I'm at the La Jolla Auto Court. It's a lovely place.
Jack, that's not La Jolla. It's La Jolla. That's how you pronounce it in Spanish.
Oh, I didn't recognize it in print. I'm usually very good at Spanish. As a matter of fact, I used to go with a Spanish girl, Estrelita Fink. Swell gal.
Is that the one that used to duck baseballs at Ocean Park?
She sold the baseball. Get it straight, will you? That's all she did.
Say, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, thank the boys, Dennis.
Thank you, boys. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I thought I had dandruff yesterday, but it turned out to be rice from a wedding.
From a wedding? Who got married?
My girl. She's trying to make me jealous.
Well, don't fall for it.
Not me. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried.
Yes?
But nobody wants to buy those grunions you caught.
I didn't tell you to sell them. I told you to clean them. We're going to have a big fish fry tonight.
I couldn't sell any tickets to that either.
I mean a fish fry for our own gang. Anyway, kids, the boys here are all waiting to hear you sing, so how about it?
All right. Say, where's Phil Harris?
The maestro? Oh, he'll show up.
I tell you, Jack, Phil's been in the clouds all week.
Well, why not? He's a daddy. Just think, a 7-pound baby girl.
You know, when I was born, I weighed 7.5 pounds.
You did? I weighed 8.
I weighed almost 9 pounds.
Well,
I weighed 43.
He's not kidding, fellas. The stork that brought Wilson had to make a forced landing. Sing, Dennis.
The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and 2 on an island. A sleepy lagoon and 2 hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the river. We're deep in a spell, nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Very good. That was Sleepy Lagoon, sung by Dennis Day. Say, Dennis, while you were singing, I noticed something flopping around in your coat pocket. What is it?
A grunion.
A grunion?
Yeah, I picked the best one out for a sample.
Well, put it with the others. We're going to fry them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You're not going to fry this one. We're pals.
All right. And now, folks, I've got a very important announcement to make.
You'll have to save it, Jack. Look who's here.
Well, the proud father. How are you, Daddy?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Applaud loud. The baby's listening in.
Ah, that's the truth, folks. Mr. and Mrs. Harris are the proud parents of a bouncing baby girl. Well, Phil, congratulations, but you know it's customary for a proud father to pass out...
Oh, yes. Come on, fellas, have a cigar. Here you are, Jackson.
Well, a Corona. Say, they're expensive.
Have a cigar, Don? Thanks, Phil. You, Mary?
What?
No, thanks. I chew Plowboy.
Oh, Phil's so nervous.
Here you are, Dennis. Have a cigar.
No, thank you.
Go ahead, kid. Take one.
But I don't smoke, Mr. Benny.
Now, Dennis Day, you take that cigar.
Oh, let the kid alone, Jackson. If you don't want a cigar, that's up to him.
You stay out of this. Now, Dennis, are you going to take that Corona or not?
Okay, but you'll have to smoke it for me.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop staring at me. Ooh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce...
Say, Jackson, I was going to bring the baby down here to watch our program, but Alice wouldn't let me.
Well, naturally, the child is only 5 days old. My goodness.
What are you talking about? When I was 5 days old, I could lace my own shoes.
Well, the reason I know that's a lie, Phil, is because you didn't wear shoes until the day after I hired you. I dragged your whole band over to Floorshine. Remember?
Oh, yeah. It took 4 salesmen to hold my guitar player down.
That's right, but you can't blame Frankie. He thought they were going to brand him. And when they put the shoes on your piano player, he tried to gnaw his right foot off at the ankle. He thought he was caught in a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Tuppy. What a bunch. And now, fellas, for that announcement I was going to make. It's a very important message about next season. So everybody pay attention. You too, Dennis.
Okay, hold my grunion.
Put that back in your pocket. Now, get this, fellas. As you all know, next Sunday will be our last performance for Jell-O. And beginning October 4th, we will be on the air for a different product. Grape Nuts Flakes.
Hey, what do you know about Grape Nuts Flakes?
Yes, sir. It's for the same company, General Foods, and will be on at the same time every Sunday night over the same network. And we'll have a lot of fun.
Say, Jackson, I just happened to think of something. How are you going to identify yourself with this new product?
What do you mean?
Well, you always start off with Jell-O again. What are you going to do with Grape Nuts Flakes?
Yeah, that's right. Gee, Grape Nuts Flakes. Gee, I can't say grape again. Or flakes again.
Why don't you say nuts again?
No, that wouldn't work, would it, Don?
Don't ask me, Jack. You know, I'm pretty upset about leaving Jell-O.
But, Don, folks will still be buying Jell-O, and there'll be another Jell-O program. We're just going on for another General Foods product.
Well, maybe you're right. I guess I'm just a little bit too sentimental.
You certainly are. Now, you still have this week and next to talk about Jell-O, so go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go down to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It's not only economical and easy to make, but with its new locked-in flavor, you will find that Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert.
There we go, Oh, for heaven's sake. Don, control yourself. Don. Don't be such a softy.
Oh, leave him alone, Jackson. The guy has the right to be lugubrious.
What?
Lugubrious. That means sad.
I know it does, and you got it right. Where'd you ever get hold of a word like that?
My baby taught it to me.
Oh, stop with that. He's so proud of his child.
Say, Dennis, you want to come out to the house and see the baby the stork brought me?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the stork.
Dennis. Well, there's no use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Now, Don, dry your eyes. Don, dry your eyes. Dry your eyes either from laughing or crying. I don't know which. And, Phil, let's have a band number and brighten up the atmosphere around here.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in. Well, I'll be
Hey, Buck!
Andy DeVore. Well, Andy, this is really a surprise.
Hello, Mary and Dennis. Hey, congratulations, Phil. What is it, a boy or a girl?
7-pound girl, Andy.
Well, girls are all right, but don't get in a rut like Eddie Cantor.
That's a fib. Say, Andy, you forgot to say hello to Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Don.
Glad to see you, Andy.
You put on a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, golly. That's the second time that gag was good, wasn't it? You ought to get a load of this pair, folks. They look like a couple of barrage balloons in civilian clothes. Say, Andy, what are you doing around here?
Well, I was fishing down at San Diego, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Oh, fishing, eh? Have any luck?
Nope, didn't catch a thing.
You should have had Jack's bathing suit on.
Never mind. Say, Andy, how are your folks? Are they still battling?
Yeah, they're at it worse than ever. Pa came home with a snootful the other night, and Ma knocked him cold with a welcome mat.
Oh, Michael, won't your father ever learn to behave?
Well, Buck, I figure if they ever ration gasoline in California, he'll straighten right out.
Why, Andy, you don't mean to say your pa drinks gasoline?
He's gotta. He swore off a liquor 10 years ago.
What?
He's working out at Lockheed as a blowtorch.
Well, that's the worst yet. Stick around, Andy. Phil's going to play a band number, then we'll go out and have something to eat.
Well, I'd love to, but I gotta go now. My girl's waiting for me out in the car.
What, your girl's outside alone with all these soldiers around? You're liable to lose her.
Oh, no, I won't, Buck. I got her chained to the front bumper.
Good idea. So long, Andy.
So long, Doc.
Gee, it was good to see Andy again. Doggone it, I should have sold him a bucket of grunion. Play, Phil. That was three little sisters, played by Daddy Harris and his 18 musical diapers. Musical meaning what the boys think they are, and diapers meaning I'm going to change them. Not bad, eh, Phil?
That's a fine way to talk after I went and named my baby after you.
What? You named the kid after me?
Certainly. Alice J. Harris. J is for Jacqueline.
J for Jacqueline. After me.
J for what?
You heard him. Jacqueline. Well, thanks, Phil. That's quite an honor. And now, folks...
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla.
Wait a minute, Mary. If you insist on reading a poem about Camp Callan, do it right. What's the title of it?
Can't you hear me, Callan, Caroline?
Well, I guess that's silly enough. Go ahead.
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla by the sea, where Jack Benny goes in swimming and catches fish for you and me.
That's right. There's plenty for all.
I met a soldier here last eve who had chevrons on his sleeves. He kissed me, and I must confess, if he's not a bugler, I miss my guess.
Mary, do you have to kiss every soldier you meet?
Well, I'm not stuck up like you are.
What's that got to do with it? Go ahead.
We went walking 'neath the moon. I said to him, come on, let's spoon. But he wouldn't even flinch. You'd think I was an oozlefinch.
Oozlefinch? What's that?
A goofy-looking bird. It's the mascot of the Coast Artillery.
Oh, I see.
Last verse.
Good.
Here's to the Coast Artillery. You defend us by the sea. If Japs come near, you won't be nice. 'Cause ack-ack guns ain't filled with rice.
You said it. Mary, that's one of the finest poems you've ever written.
Thanks, Bub.
Go on. My daughter can write a better poem than that.
Well, your daughter's only 5 days old.
Well, I don't care. She's very talented, and when she grows up, she's going to be a musician.
Well, she'll be the first one in your family. And I'm not kidding.
Since when ain't I a musician?
Since any time. That's since when?
Atta boy, Jacqueline.
Dennis, take your grunion out for a drink of water, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, next Sunday will be the last broadcast of the season. So for this occasion, we have arranged a special... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm over here at the La Jolla Auto Court.
Rochester, I found out that's pronounced La Jolla. It turned out to be a Spanish word.
Doggone, I should have known that.
You?
Yeah, I used to be a toreador in the washroom at the McCampbell.
Never mind that. What did you call me about?
I'm having a little trouble packing your bag, boss.
What do you mean, trouble?
After I got all them fish in, I didn't have room for your blue suit.
What, you put those grunion in my brand new alligator bag?
But, boss, alligators love fish.
Only if they're alive. This alligator happens to be a suitcase.
Well, just the same, every time I snap it shut, it snaps back at me.
Now, Rochester, take those fish out of that bag.
Okay.
Then get in the Maxwell and come right over here to Camp Callan.
But, Mr. Benny, that's about a 12-mile trip, is it not?
Yes.
And it's uphill, is it not?
Yes. Now, when will you be here?
Boss, that's a mechanical and a military secret.
We'll start right now, and you ought to be here before sundown. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I took your bathing suit down to the surf and rinsed it like you told me to.
You did?
This time, one of them little Jap submarines fell out.
Oh, my goodness. What did you do with the Jap?
They're in the suitcase with the grunion.
Nice going, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss.
Well, that is news. Maybe I ought to turn my bathing suit over to the government. I think I will. Play, Phil.
Think of spring and you think of strawberries. Think of strawberries and quick as a wink, your thoughts turn to strawberries and Jell-O, one of the grandest of all desserts. Just try Jell-O's new recipe, Fresh Strawberry Supreme, and see if you don't agree. It's gloriously good and so simple to make. All you do is dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip with a rotary egg beater until fluffy. Next, fold in 1/2 cup of heavy cream whipped. Then arrange sweetened sliced strawberries in sherbet glasses and pile the whipped Jell-O lightly on the berries. Chill and serve, and you'll have one of the most delightful, flavorful desserts you ever tasted. Rich, juicy red strawberries covered with a creamy topping of whipped strawberry Jell-O. Order strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and try this marvelous treat. And be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you the extra goodness of locked-in flavors.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now I'd like to thank General Hardaway and Captain Westerfield and all the boys here at Camp Callan for a swell time and a thrilling visit. Don't forget to tune in next week, ladies and gentlemen, for our last broadcast of the season. I know I will. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Milbar and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by special facilities to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Camp Callan has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department or its personnel.
Say, have you tried those new Jell-O puddings? They're made by the makers of Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're swell. Try Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It's gloriously smooth, a rich, mellow pudding that simply tops for golden butterscotch flavor, and so creamy and good. Jell-O puddings require no additional sugar to make. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too, in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. The program came to you from Camp Callan. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everybody. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmers, Chicago.
Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax let loose another lively load of laughter and lyrics with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Kay Donner, Hugh Studebaker, and Marion and Jim as those sapient citizens, Fibber McGee and Molly. Marcelli and his men begin the broadcast with Fine and Dandy. Wrap it up, Rico. When you hear Marcelli's sparkling music, just remember that you can have sparkling floors and linoleum without any work of rubbing or buffing. Just try Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use liquid floor polish that shines as it dries. Once again, we wend our way to Wistful Vista via the wireless. And we find Fibber McGee and Molly talking to their more or less handyman, Silly Watson.
Guess we better get down to the basement and fix that furnace. You know anything about boilers, Sil?
What?
I says, you know anything about furnace boilers?
Yes. What do you all think is the matter with the furnace boiler?
What, Silly?
I say, what's the matter with your old furnace boiler?
It won't heat.
Oh.
There you are. In words of one syllable, it won't heat. And I'm getting so cold, I'll soon be too numb to care.
Beautiful but numb.
What was that, McGee?
I says you're beautiful, but come, Silly. We better get on downstairs and get started. See you later, Molly.
Later, nothing. I'm going right along with you.
Oh, yeah. You see, Silly, this here job of furnace repairing is a job that calls for judgment and precision. Ain't no job for amateurs.
Yes, I think so.
I'll do the thinking, Sil.
You'll try anything once, won't you, McGee?
You bet. Oh, is that so? Now, listen here now, Sil. I'll explain this here boiler to you.
Yes.
Now, this here gadget down here toward the base of the boiler, Silly, is a cinder roller. You take the big clinkers and you put them through them rollers and...
McGee, there's nothing of the kind. That's the wringer off me washing machine.
Oh. Well, some furnaces has got equipment onto them like that. Now, wait till I open the door. Now, take a look inside there, Sil. Right there's where you'll find the trouble.
Yes, I'm looking.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Nothing? Good. What did I tell you, Molly? There ain't nothing wrong on the inside of it. Except maybe the fire clay is cracked off, might as all.
The what?
The fire clay. All boilers, Molly, is coated inside with a special kind of plaster. Kind of a clay that resists heat. I used to be a kind of an expert on the fire clay myself. Fire Clay McGee, they called me in them days. Fire Clay McGee, the finest, fastest furnace fixer from Fresno to Florida. You want to hear about it, Silly?
No, sir.
Well, sir, this here was way back in 1904.
Yes.
No.
No.
1905 it was.
Yes.
No.
No.
1903. Or was it 5?
What?
Let's see. They had to shoot old Bruno for killing the neighbor's sheep in 1902.
Oh, the poor dog.
What you mean, dog? Old Bruno was my uncle.
Once removed.
Well, I guess it was 1905 at that. I was just mixing up a batch of my patented McGee non-crack fireproof fire clay one day into a big barrel, getting it to the right consistency.
What?
I says I was getting it to the right consistency.
Oh, yeah, sir, you gotta do that.
Well, sir, this here fire clay was just about right, like a thin plaster. When all of a sudden a bunch of tough kids come along, When my back was turned, they started throwing gobs of this here fire clay plaster at me. Well, sir, I finally thought they'd had enough fun, so I started to chase them. But shucks, I couldn't move a foot. That there plaster had dried on me so fast and so hard, I was just powerless to move my feet and legs. And when they seen that, they just laughed fit to bust and kept on pelting me. Gob after gob of that there plaster hit me. Smack, splash, smack, dab, on the shoulders, the arms, the neck, on the face, till I was completely covered up with that fast-hardening clay.
How y'all get your breath, Mr. McGee?
Well, by breathing real quick and winking fast, I kept my nostrils and eyes from closing up, but my mouth was sealed shut.
Oh, and to think I wasn't there.
Well, sir, after they finally flung all my special plaster onto me, that pack of kids left.
The mud pack.
Yes. You listening to this, silly?
What?
I says you getting the benefit of this here talk?
Yes, if there is any benefit, I get it.
Good. Well, sir, there I stood, powerless to move a muscle. That there plaster getting harder and harder all the time. That was on a Tuesday. On Saturday morning, a feller come by with his gal, and he sees me. Hot dog, says he. Look, Bebby, he says, whoever done that statue knew what they was doing. You betcha, says she, real enthusiastic. It's good, all right, but is it art? And he says, sure, it's art. You can't tell what it means, can you? And finally, a crowd grew, all complimenting the feller that had posed that there perfect figure of a man.
Oh, my.
Then the reporters come. And all over the world, newspapers come out saying, the finest sculpture ever sculpted, discovered in the backyard of a boiler plant. Mysterious statue, a work of unknown genius. Oh, stuff like that. All I could do was stand there and watch, getting weaker and hungrier all the time, cheated out of my meals and sleep.
Cheated? Statues ain't cheated, McGee.
Huh?
They're chiseled.
Well, sir, finally they hauled me away to an art museum and put me onto a pedestal, right next to the Venus de Milo.
Now, listen, don't tell us she put her arm around you.
And there I had to stand, day after day, millions of people staring at me.
So why didn't you all wink at somebody, boy?
What say?
I say, why didn't you all wink them little old eyes of yours at somebody?
Oh, I did. Twice. First time I caught a man's eye and winked, and he just says, George, ain't that statue lifelike? Second time I winked at a gal, and she slapped my face and broke 2 fingers on her right hand.
Oh, my.
Well, sir, one day, just as my strength was leaving me, I give one supreme effort, leaned forward and strained every muscle under the plaster, and crash onto the floor I fell, smashing that fire clay coating off into a million pieces. I was saved. 'Twas no time till they had me in the hospital, nursing me back to health.
Well, why didn't you all sue that museum, boy?
Sue? I did. They threw the case out of court.
On what grounds, McGee?
Shucks. They claimed my testimony wasn't reliable. Said I'd been plastered for 2 weeks. Come on there.
Well, now that Fibber has vacated his pedestal, we have a real work of art to offer you. Our melodious model, Miss Kay Donna, who sings and sings like no other one. All right, Kay.
No other one, yes, no other one can ever do what you do when you do what you do, kissing me. Oh, no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me like you, like I'd like to constantly. Talk about caresses with an 18-karat thrill. I don't have to make 3 guesses when I'm thinking of someone who can fill the bill. There's no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me want to say, who do you love in a great big way? No other one. No other one, there isn't any other one can ever do what you do when you do what you do kissing me. There's no other one, there's no other one can ever make me like you like I'd like to constantly talk about those sweet caresses with an 18-karat steel. I don't have to make three guesses when I'm thinking of someone who can seal the bill. No other one, there's no other one can ever make me want to say, who do you love in a great big way? There'd better be no other one. There'd better be no other one.
Thank you. Friends, that was Kay Donna singing No Other One. And it might well be the theme song for Johnson's Glow Coat. For among floor polishes, there's no other one that can give you the lasting beauty and protection that Johnson's Glow Coat.
Hey, Harpo, I got a riddle for you. Why is that there stratosphere balloon like a coat of Johnson's Glow Coat? Give up? Well, sir, the wear and tear of 74,000 feet don't mean nothing.
well, that's the height of something or other.
Oh, okay.
Well, folks, you know how I like to talk about Johnson's Glow Coat, the marvelous no-rubbing floor polish made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Well, it seems I've been challenged by a young woman who says she knows more about Glow Coat than I do, because she's been using it on her own kitchen linoleum for several years. She's here in the studio tonight. Won't you step over here, Mrs. Wright? You're at liberty to say anything you please about Glow Coat.
Well, I'm delighted to, Mr. Wilcox. You know, when I started housekeeping not so many years ago, I worked so hard trying to keep my kitchen linoleum clean. Really, it was pathetic. No matter how often I scrubbed it, that floor was dirty looking most of the time. And then one day when I was feeling particularly tired and discouraged, a neighbor of mine dropped in and told me about Johnson's Glow Coat. Well, I ordered some that very day, and I can't tell you what a difference it made in the looks of that linoleum. It took only a few minutes to do the whole floor, and it was so easy to apply. Why, it didn't seem like any work at all. And 20 minutes after I had put Glow Coat on the floor, it was perfectly dry, and the linoleum had a grand, bright polish. Now my floors stay clean and shining with practically no effort on my part. I have more time to rest and enjoy life. Believe me, I'm a real booster for Johnson's Glow Coat, and any woman who is tired of floor scrubbing should certainly try it. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention that you don't have to do any rubbing or buffing when you use Glow Coat.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Treasure Island, a grand number in 4 tempos. Marcelli plays it as a foxtrot, a Viennese waltz, a tango, a rumba. Take it, Rico.
I sailed away to Treasure Island, and my heart stood still when I landed on the silvery shore. I looked for gold on Treasure Island, and I found that gold when you gave your golden love to me.
If our engineer, Mr. Harold Stonewall Jackson, will switch us back to 79 Wistful Vista, we'll find Fibber McGee and Molly and Silly Watson all ready to go on with their furnace fixing down in the McGee basement.
Well, McGee, you won't accomplish anything by standing there looking at it.
Oh, now, Molly, I was just figuring out the right way to get at this here problem. No use rushing in and getting it all balled up. Let's see now. Say, you know what we better do?
Yes. Turn off some of your hot air and get some in the furnace.
What do we better do, boss? We better build a fire in here so we can see how she draws. That way we can tell better what's the matter.
Well, McGee, that's the first idea you've had today.
Well, you'll have to admit when I get 'em, they're hot. Don't you get it, Molly? Build a fire? A hot idea?
It ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Now get to work, both of you.
Yeah. Shall we use these here papers? Yep. Tear 'em up and crumple 'em, Silly, so we can get...
Here. You can't use those papers.
Huh?
Those are me dress patterns.
What's the matter with you, Silly? You ought to have better sense than that.
Well, I didn't think they was no good, boss, on account of they all full of little holes.
Yeah. Moths have been at 'em, probably. Use them newspapers there, boy.
Yes. What are we going to use for kindling the fire, boss?
What's that?
I say, what are we going to use for kindling the little old fire?
Oh, kindling.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Oh, yes. Take the hatchet and chop up them long sticks over there.
Yes.
I'll get the paper all set in the grate here.
These little old sticks is plumb full of nails, Mr. McGee.
Well, don't dull the hatchet on 'em, Phil.
No, sir.
Hey, wait a minute, Sid. McGee, what's he chopping up?
Huh? Oh, them long sticks with the nails in 'em?
Yes.
Oh, it's just some old links of molding that was left on the...
Oh, for heaven's sake, silly. You're chopping up me curtain stretchers.
Curtain stretchers?
Look at them. They're ruined.
Oh, no, ma'am, they ain't ruined much. I just chopped off a couple little pieces of them is all, ma'am.
Oh, is that so? Why don't you two come upstairs and chop up the piano and the dining room table?
Oh, we don't need that much kindling, Molly.
Oh, you don't? Well, now I'm real glad to hear that.
Is this here little old box good for the chop up, please, ma'am?
Let's see it. Yes, go ahead. That's all right. Now, is that all the paper and kindling you'll need?
Yep. You needn't look for no more, Molly.
Well, who was going to? I just wanted to be sure you wouldn't use that porch furniture for your fire.
Oh, shucks, Molly. Don't be like that. We know what we're doing, don't we, Sil?
What?
I says we know what we're doing, don't we?
Well, I guess you all know what I'm doing, but I don't know what you all are doing.
Try and use some sense, McGee. I'm going on up.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
When you get upstairs, open up the furnace draft, will you? Shucks, we'll have a roaring fire in here in no time if she's working okay.
All right.
Now, hurry up with that there kindling, boy.
Yes, I'm rushing right along, boy.
Oh, I had me a cow, a big brown Jersey. Her milk was good, but her temper was lursy. Hi-ho, the farmer in the bell.
There you is, boss. Enough kindling?
Yeah, I guess. Say, this here paper is kind of damp, ain't it?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, son. Run up to the top of the stairs there and get that big 5-gallon can.
Yes, but that's gasoline, boss.
Well, what in tunket you think I thought it was? Buttermilk? Well, go on and get it.
But y'all ain't gonna pour that there stuff on this here little old fire, is you, boss?
Can you think of any surer way of making her burn?
No, sir.
Well, then run up and get it.
Yes, but that's pretty powerful stuff. And
oh, I had a giraffe. His name was Harlow. He got in the quinsy and he couldn't swallow. With a hey, nutty, and a razzmatazz. Let's see now. Plenty of paper. Kindling. Ah, there we are. And we'll just swash her good with the gasoline. And hey there, you coming, silly?
Yes, sir. Here he is, boss.
Okay, hand her here. I'll build a real bang-up fire here, quick as a flash.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
Afraid of? Shucks, we want a fire, don't we? Here, hold the cap of the spout. I'll just dash some of this here gasoline on and... Oh, I had a horse and his name is... Hey, where you going there, boy?
Well, I just happen to think it... I guess you ain't going to need me no more today, I guess.
What makes you think that, silly?
Well, I only think that on account of I think that after you all touch the little match out there gasoline, boys, you ain't gonna need nothing more today. Oh, go on with you, silly. Don't be so dad-ratted nervous. Never heard of a cigarette lighter blowing up, did you? Now then, a little more over in the corner there. Ah. Yeah, but boss, you already put on about 2 gallons already. You did.
What if I did? Gotta get the fire started, ain't we? Hey, what's your teeth chattering for? You catching cold?
No, sir. Yes, I guess I think I better go home and see a doctor while I got time, boss.
Okay. But give me a match before you go. And say, wait, quit leaning against that smoke pipe, boy.
It's all right, boss. It ain't hot.
Reddit, I know it ain't hot, but it's loose. Liable to come apart at the least bump, and we'll have soot around here a foot deep. Give me a match.
Yes. No, sir, I ain't got a match, sir.
Shucks, you got some right behind your ear there, boy. Hand me one. Oh, never mind, I got one. Now, here we go.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Oh, shucks. Can you imagine that? What else? Better pour the rest of this here gas on it. There. Give me another match, boy.
Yes. Here you is, and here I go.
Hey, silly! Come back here! Silly! Shucks. Look at that feller go out that door and down that alley. Shucks. Just superstitious. Now, where'd I put that dad-rat match? Oh, yeah. Oh, shucks. Can you beat that? Well, I'll get this lit if it takes me all day. Ah. Now then. This'll do the trick. Rat to death.
Heavenly days, what's happened down there? Where are you? I can't see a thing for the suit. Sylvius, where's McGee? What's happened to him? Silly, don't stand there coughing and rolling your eyes. Answer me.
Molly, don't you know me? It's Fibber McGee, your husband.
Wish I were Aladdin, how lucky I would be. I'd drop my little lamp and wish that you would fall in love with me. I wish that I were Winkle, who slept for 20 years. Imagine 20 years to dream of you, would that be heavenly? If I could cast a magic spell when I feel blue, I'd wave my wand and call for wonderful you. But if I were certain we'd never, never part, I wouldn't want to be Aladdin. I wouldn't want to be Rip Van Winkle. Just want to be the only one in your heart. To be Aladdin, I wouldn't want to be a Winkle. I just want to be the only one in your heart.
That was Marcelli and his men playing I Wish I Were Aladdin. With that Arabian Night, Charles Levere rubbing the piano lamp. And incidentally, that's where the magic of today has it all over the wizardry of yesterday. You don't have to do any rubbing or buffing to work a magical change in the appearance of your floors or linoleum. Just try using Johnson's Glow Coat and see how much easier your housework will be. Glow Coat is a remarkable liquid polish that requires no rubbing or buffing. You merely spread a little Glow Coat lightly over the surface with a soft cloth or the long-handled Glow Coat applier. Let it dry for 20 minutes and your floor will sparkle like new with a polish that resists dirt and dust. You'll save yourself hours of work over a period of time, and you'll win the reputation of being a wonderful housekeeper if you use Johnson's Glow Coat, the new no-rubbing floor polish made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. And let me remind you that it's very economical to try Glow Coat in the larger size cans. You can save as much as 1/3 by ordering the larger sizes from your dealer. You're cordially invited back to see Fibber and Molly McGee on their Johnson Jamboree at NBC.
On next Monday with Harlow and me, and Molly, that's 3, with admission free.
Fibber McGee.
Well, come back with us next Monday night at this same hour when we understand that Fibber and Molly are going to have a nice old harvest home party. And until then, we remind you that just as the best housekeepers use Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat to keep their houses clean and shining, so the most particular car owners keep their cars sparkling with Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. This is Harlow Linoleum Wilcox speaking, always underfoot. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie picture. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcement. Here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. I don't ask anything of life, and I don't get anything. Well, that's sort of breaking even, ain't it? I guess when I was a kid, I was vaccinated with a road map, because as far back as I can remember, I've been traveling. Right now, I'm in Reno.
Oh, no, not for the usual reason. I ain't never been married yet. Also, I've been kicked around a lot by men of the opposite sex. And the way I figure it, there's only two kinds of men. Those you can trust and the majority. Anyway, here I am in Reno looking for the Blue Peacock Club. My agent got me a job there as a singer. I'm supposed to sing sad songs to make ex-wives and ex-husbands homesick. So they'll hurry home, marry somebody else, and then come back to Reno and start all over again. Ouch!
Say, why don't you look where you...
You? Jack Fuller.
Maisie Revere.
Say,
what are you doing?
Ladies first, Jack. What are you doing in Reno, the world's most famous separation center?
Well, it's this way, Maisie. I married a girl.
Well, you couldn't have made a better choice.
It ain't funny, McGee. You see, I love her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Care to tell me about it?
Well, it's this way, Maisie. Mm-hmm. I met Gloria. That's my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right after I quit the job at the airplane factory you and I worked at.
Oh, yeah. I remember that place. You were vice president in charge of turning boat number 268, and I was in charge of 269. That is until the explosion.
I liked you, Maisie. A lot.
Mm.
You were different.
Yeah. But Gloria was differenter, huh?
Yeah. Say, this isn't the place to pour out my heart. How's about a soda, Maisie?
Love to. I'm a little dry after walking across the great American desert.
You walked?
Sure. The railroad only sells tickets to people with money. Some silly rule they got.
Golly, you must be real thirsty.
Well, I could use a drink. I stopped off at a little Mirage, but they were closed for lunch.
Well, come on.
Yeah, what'll it be, folks?
I'll just have a Coke.
What about you, miss?
Well, I'll have a double chocolate sundae with coconut, and whipped cream, marshmallow, bananas, and some shredded nuts.
No cherry?
Well, of course not. You think I want to get sick?
I hate myself for asking. 1 hash frozen.
And that's the story, Maisie. You see, after the wedding, I found out that Gloria wasn't exactly penniless. She had a fortune. It was terrible.
Some terrible, I'll say.
You see, her father was from Texas. He was a millionaire.
Well, naturally.
Well, when we got married, she agreed to live on what I make. Oh, I do all right. But one day...
You had a fight?
Yeah. How did you know we had a fight?
Well, that's obvious. You were married.
Yeah. But this wasn't just a plain little disagreement. You see...
Here's your Coke, mister. And here's your little tidbit, miss.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute, Sonny. I can't eat this.
Who can?
You forgot a spoon.
Oh, here you are, miss. Coconut, whipped cream, marshmallow.
Now, Jack, where were we?
Up to the breakup, I think. Maisie, I can't figure Gloria's change of heart. She still loves me. I'm sure of it.
Oh, yeah? Then why is she going to court tomorrow for a divorce?
Look, Sonny, nobody asked you.
Yeah.
Maisie, you've just got to stop her from getting that divorce.
Stop her? How can I stop her?
Yeah, how can she stop her?
Well, I don't... come on, Maisie. Let's get out of here and go someplace where we can talk undisturbed. Here's your money, long ears.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Anthony. Sorry we can't stay for you to hear the rest. But this conversation is calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hey, miss, you left your gum parked on the stool.
Oh, that's all right. If I don't call for it in 30 days, it's yours. Well, you haven't answered the question yet, Jack. How am I supposed to stop the divorce?
I don't know, but you've got to do it. Even if you have to kidnap Gloria.
But kidnapping's a federal offense, honey. Besides, I won't have the time. I got a job.
Look, Maisie, I love her.
Oh, dear. Well, how about starting at the beginning and let me in on a few of the details? Like, what's all this about,
Well, Gloria was away visiting Daphne Ashburn when, well, all of a sudden her letters stopped.
Daphne Ashburn?
Uh-huh.
That don't listen like a gal you can trust.
Could be. You see, Daphne's a distant relation, a cousin twice removed.
Yeah, but she wasn't removed far enough, huh?
If Daphne's mixed up in this, I haven't been able to find it out. And I've tried. I tried to see Gloria and get an explanation.
And she wouldn't see you?
She had me thrown out of her hotel for pestering her.
Well, why don't you write her a letter?
I've written dozens. I don't believe she gets them. In fact, Maisie, I'm convinced something funny's going on. And I want you to move into that hotel and find out.
Hotel? Jack, when you move into a hotel, they always ask embarrassing questions. Like, when are you going to pay your bill?
I'll take care of the expenses. Now, here. Here's a letter I've written, and if Gloria reads it, I think she'll give up this idea of a divorce. Some way I want you to get it to her and see that she reads it in person.
Well, I'll try, but I'm not...
Maisie, you've got to. You've got to find out who's poisoning Gloria's mind against me. You've got to stop that divorce.
But, Jack, you're asking me to be a detective, a regular private eye.
Please, Maisie, it means so much to me. Please.
Well, all right. But I've got a feeling that this may be one private eye that's headed for a punch in the nose. Yes?
It's Jerry the bellboy, Miss Maisie.
Oh. Come in, Jerry.
I came as soon as you called, and no woo-woo.
Gee, must be this new sweater I'm wearing, Jerry. Your eyes are bumping against your glasses.
Here's the ice you ordered, Maisie.
Well, you better put it on your forehead, Jerry. You look like you're running a temperature.
Oh,
Say, Jerry, maybe I can use you.
Huh?
I mean, I'd like you to do me a favor over and above your line of duty.
Well, I'm off duty at 5.
No, I don't mean that.
Oh.
Listen, Jerry, I got to see a certain woman in this hotel. Do you know Mrs. Gloria Fuller?
Gloria? Oh, sure, Maisie, sure. Of course, I don't like that Miss Daphne Ashbourne that's always hanging around, or that oily Dr. Clays.
Dr. Clays?
Yeah, he's a doctor that treats Gloria.
Oh.
Only I can't see anything wrong with her, except maybe she's always sort of sleepy.
Sleepy?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, how can I get in to see her?
Well, her husband was snooping around here till they threw him out, and it's a rule not to let anybody in to see her.
Oh, please, Jerry. Wouldn't you fix it? Just for little old me.
Oh, when you flutter your little old eyelashes like that at me, I'm your man. Look, it's the big suite at the end of the hall.
Yeah, at the end of the hall.
Yeah. I'm supposed to bring up Miss Gloria's mail about now. I'm a little late. So if you were to knock on the door, well, there you are.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. And one more thing. Well, what's Gloria Fuller like?
Oh, she's a sweetie pie. Say, she ain't wanted by Uncle Sam.
No, by Brother Jack.
Yes, come in, Jerry.
Excuse me, Mrs. Fuller, but...
I thought you were Jerry, the bellboy. Well, who are you?
I'm Maisie Revere, and I'm a good pal of your husband, and he loves you and wants you to read this letter, and he's such a swell guy. I think you're a fool if you divorce him, Gloria, and... Hey, wait a minute. You are Gloria Fuller, aren't you?
This is her room, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm supposed to give you this letter if you are. So here it is.
Thank you, but I'm sure it's no different from any of Jack's other letters. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, no. I was supposed to make sure you read it in person. I promised Jack I wouldn't leave till you read it.
Oh, very well. Yes. Yes, just as I expected. Very well, you can tell Mr. Fuller that you kept your promise.
And you'll see him and talk to him?
Yes, in the divorce court tomorrow. Oh. Now, will you please leave?
Gee. You know, from what Jack and Jerry told me, I thought you'd be different.
Just what do you mean, different?
Well, they said you were a sweetie pie. But to me, you turned out to be all crust.
Such nerve. Why, you insolent cheap.
Cheap? Look, sister, I've been called lots of things in my time.
I'll bet you have. Now, please leave. I'm expecting friends for lunch.
Don't worry, Tootsie. I'm leaving. And be careful with that lunch. Don't tip over your saucer of milk.
Well, how do you figure that one, Daphne?
Claves, did you hear it all?
I happened to be bending over to tie my shoelace, and my ear came flush up to the keyhole.
Say, what if Gloria heard it?
Not a chance. Not with the sleeping pill I gave her. She'll be out for another half hour.
Good. Here's another letter. Can you take it up to your room and fix it up before she wakes up?
Naturally. I'll even have it fixed up before the beautiful Maisie gets through reporting back to Gloria's true loving husband. And I just wish I could hear what she has to say about the girl she thinks is the real Gloria.
I've been looking for you for 2 hours.
Oh, I've been trying to help you solve this case, Maisie. So for the last couple hours, I've been upstairs, peeping in at Miss Gloria's keyhole.
Oh, did you find anything out, Jerry?
Yeah. She has a birthmark on her...
Oh, never mind. See, if I didn't give my solemn promise to Jack, I'd call the whole thing off. The next time I run into little Gloria, I hope I'm driving a truck.
Oh, gosh, but you wouldn't want to hurt Miss Gloria. Why, she's a doll. She's out of this world.
And I wish she'd stay out. Imagine that hunk of living proof that cousins shouldn't marry, calling me cheap.
Oh, well, gosh, Maisie, she sure looks like an angel. Just look at her over there.
Where? I don't see her.
Sitting at that table right over there.
But that's not the woman I talked to. I mean, Jerry, who's that tall willowy girl coming to the table?
Well, that's Miss Daphne Ashbourne.
Oh, it is. And she told me she was Gloria Fuller, the female impersonator.
Well, Maisie, where you going?
Well, now we'll see who can call me cheap. Say you.
This is the one, Gloria.
Are you Gloria Fuller?
Yes, I am, Miss Revere.
Well, now I smell a rat.
Oh, you do?
Yes, rat. Gloria, did you know that this woman passed herself off as you, and she read a letter from your husband, and Jack's one of the nicest guys in the world?
Yes,
and...
Miss Ashburn told me all about your visit at my suite.
Oh, she told you, huh?
Telephone call, Miss Ashburn. You can take it in the alcove there.
Oh, no, thank you, Jerry. I'll take it in my room. Well, I hope you're satisfied, Miss Peroxide of 1950.
Peroxide? Why,
Miss Revere, please.
Gee, what she makes me think of her. I should wash out my mind with DDT.
Miss Revere, I try not to think badly of anyone, so I suppose you don't know what was in Jack's letter.
Well, I didn't read it like old Needle knows, but I know he really loves you.
He does?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he couldn't. In every letter he's written me lately, he's demanded money, a lot of money. That's why I broke off with him.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, here's the letter you brought. Here, I'll show you.
Let me see. I don't love you, so you can have your freedom. But I demand a 50-50 split of every cent you've got. Wait a minute. Is this Jack's writing?
I'd know it anywhere.
Oh, and dopey me. I thought he was a swell guy.
I used to think so, too.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry I bothered you, Gloria. And please, if I were you, I wouldn't let this hurt me too much.
It does hurt. Maybe I'm not as stout-hearted as you.
Oh, sure. Stout-hearted Maisie, that's me. A heart of oak and a head to match. Well, I'll tell that Jack Fuller a thing or two.
Hey, didn't you like him, Maisie?
Where's the phone booth, Jerry?
Oh, right around this corner.
I'll tell that Jack Fuller what a heel he is.
Here's a phone booth, Maisie. Oh, only there's somebody in it.
But I tell you, Daphne, I'm not drinking.
Jerry, that voice. Who is it?
Sounds like Dr. Clay.
I tell you no, Daphne, no.
Uh-huh. And he's talking to that Miss Daphne Ashford.
I was gambling, yes, and I've got to have some money. Now, look, you put $200 in an envelope and have Jerry the bellboy bring it to my room. Oh, why do you worry about money? We'll have plenty as soon as we get control of the Fuller dame. Sure, call Jerry right away.
Jerry, here behind the booth.
Yeah, Maisie. There he goes.
Well, I guess I won't call Jack Fuller after all. Jerry, something's wrong here, and I'm going to find out about it.
Yeah, and I'll help you, Maisie. As soon as I take that money to Dr. Clay.
Wait a minute. You're not going to take it to him, Jerry. I am.
Oh, but, Maisie, I don't trust Dr. Claves. I don't like him.
I don't like him either, Jerry. But before I get through with him, I think he's going to like me. You see, I know men.
Really? How did you find out so much about men, Maisie?
I refuse to answer that, Jerry, on the grounds that it might incriminate me.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Now back to Maisie.
Come in.
2 more triple zombies as you ordered, Maisie. Hey, where's Dr. Claves?
Under the table.
Gee, on only 12 zombies?
And you should have seen him after number 11. He just sat there like Whistler's mother, rocking.
Did he talk?
Yes, he talked plenty.
Oh, good. Oh, by the way, the barman said if I didn't get Dr. Claves to sign the bill for all those drinks, he'd bust me one in the mush. I hate to wake him, but I
Well, we might as well. Here, I'll do it. Dr. Claves. Dr. Claves, wake up. Time for your DTs, honey.
What's that? Oh, beautiful, Maisie. Where you been all my life?
This is where I came in.
Dr. Claves, would you please sign for these drinks?
Are you able to sign for him, Dr. Claves?
Who, me? Oh, sure.
Here's a pencil.
I don't need but one pencil.
I'm only handing you one.
Do you think you can sign, Dr. Claves?
Huh? Why, if Claves can't sign, who can? I'm an expert signer. Here. There.
Here are two more to sign.
There. And there.
Yeah. Thank you for signing.
Same to you, old pal. Drop in any time.
Oh, he's out again.
Yeah. You better make sure you can read his signature, Jerry.
Oh, sure. I can read it, Maisie. I'll say one thing. He sure writes a beautiful hand. Hey, wait.
Well?
These signatures are all different, Maisie.
Huh?
I mean, same name, but not the same.
Jerry, are you sure you didn't sample one of those zombies?
No. Look.
Yeah. That's strange. One's all flowery and curly-cute, and one's backhand, and one's a... Jerry.
Yeah, Maisie, yeah?
Dr. Claves is a forger. And look, here's a brand new blotter he used to blot a letter. See if you can read what it says.
It's all backwards like.
Well, look, I'll hold it up here to the mirror, and you read it. There. What does it say?
It says, Dear Gloria.
Yeah.
I don't love you, so you can have your freedom.
Go on, Jerry, yeah.
But I demand a 50-50 split of every cent you've got.
That is it. Jerry, that's it.
Sure. What's what?
Dr. Claves took the real letter Jack Fuller wrote to Gloria, and he wrote this one instead.
Oh.
Now, listen, Jerry. Here's what we'll do.
Yeah, Maisie?
We're going to take this blotter to the police as evidence. You get us a taxi while I call Jack and tell him to meet us at the police station.
Right.
And hold the cab till I get downstairs.
Right. I'm on my way.
Hello, Operator. Yes, I want the Hotel Belleville in a hurry. Mr. Jack Fuller, please.
Drop that phone.
Huh?
You heard me.
Go away, honey. Only one thing will stop me from making this call.
Drop that phone or I shoot.
That's the one thing. Miss Ashburn, is that thing in your hand?
It sure is, and I know how to shoot it, too. Oh, no, you don't. Don't try to hide that blotter. Hand it to me or I'll...
Sure. Who needs a dirty old blotter?
Don't play possum with me, honey. So you're on to Claves and his penmanship act, eh?
Yeah, and you can't get away with this, darling.
Oh, can't I?
No, you can't. I'll call the police.
You'll do nothing because you'll be lying here on the floor bound and gagged.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no? I'll do even more. Just to give you something to occupy your mind, I will tell you what Claves and Gloria and I will be doing while you're lying here.
Maisie, the taxi's been waiting for an hour. Did you get tied up? Holy smoke, you did get tied up. Here, Maisie, let me take off this gag. There. What happened?
Well, that Daphne Ashburn came in here with a gun, and she slapped Claves till she got him on his feet. Untie my hands and feet, Jerry.
Oh, sure.
Well, while I was lying there tied up, she called Judge Carter and asked him to hear Gloria's divorce in his chambers today instead of tomorrow. Jerry, we got to work fast.
Well, just tell me what to do, Maisie.
Well, go to the Hotel Belleville and tell Jack to get over to the judge's chambers fast.
Right. But, Maisie, where you going?
Well, it's probably already too late, but I'm going to try to stop that divorce.
There being no further testimony and evidence in the case of Fuller versus Fuller, the court is inclined to enter a bill of divorcement in favor of the plaintiff. Now, Mrs. Gloria Fuller, if you will just step to my desk and sign.
Yes, Judge Carter. I object. Your Honor, I object.
And just who might you be, young woman?
Well, I'm a friend of the groom. Divorcee. I'm a friend of Jack Fuller, and he loves Gloria, and she doesn't really want a divorce if she only knew the facts.
May we have order, please?
And
although these are my private chambers, this is still a court of law. Mrs. Fuller, do you know this young woman?
Well, I've seen
Judge
her,
Carter, she's pestered Gloria before. She's a cheap, phony blonde.
Phony? I'll show you the roots. I'll show you my baby pictures.
Your Honor, would you allow me to speak for a moment as a doctor?
I'll allow anybody to speak if they'll clear up this nonsense. All right, Dr. Claves.
Thank you. This young woman is Maisie Revere. I had a chance to observe her very closely earlier today when she came to me as a patient.
I went to you as a patient. You were blotto and flat on your back.
What is this?
Please, Your Honor, I'm demonstrating something, so I ask you to listen closely. Now, Maisie, just how would you describe me to Judge Carter here?
I describe you as the heel who's been forging letters to make Gloria believe her husband is after her money.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
As you can see, Your Honor, this is obviously an acute case of hyperophronia.
That's a lie. I never had anything but the measles.
No, there now, Maisie, just be calm now. Do you know the meaning of hyperophronia?
Well, no. But I've been vaccinated, and I can prove it.
No, never mind.
Hey, wait a minute. Just what does it mean?
Suppose you tell her, Your Honor.
Well, that is to say, I'm not too familiar with some of these technical medical terms, but I take it means that a person...
Exactly, Your Honor. As nutty as a fur-lined fruitcake.
Now, wait a minute. Judge, you don't think I'm off my trolley, do you?
You're not even near the track.
Now, just a minute.
Well, you came in here in a most fantastic manner, and you've made some exceedingly wild statements which are unsupported by evidence.
There, darling.
Please, Daphne.
However, the court does not leave such matters to chance.
There for you, darling.
May we have order? As I was saying, the court's principal interest here is in seeing justice done to the person most concerned. Mrs. Fuller.
Yes, Judge Carter.
Now, I want you to consider your answer carefully, my dear. Do you want a divorce from your husband, Jack Fuller?
Well,
Of course you do, Gloria. You know all the things we've planned.
Well, Mrs. Fuller?
Well, I did love him, Judge, but... Yes, I do want a divorce.
All right, my dear. Just sign
Just
here.
a minute, Gloria. You still love your husband. He never did anything bad to you in his life, and all he wants is a chance.
I don't. I did love him, but now
Okay. If you don't want Jack Fuller, I do. The way he kisses.
I object, Your Honor.
I always do, too, but Jack is so convincing.
It's not true. Jack wouldn't look at another woman.
You see, Jack, I told you she still loves him.
Maisie.
Oh, Jerry, where's Jack?
He wasn't in, so I left a message. And on the way over, I stopped at the police station to check on Dr. Clay.
Yeah.
You what?
Jerry, quickly. They want him for forgery, don't they?
Well, no, Maisie, they don't.
You see? Now, Your Honor.
He's only wanted for grand larceny, embezzlement, swindling widows and orphans, and practicing medicine without a license.
Come on, Daphne, let's get out of here.
Stop him, Your Honor, stop him!
They won't get far, Maisie.
Maisie, I saw Dr. Clays and Daphne running down the corridor. Is anything... Gloria.
Oh, Jack.
Gloria, did you...
No, she didn't, young man. And you can thank Maisie here for saving her for you.
Oh, shucks, it was nothing, kids. And Gloria, as far as Jack and me and that kissing stuff, that was also nothing.
Oh, Maisie, you're a real pal. The best pal a guy ever had. And you and I and Gloria are going to have some real times together, just the three of us. Huh, Gloria? You will forget all this stuff that happened.
All right, darling. But on one condition.
I'll do anything, honey, anything.
I don't trust a real close pal as beautiful as Maisie here. You don't mind, do you, Maisie?
Oh, of course not, honey. Sometimes when I'm with a handsome man, I don't trust myself either.
So?
So what?
Well...
If you even so much as smile at me again, she'll come right back here to Reno. Right, Chloe?
Right, Maisie. Jack and I are going back home for a second honeymoon.
Oh, but, Maisie, what about you?
Oh, don't be silly, Jackie. What would I do on your honeymoon?
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
And so Jackie and Gloria went back to Texas. Golly, those kids sure are proud of Texas. And I guess maybe they should be. After all, the United States is part of it. Too bad the court couldn't do anything about little Daphne. She hadn't broken the law, only bent a little. But that wolf in sheep's clothing will be getting what's coming to her no matter where she's run off to. There's one thing about being a louse. No matter where you go, you gotta take yourself with you. Well, come on, feet. We still got to find that nightclub. Gosh, I sure am tired from all that walking. Golly, why can't people be born with their feet higher up so they won't have to keep pounding the pavement?
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Battleground, starring Ben Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Sidney Miller, Hugh Studebaker, Stanley Waxman, Mary Shipp, Bob Cole, Jerry Hausner, and Rhoda Williams. Jack McCoy speaking.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guest, the Warner Brothers star John Garfield, Jimmy Cash, the Swan-Tet, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it seems that George was out with the boys last night for a little stag poker game. He's now getting breakfast and a subtle cross-examination from the little woman.
Did you have fun playing poker with the boys, sweetheart?
Yeah. Swell bunch of fellas.
Were the girls pretty?
Girls? There were no girls, sweetheart.
Oh, really, sweetheart?
Of course, sweetheart. What makes you think there were?
You talk in your sleep, sweetheart.
What?
You talked in your sleep. I know all about that fat girl named Kitty.
Fat girl named Kitty?
Yeah. You said, oh, look at that Kitty. What a pot.
Honey, that's a poker expression. That refers to the chips on the table.
Oh, I see. Were the girls pretty?
Gracie, for the last time, there were just men in the game. Do you understand?
Yes, dear.
And all we did was play poker.
Yes, dear.
Shame on you for being suspicious.
Yes, dear.
Stop saying yes, dear.
Don't you tell me what to say, George Burns. I'll say what I please, understand?
Yes, dear.
Every wife has a right to be suspicious.
Yes, dear.
And stop saying yes, dear.
Don't tell me what to say. I'll say what I please. You understand?
Yes, dear.
Oh, stop with that.
All right, darling. I'm sorry I doubted you. It's just that I'm so unreasonably jealous of you, George. Oh, please don't think I'm silly.
I don't, Gracie.
I know it's hard to understand, but I love you.
I love you, too.
You're mine, and I'll fight to keep you. It's instinct.
All right, dear.
Just like a dog fights to keep a worthless old bone.
All right, now let's forget it.
Tell me more about the poker game, darling. Who played?
Oh, a bunch of fellas from radio and movies. There was Brian Donlevy and Jack Cayley, Jack Benny. You should have heard Jack Benny scream. He lost about 55 or 60.
Well, I don't blame him.
Well, I lost more than he did. I lost $1.10.
My, that was some game.
Well, we just played for the fun of it, penny ante. But the embarrassing thing was, I didn't have enough money to pay off. I had to write a check.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to tell you. I changed banks.
Changed banks?
Yeah, well, the old bank wasn't keeping our money for us.
What do you mean?
I went in to make a deposit, and as fast as I put money in, the clerk at the next window was handing it out.
Gracie, why didn't you tell me you changed banks? Now, the check is no good. John Garfield will think I'm a... He'll absolutely think I'm a Welsher.
John Garfield? Is that who you gave the bad check to?
Yes.
Oh, George, he'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, isn't he a gangster?
Gangster? Have you ever met him?
No, I've never even seen him. But I know he's a cold-blooded murderer who robs the very people he works for.
What?
Well, it said right in the Weller Parsons column, John Garfield, Hollywood's #1 killer, steals new Warner Brother picture.
Oh, sure. He kills about 30 or 40 people a season.
You see?
Well, I better hurry to the bank and straighten this out.
Oh, George, don't leave the house without a bodyguard.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, but those gangsters are desperate men.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Bill. Goodbye, Bill.
Gracie, what's the matter with George?
Oh, Bill, they may shoot him.
Why, did he break a leg?
No. He gave a gangster a bad check for $1.10.
Oh, Gracie, is that all you're worried about?
Well, don't laugh. You're just like George. You don't know the code of the underworld, but I do. They'll shoot him and tie weights on him and put him in a barrel of concrete and throw him in the river. And George can't swim.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Gracie.
But, Bill, you don't know those gangsters.
Oh, yes, I do. A bunch of them tried to hold me up one night.
What did you do?
Well, quick as a flash, I whipped out my .32.
Gee.
Just happened to be carrying 32 bars of Swan. Well, sir, word must have gotten to the underworld about Swan being 4 soaps in one, because those gangsters started fighting among themselves and beating each other over the head to see who'd get the soap.
Oh, I saw a crowd of women do the same thing at the market yesterday.
Oh, sure. Everybody fights for Swan, the new white floating soap. They know it's great for your hands and face, wonderful for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Oh, Bill, I don't think you're taking this seriously. I'm worried about George. Well, if anything happened to him, I couldn't go on. I'd do something desperate.
But, Gracie, you don't mean you...
Yes, I might.
Oh, no. No, not that. I wouldn't let you, Gracie. I wouldn't let you stop washing the dishes with Swan. Well, gee, Gracie, that'd be awful. Imagine not having Swan's long-lasting suds to help you with the dishes. And what about your hands? Swan is so mild and gentle, you don't have to worry about rough, dish-panty-looking hands.
Oh, all right, Bill. Swan will help keep my hands looking beautiful. But I'm worried about my husband.
Well, Gracie, nothing will make him beautiful.
Oh, Bill, maybe that's the killer now, to take George away.
Oh, now, don't be frightened, Gracie. Come in.
Well, greetings, good people. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Oh, hello, Cue Ball.
Oh, Mr. Bolingbroke, I'm so glad it's you. I thought you were a man coming to take George.
Well, I had hoped to take him for a little. Where is your husband?
Oh, by now he's probably lying in some gutter.
Gadzooks, where did he get the stuff?
Oh, no. I mean, a gangster is after him because he welched on a gambling debt. Oh, if you'll help me save him, I'll pay you.
How much?
Money is no object. I'll give you whatever my husband's life is worth.
Well, I can't do it for $2.
Oh, all right, I'll give you $5.
It's a deal.
Gracie, this pool room bum can't help you.
Mind your tongue, Churl. One more word and I shall deal harshly with you.
You're a pool room bum.
That did it. Mr. Goodwin, will you step outside?
Gladly.
Well, that got rid of him. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I shall arrange an appointment for you with Big Louie. He can save your husband.
Who's Big Louie?
Oh, the king of the underworld. Through my connections at the Billiard Emporium, I happen to know his hideout. Whereabouts?
Oh, wonderful. I'll go and see him right away.
One word of caution, and don't breathe this to a soul. Big Louie has been on the lam for several weeks.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. We haven't been able to get beef for months.
One of the lasting ballads of 1943, My Shining Hour, sung by our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash. James?
darkness of the night, like the lights of home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you again. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you
Well, Gracie was told where to find Big Louie, the local gangster chief, and has now reached his headquarters. She plans to enlist his help by pretending to be one of his own kind.
Hello. Are you Big Louie?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
I'm Little Gracie.
Little Gracie?
Yeah. I'm married to Short George.
I never heard of him. How'd you get in here, anyhow?
Bolingbroke sent me.
Oh, cue ball. Oh, sure, he told me your dame was coming in. What's on your mind?
Well, my husband, Short George, is one of the bunch, see? He's strictly on the up and down, see? He's got himself in a jelly, see?
You mean in a jam?
What, jam, jelly? He's in it up to his puss.
What kind of trouble is it?
He got in a poker game, and John Garfield took him to the presses.
Wait a minute. You mean there's a guy named John Garfield muscling in on a gambling racket?
Yeah. He's a regular scareface. The police are trying to pinch him on the hot seat.
I don't like bad boys in my territory. May have to get tough with this Garfield.
Good. You see, Short George gave him a bad check, and I'm afraid Garfield might try to put spots on him.
Come again.
Thanks, but I'm not leaving yet.
I mean, what was it you said Garfield might try to do to your husband?
Knock his bumps off.
Kill him, huh?
Yeah, rub him down.
What do you want me to do?
Well, you might rub Garfield down first.
I think you got something there. I'll fix that chiseler so he won't hurt nobody.
Good. But he's a killer, so be careful. You pack a goat, don't you?
If that's a gat, yeah, I do.
Well, plug him with your little old 440.
My gun ain't a 440.
The price ain't important.
Okay, just leave everything to me. So long, Skate.
Goodbye, Pants.
Well, Gracie is just arriving at John Garfield's house to tell him he better leave George alone now that he has protection. She knocks on the door. The door opens, and there stands John Garfield.
Yes?
Hello, little boy.
Huh?
Is your father home?
My father?
Yes, John Garfield.
I'm John Garfield.
Well, you may be junior, but I want senior.
Honest, I'm the only John Garfield who lives here.
Oh, dear. Did the cops take your daddy away?
Look, my father's home is in New York. He makes belts for ladies' dresses. They may not be the best belts, but they're not bad enough to get him arrested.
Oh, poor little fellow. Ashamed to admit your daddy's a crook, huh?
He's not a crook.
Well, he's never done one single thing that's illegal.
Oh, please.
Well, I mean it. Why, during Prohibition, he was the only guy in the neighborhood who didn't make gin. All the neighbors had to come up to our house to take a bath.
Now, you're a good little boy trying to protect him. But I happen to know that he was in a poker game last night and won a lot of money from my husband.
So that's it. He sent you up here to try to get the money back. Well, it won't work, Mrs. Benny.
I'm not Mrs. Benny. I'm Mrs. George Burns.
Well, gee, is he that way, too?
Oh, Sonny, I wish you wouldn't pretend that you play poker. Anyone can see that you're more the post office type.
Well, Mrs. Burns, I'm considered a very good poker player.
May I give you a little test?
Well, sure.
Do 3 straights of a kind beat a flush house?
Huh?
Aha, naughty boy. I knew you were only fooling.
Wait. I'll settle this. I've still got your husband's check. Here it is.
Yeah. What? It really is.
Now, do you believe I'm John Garfield?
Well, I guess I'll have to.
What's so funny?
Oh, I can hardly wait to tell all my friends that the John Garfield they think is so tough is really a darling boy who hasn't shaved yet.
Mrs. Burns, I have a very heavy beard.
Really? Oh, I bet the other little kids were jealous when you wore it in Halloween.
Look, I wish you'd cut that out. I'm a tough guy. I'm a menace.
Oh, pooh. You've been seeing too many Humphrey Bogart pictures. Goodbye, Johnny.
I'm sorry to bother you at your office, George, but this is really embarrassing. Your wife is telling everybody I'm a child.
Well, that's funny. This morning she thought you were a gangster. What changed her mind?
She got a look at me. It always happens. All the women think I look like a kid. It's not fair.
Of course it isn't.
Well, I can no more help looking young than you can help looking the way you do.
Yeah, I guess so.
It spoils a lot of fun, too. Yesterday, George Raft and Cesar Romero and I were standing on the corner making with the wolf whistles.
Yeah?
Well, Raft got a beautiful blonde, and a blonde, too. Romero got a beautiful brunette.
And you?
I wound up with a red-headed truant officer.
Well, what do you want me to do, John?
Bring Gracie to my house for dinner tonight. I have a plan that'll convince Gracie that I really am a menace.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble if you had any control over your wife.
I do have control over her. I happen to be the boss in my house. What I say goes.
Oh, sure. See you tonight. Oh, how about the $1.10 for this bum check?
Can you see me Thursday?
Why Thursday?
That's the day I get my allowance.
Okay. See you tonight, boss.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. And tonight, with the Swantet, a Mills arrangement of I'm Riding for a Fall.
Shirts and ties for the gal with the big blue eyes. Oh, I'm riding for a fall. Tootin' up in the two-tone shoes for the gal with the baby blues. Oh, yes, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. But I can't quit her. I'm riding for a fall. Tootin' up like I wasn't wise to the gal with the big blue eyes. nicest woman I know. But I'm so human, I'm riding for a fall. Dootin' up like I wasn't wise. Dootin' up like I wasn't wise. Dootin' up for the gal with the big blue eyes.
Well, George and Gracie had dinner at John Garfield's house, and the two men are now in the middle of their campaign to convince Gracie that John is really a tough character.
Go on, John. What did you do then?
I said, take that, you squealer, and I shot him full of holes.
Gee.
Then I jammed his body in a trunk, put it on the train, and took it back to Brooklyn.
Oh, Johnny, how could you?
Pretty bad, huh?
Oh, yes. You know the government's asking people not to travel.
Gracie, this is nothing to joke about. John is a very desperate character.
Yeah, before I settled down in Hollywood, the bulls were after me all the time.
Yeah, and you gotta be tough to have the bulls after you.
Oh, I don't know. My uncle's cow isn't so tough.
John, tell Gracie about that big job you pulled off.
Oh, yeah. You mean when the mob sent me out to take care of Pretty Boy Floyd and Babyface Nelson?
Pretty boy and baby face.
Yeah, I sneaked up on them. And before they knew it, I had them covered.
Oh, you sweet boy. I hope you changed and powdered them before you covered them up.
Well, we're going great, John.
Come in.
Are Mr. and Mrs. Burns here?
Oh, come in, Bill. I want you to meet John Garfield. You and Johnny have so much in common.
Oh, both handsome actors, huh?
Oh, no. You both like to bathe babies.
Why, really? Well, which method do you use, Mr. Garfield? The slow dip or the sudden dunk?
Now, look, I don't...
Well, naturally, you use Swan. And, by the way, Johnny, Swan's not only great for bathing the baby, or for your hands and face, but it's terrific for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
Look, I am not interested...
Come on and hang up your coat, Bill.
Thanks.
You and Mr. Garfield will have lots to talk about.
Hey, George, here's my chance to show Gracie how tough I am.
What do you mean?
I'll scare the pants off that big curly-headed baby bather.
Well, John, I don't know whether...
Hey, Curly Locks, come here.
Say, just who do you think you're calling Curly Locks?
You, Curly Locks.
Oh, well, it is a mass of ringlets, isn't it?
What do you mean by barging into my house like this?
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
I ought to tie you in knots.
Yes, sir.
I don't like your looks.
I don't blame you, sir.
Now get out of here before I throw you out.
Yes, sir.
And take that Swan soap with you.
Now, just a minute.
You can shove me around, but open your yap about that soap and I'll pin your ears back, see?
Yes, sir.
Why, tiny little babies are bathed with Swan, see? Doctors recommend it, see? It's pure as fine Castiles. And so mild it's kind and gentle even to a little baby's tender skin, see? So you know it must be great for everybody's hands and face, even yours, understand?
Yes, sir.
If I ought to break a bar of Swan over your head.
Bill, you don't realize who you're talking to. This is the man who was so tough in The Fallen Sparrow.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's see how he looks in The Broken Swan.
Oh.
Well, George, he could use half in the bathroom for his tub or shower and half in the kitchen for his dishes and light laundry.
Bill, here's your coat. You better leave. You're spoiling everything.
Well, okay. But just one more thing, Mr. Garfield.
What?
Happy New Year.
Mr. Garfield, why do you want people to think you're so tough?
Because if you keep telling people I'm not, it'll hurt me in pictures.
Oh, don't worry about pictures. You get lots of offers now that Donald O'Connor is being drafted.
John, can I speak to you alone for a moment?
Oh, sure. Excuse me, Gracie.
It's not going so well, John.
We're not licked yet, George. What time is it?
7:30.
Good. He's due right now.
Who?
Well, I hired a down-and-out ham actor to come in and pose as a gangster. I'll slap him around, and Gracie will be convinced.
That's funny. I had exactly the same idea.
That must be my stooge now. Let's go.
Oh, sounds like company, Johnny. Isn't it late for your little friends to be up?
Well, I wasn't expecting anyone. Come in.
Elevate your hands. 'Tis I, the masked marauder. Your money or your life?
Drop that gun, you rat. I'll teach you to threaten John Garfield.
Oh, please, Mr. Garfield, have mercy. Oh, you're choking me to death. My neck has been torn from my foul body. My eyes are bulging from my villainous head.
Oh, bravo, Mr. Bolingbroke. You're giving a great performance.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns. Oh, spare me. My tongue is hanging out.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Burns, you know this man?
Well, yes, he's one of my best friends and a marvelous actor.
Why, you're too kind, dear lady. Oh, it's more than flesh can endure. I'm dying.
Oh, shut up.
Sir, how dare you interrupt my big scene? The end is near. Blood is pouring from my quivering nostrils.
Shut up, the act's over.
You Hollywood upstarts have no understanding of the soul of an artist. Give me the $5 you promised and I will go.
Yeah, and I'd like to punch you right in the nose.
Very well, but that'll cost an extra $1.
Get out. All right. I admit I staged that, but Mrs. Burns, I really am a tough guy. Believe me.
Oh, I do believe you. You're terribly tough. You frightened me to death.
Oh, stop.
Don't nobody move. I'm looking for John Garfield.
Oh, my goodness.
Hiya, skirt.
Hello, Pants.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Garfield, you better run. This man will kill you.
Hey, George, you picked a good actor. Even your husband thinks he's a gangster. Huh? But I don't...
Hey, stupid. Are you John Garfield?
No, sir, I'm George Burns.
I guess what fooled me is them guns bulging out of your hip pockets.
Oh, those are not guns. Those are his hips.
And you must be Garfield.
Yeah, I'm Garfield. Want to make something out of it?
Oh, a tough guy.
Yeah, a tough guy. John, I didn't hire
You keep out of this or I'll slap your ears down.
Who'll you slap down?
His.
I'd like to see you try it.
Okay.
Oh! Wait a minute. You can't slap my friends.
No?
Oh! I dare you to slap him again.
It's a deal.
Oh! That did it. Now I'm sore.
You're sore?
Well, you touch him once more and I'll throw you out.
Okay.
Out! I dare you to hit him again.
Oh, please. Garfield, if you get any tougher, George won't have any teeth left.
Stand aside, Gracie. I'm throwing this big palooka right out.
Ow!
Now get out and stay out.
Oh, my goodness, you really did throw him out.
Of course I did.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Garfield. Anyone who can throw Big Louie around is really tough.
Big Louie? You mean that was really Big Louie, the king of the underworld?
Oh, sure. Oh, Mr. Garfield. Mr. Garfield, you better get some water. George has fainted. I guess I'll have to get the water myself.
George and Gracie will be back in a minute, and that's all the time I need to remind you that if you're a little short on brown points, you can always get 2 brown ration points every time you turn in a pound of used kitchen fat to your butcher. Now, I don't have to tell you how urgently that waste fat is needed. It's absolutely essential to the production of glycerin. And glycerin is not only important in the manufacture of explosives, but it's a vital ingredient in many of the life-saving sulfa drugs. So turn in your used kitchen fat. I know many of you have been saving waste fats, but they're of no value till they're turned in. So turn them in tomorrow. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Gracie, do you know who our guest star is next week?
Who?
Paulette Goddard.
Oh, that's nice. You know, George, you're much handsomer than Cary Grant.
Really, sweetheart? Well, you're much prettier than Paulette Goddard.
It works every time.
Our guest tonight, John Garfield, is currently starring in the Warner Brothers epic of submarine warfare, Destination Tokyo. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Paulette Goddard. The following week, William Bendix. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, and from all of us to all of you, best wishes for a Happy New Year.
Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Life Begins When You're in Love. Are the colors of your kitchen linoleum as bright and fresh as the day you first picked it out, or have they become dull and faded? Do you know the easy way to keep the colors of linoleum bright and cheerful? The answer, with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat turns a dull, lifeless floor into beautiful floor in 20 minutes. It requires no rubbing or buffing. That's why it's called self-polishing. And that's just one of the reasons why Glow Coat has become America's #1 floor polish. You can use Glow Coat on your varnished or painted wood floors, too. It gives a hard, gleaming polish that's easy to keep clean and spotless. If you spill something on a floor protected with Glow Coat, you simply mop it up with a damp cloth. Now, if you aren't using Glow Coat on your linoleum floors, order some tomorrow from your dealer. Remember the name, GLO-COAT. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. A gay Halloween party in progress tonight, given by the McGee's next-door neighbors, the Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. And among the guests, we find many names from Wistful Vista's Blue Book, plus 2 names from Wistful Vista's telephone book, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, it's quite a party, ain't it, Molly?
Ah, it certainly is, McGee. Blown cigar smoke in my face, dearie.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you'd like it. This is one of the best cigars.
Oh, there, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. Mighty glad you could come over tonight.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a lovely party.
I'll have to hand it to you, Gildersleeve, for thinking up clever games to play.
Clever games?
Yeah, like hiding the cigars. How'd you ever think of hiding them in the bottom drawer of your dresser?
Why, McGee, you had no business snooping in Mr. Gildersleeve's dresser.
Oh, that's quite all right, folks. Always glad to have the guests make themselves at home.
That's what I figured.
If you'd like to check over my last bank statement, McGee, you'll find it in the desk in the library.
You must be mistaken, Gildersleeve. I didn't see it, and I went all through that desk when I was looking for the cigar.
Heavenly days, McGee, don't be so snoopy.
I ain't snoopy, I'm just alert. Incidentally, Gildersleeve, there's a letter on your desk from your tailor. You mean to tell me you pay $85 for them suits of yours?
Why, yes, I do, McGee.
My goodness, McGee buys 4 of them for that price, don't you, dear?
Is that so?
Oh, sure.
You mean he buys his clothes?
What?
Well, if you'll excuse me, folks, I'll see how the other guests are getting along. Have a good time.
What does he mean, do I buy my clothes? Where does he think I get them?
Well, if you get him where I think he thinks you get him, I think you'll think twice about asking.
You mean you think I don't...
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, Fibber. Gee, we're having fun.
What are you doing, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, playing games. Come on in the other room. Boomer's going to do some hand tricks.
Oh,
now, ladies and gentlemen, for my first astounding bit of wizardry, I take the $5 bill. Don't seem to have a $5 bill. Will someone from the group pass me a $5 bill?
Why, a $5 bill, Boomer? Can't you do it with a 1?
Certainly not. 5 is a magical number. 5 pennies in a nickel, 5 nickels in a quarter, and 5 quarters in a dollar and a quarter. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Thank you, Tucker. Now, watch me closely. Presto, abracadabra, zingo. And the bill has disappeared. Entirely without the use of mirrors or concealed wires. Thank you.
That's very good.
Oh, now, quiet, please. Now, with another simple twist of the wrist, I might say a slight pang of regret, I will restore the $5 bill. Presto, abracadabra, zingo. And here... Well, must have made a slip somewhere. Can't seem to bring it back.
Oh, no, you don't, Boomer. Fork over that fin.
Come, uncouth. Surely you're not accusing Horatio K. Boomer of chicanery. Have your $5 right here someplace. Now, where can I put that $5 bill? Let me look through my pockets.
That guy's so light-fingered he has to stick his hands on an anvil to get a manicure.
And they better keep an eye on the anvil, too.
Now, let me see. $5 bill, $5 bill. Where can I put that $5 bill? Ah, here it is. No, it isn't either. That's a photograph of my cousin Guernsey Boomer.
Good heavens, bow-legged, isn't he?
Not naturally, my dear, but he's been ridden out of town on a rail so often his knees have lost touch with each other. Now, let me see. Here's an advertisement for asbestos seat covers. Very handy for driving hot cars. Package of corn removers. Here, give somebody your scriptwriter. Postcard from Minnie the Moocher. Ha, the dear girl. Says she's now a facial masseuse in Texas. The little panhandler. Small bottle of mint sauce in case I want to take it on the lamb. A check for a short hair. Well, imagine that. No $5 bill. Wonder if it could have blown out the window. I'll blow out the door and see.
His new automatic phonograph that plays both sides of 12 records without stopping?
Yeah, wonderful, ain't it?
Wonderful. Why, it's almost human.
I'll say it is. Just out of curiosity, I dropped the sleeping tablet in the needle box, and it's been playing A Man in His Dream for 20 minutes.
Well, hello there, Johnny. Hello, Johnny. Quite a party, ain't it?
Yes, it certainly is, old-timer.
Hey!
He says, yes, it is. People go to parties for the same reason bald-headed guys go to burlesque shows. They at least have the illusion of letting their hair down.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, the president's secretary said to him, "Say, Mr. Roosevelt," he says, "I haven't seen you made any appointments for next week." "Nope," says Mr. Roosevelt. "I thought I'd do my Christmas shopping early." Well, I gotta go in the other room, Johnny. They're bobbing for apples, and I gotta get my girl out of there. She's a pippin'.
Well, the old creep's on a hoot, ain't he, Molly? If he was ever...
Ah, there, folks. How's everything going?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Gildersleeve.
By the way, when do we eat, Rocky?
Well, we're serving a buffet supper a little later.
Hot dog, you hear that, Molly? A buffet supper.
Oh, that's McGee's favorite kind of a meal, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
He goes around the buffet table like Seabiscuit on a fast track.
Well, that's fine, yes. Or is it? But before we have dinner, folks, we're going to have a little more fun. Mrs. Uppington's going to tell somebody's fortune. Oh, yes, they're drawing names in the other room now to see who the lucky man is. Say, it looks like you're it, McGee. Oh, this should be very amusing.
Yes. It's the first party we ever went to where McGee stuck out his hand instead of his neck.
Oh, here he is, folks.
There you are, Mr. McGee. I hope you don't mind having your fortune told.
I just know, Uppy. As the chicken says when he busted out of the egg, I guess the future is worth taking a peek at. Which hand do you want to read?
Well, that depends, Mr. McGee. Are you right or left-handed?
Well, I think he's left-handed. He reached for the lunch check with his right hand today and fumbled terribly.
Well, then give me your left hand, Mr. McGee.
Okay, here you are. Paul, meet Mrs. Uppington. Mrs. Uppington, my Paul.
How do you do? I'm very glad. Oh, my, that was a joke, wasn't it? Now wait till I put on my glasses. I didn't have them on the last time I told a man's fortune, and I was horribly embarrassed, you know.
Why, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, my dear. He had pigskin gloves on, and I told him I could see him lying on a plate with 2 fried eggs and a piece of toast.
Well, get busy, Uppy. Tell me, pretty gypsy.
Oh, very well. Now, first we come to the matter of intelligence.
Oh, we do, eh? Get a load of this, folks.
The intelligence is indicated by small mounds at the base of the fingers.
What mounds? I ain't got any mounds.
And now, this line, this is a lifeline.
Well, throw it out. I'm going down for the 3rd time.
Your lifeline tells me that... Oh, good heavens. What, Mrs. Uppington? Oh, Mrs. McGee, I regret to inform you that your husband has been dead for 12 years.
Very good, Abigail. Very good. Well, folks, we have time for a couple of more games before supper is served. Have you any suggestions?
Yes.
You know, I think it'd be fun if we turned out the lights and told ghosts.
Oh, hey, that's fine. That's a splendid idea. Everybody sit down, folks. I'll turn out the lights.
Want me to tell the first ghost story, folks?
Say, what do you know about telling ghost stories, dearie?
Who, me? Why, shucks, I've been an expert on ghost stories ever since I was a kid. Used to give myself the creeps before I could walk. I made quite a study of ghost stories. That was every time I'd walk into somebody's yard. Folks would shake their heads and look grave. Graveyard McGee, I was known as. Graveyard McGee, the gloomiest guy that ever gave goose flesh to a gay gathering with McGorry and gruesome goblin gabbling, getting guys' goats with great gobs of ghastly goings-on, galvanizing groups of gaping greenhorns with garrulous and graphic gibberish, and garnering the greatest bag of groaning ghosts from the gusty gales of the Greenland Sea to the giddy... Ow! Who's pinching me?
McGee, if you know so much about ghost stories, you go ahead and tell one.
Okay, well, I'm thinking.
Hey, I know one. Shall I tell it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it happened one night when I was driving through the swamps of Louisiana, when suddenly my engine went dead. And there I was stranded miles from nowhere, and a storm coming up. I had to find shelter somewhere, so I walked up the road to a deserted-looking, ramshackle old house. But before I could knock, the door swung slowly open. Hey, what's that?
Excuse me, folks. My foot was asleep and I was straightening out my legs. Go ahead, Johnny.
Well, as soon as my eyes got used to the darkness, I saw a ghostly, shimmering figure. I heard a hollow voice say, "Where's my head?"
Heavens, Mr. Wilcox, weren't you horribly perturbed?
Was I? My nerves were waving back and forth like windshield wipers. But I took myself in hand and I said, "I'm sorry, buddy, but I haven't got your head. Where'd you lose it?" And the ghost said, "Right in this house. I came home one day, and when I saw the kitchen floor looking so dull and dingy, streaked and worn, I flew into rage."
Oh, sure.
I lost my head and bawled my wife out something terrible. Gee, I wish I hadn't done it, because I know now what I should have done. But by that time, I had the door open again, and I ran like the dickens.
Well, what was the point of that story, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, the point is that if you're haunted by the appearance of dull, faded, hard-to-clean linoleum floors, just try Johnson's Glow Coat. The no-rubbing, no-buffing floor polish that's so easy to use and keeps linoleum looking new indefinitely. And not only that...
Okay. You've pulled the plug. Now get out of the tub. Turn the lights on, somebody.
Just a moment, folks. I think supper's ready, so if you want to step into the dining room.
Well, come on, McGee. What are you waiting for?
You go ahead, Molly. I'll be in later. I got something I want to do. A kind of Halloween gag. Don't say anything to anybody now. I'll be back in a little while.
This concludes.
Boy, it's so dark out here. I'd like to see Gildersleeve's face tomorrow when he looks in his garage.
Oh!
Hey, get away from me! Who's there? Who's that?
Yeah, that's you, didn't I?
Oh, hey, little girl. It's so dark out here, I didn't see you. What you doing? I says, what you doing?
Playing Halloween.
Oh.
Gee, have I been having the fun, too. Skipping over garbage cans and soap and windows and scaring people and everything.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah.
Well, this is night for it, sis. Incidentally, you know the difference between a ghost and a sailor with a sprained ankle?
No.
Well, one's a hobgoblin and the other's a gobhoblin. I says one is a hobgoblin. Oh, never mind. You run along and have your fun, sis. I got some private business to attend to.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Never you mind now.
I bet you're gonna ring somebody's doorbell, I bet you.
Oh, no, I ain't.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I ain't.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no. Listen, sis. You run along and have your fun, and I'll go and have mine.
Oh, why don't you let me go with you? Please, I want you,
That's better because I can't let... Don't talk so loud, sis. Now, listen, you know whose garage this is?
Yes. It's Mr. Gildersleeve, I bet you.
That's right, and I'm Mr. McGee. I live right next door here.
Yes.
I'm going to play a Halloween trick on Mr. Gildersleeve. We don't want him to hear. Now, look, I'm going to sneak into Gildersleeve's garage and let all the air out of his tires. Will that be a panic or what?
Will it?
Why, sure it will. Boy, when old Gildersleeve comes out in the morning and... Quiet, now, don't make so much noise.
Gee, you're making all the noise, I bet you.
Well, come on now. If you want to be in on this, help me push this garage door open.
Gee, always having a fun.
I wish it wasn't so dark in here, but I don't dare strike a light. Now, look, sis. You let the air out of the tires on that side, and I'll do the same on this side. Do you know how to let the air out?
Sure. Oh, you're out of 5 cars already tonight, I bet you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's it.
Gee, isn't this a dandy idea, mister?
I thought it was pretty good myself, sis. But don't you ever tell him.
Hey, mister, the car's just out on this side.
Okay, same here now, sis. Now, remember, this is a secret between you and me.
Yeah.
I got to get back to the party now.
Okay. You know any more riddles, mister?
Huh? No, I don't know any more riddles.
I do.
Huh?
What's the difference between a peanut butter sandwich and a policeman?
Peanut butter sandwich and a policeman. I'm sorry, sis. I'm afraid I don't know the difference between a peanut butter sandwich and a policeman.
Anna?
Yeah?
Oh, I guess that's your tough luck then, mister, because here comes the policeman now.
Hey,
Come on, mister.
what? Hey, let me out of here.
Folks, Donald Novus sings With a Song in My Heart.
With a song in my heart, I behold your adorable face. Just a song at the start, but it soon is a hymn to your grace. When the music swells, I am touching your hand. It tells that you're standing near. And at the sound of your voice, heaven opens its portals to me. Can I help but rejoice that a song such as ours came to be? But I always knew I would live life through with a song in my heart for you.
you folks have to leave so early, but I'm mighty glad you could come over.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, it's been a simply marvelous party.
Ah, you bet you, Throcky, old man. You sure know how to throw a party.
Oh, it was lovely. Say good night to Mrs. Gildersleeve for me.
Yeah, me too, Gildersleeve. She's a wonderful cook, that wife of yours. Tell her how we had a terrific time tonight.
I certainly will. I'm sorry she was so busy in the kitchen she couldn't meet any of you folks. But you must come over again sometime.
Oh, could I have my chauffeur drop you somewhere, Mrs. McGee? Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Uppington. We just live next door. Well, good night. We've had a wonderful time, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night.
Yeah, good night, Gildersleeve.
Good night, Mrs. McGee. Good night, Fibber.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Boy, what a lousy party.
Heavenly days. Whoever told them they knew how to entertain?
Yeah. Old Gildersleeve and his expensive cigars. Look at him. Dry as a bone. All 10 of them.
Well, I'm going right up to bed, dearie. I'm tired.
Yeah, well, I'm coming up, too.
Oh, my goodness, I hope I don't have bad dreams from that terrible food. Did you taste those hors d'oeuvres, Miggy?
Oh, they didn't look tempting to me. Carmen. Imagine that. Imagine old Lady Uppington trying to tell fortunes. I think I'll get her a crystal 8-ball for Christmas.
Now, don't put your shoes there on the floor, right where somebody will stumble over them.
Oh, well, they're on my side of the bed. I'll be the one to stumble over them.
Hand me my cold cream, dearie.
Okay.
Thanks. Did you notice the cheap towels in the bathroom? They were like limp sandpaper.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you scare me with all that cold cream on your face, Molly. Why didn't you wear that mask to the party? Imagine them old fogies playing post office at their age. There ain't one of them with sufficient postage. What time will I set the clock for?
Oh, not too early, dearie. I'll want to sleep a while in the morning.
Yeah, me too, after a night like that.
That ghost story of Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah.
I'll bet the sponsor haunts him.
The way those people ate. You see the old timer? He was chasing the ham around like an actor's agent. Hey, this underwear don't fit as good as it did a few years ago, Molly.
It doesn't?
Getting a little snug around the ankles. Where's my pajamas? Oh, here they are.
Hang up your pants.
Oh, I'll hang them up in the morning. Oh, baby, does this bed feel good to Papa? Oh, say, remind me to tell you sometime about the trick I pulled on Gildersleeve tonight, Molly. It was a peach. What a party that was. Oh, good night, Molly.
Good night, dearie. Oh, I wonder who that is at this time of night. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, yes. Oh, well, that was real thoughtful of you. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, we had a simply wonderful time. Yes. Good night. McGee, that was Mr. Gildersleeve.
What'd that stuffed shirt want?
Well, he really did you a favor. He said he forgot to tell you while you were over there.
Forgot to tell you what?
Well, his car was downtown being repaired, and he saw ours standing in the alley, and he was afraid the Halloween pretzels would hurt it, so he put it in his own garage.
That was nice of him. Maybe he ain't such a bad... What?
I let the air out of my own car.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Look down at your floors for a moment. Is there anything in your entire home that gets such hard wear? No wonder they need wax protection. No floor finish like a varnish, shellac, or paint can stand up forever against the constant attack of scuffing and scraping shoes and sharp heels. These finishes themselves need the protection of a tough material that can be quickly and easily renewed. And that material is Johnson's Wax. Certain floor areas, such as halls and around doorways, get more wear than others. With Johnson's Wax, these traffic areas can be touched up and re-waxed without waxing the entire floor. In addition to providing this money-saving protection, Johnson's Wax gives you rich, mellow, beautiful floors that add charm to your entire home. With every application, this beauty increases, while your housework decreases, because waxed floors never need scrubbing, and they're easiest of all floors to keep clean. Ask your dealer for genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, in the familiar red and yellow package.
We didn't really feel that way about Gildersleeve's party. We just wanted to give you an idea of what we think happens after one of our parties. Incidentally, Molly, there's one game we can play over there tonight.
What was that, dearie?
Pin the tail on the elephant.
You mean on the donkey?
Oh, no, Gildersleeve's a Republican.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
Heard on the program tonight were Are You Having Any Fun from George White's Scandals and Ding Dong the Witch is Dead from The Wizard of Oz. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the BBC Light Program and the British Forces Network in Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, Life with the Lions. Once again, we'd like you to meet the Lion family.
I'm Richard Lion.
I'm Barbara Lion.
I'm Dandy Lion.
And I'm Bibi Daniels Lion.
And here they are in Ben Bluebeard.
Oh, Barbara, Richard, Ben, come on down to breakfast. It's getting cold.
We're coming.
Hey, Ma, do you know where my other sock is?
Yes.
Where?
Just where you left it last night.
Oh, Bibi. Bibi, there's no hot water again.
I know, honey. Mr. Wimple is coming over to fix it. Now sit down and eat your breakfast.
All right. Boy, am I hungry.
I cooked it all myself.
Boy, was I hungry.
What?
No, nothing, dear, nothing.
Mother, I had to take a cold bath. There still isn't a drop of hot water. I know. Sit down and have some hot milk.
Hot milk? You better drink some of that for that cold of yours.
I got a frog in my throat.
Well, keep quiet and let the frog talk, huh?
Hi, family. Sorry I'm late, but I've been upstairs taking a hot bath. What's the matter? Did I shock everybody?
In a way. You see, there hasn't been any hot water since yesterday.
There hasn't? No wonder I dried so quickly.
Richard, I wish you'd be more truthful.
Sorry, Pop.
Why are you limping, Richard?
I don't know. I must have hurt my foot when I went on that errand for you yesterday, Pop. I can hardly walk.
Well, here, let me see. Take your shoe off.
Okay, but I bet I won't be able to go to school tomorrow. Lucky if I'll be able to go all week.
Hey, what's this in the toe of your shoe? A sock.
Oh.
Well, who put that in there?
Yeah, I wonder.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello?
Who's that?
Mrs. Ben Lyon.
Well, what a coincidence. That's my name, too.
No, you don't understand. I have a problem, and I want you to help me with it.
Well, I'd like to, but I'm not very good at arithmetic.
No, I need your help.
Oh, I couldn't very well spare Aggie. She does all the cooking and everything.
No, I don't want your cook. It's your husband.
Oh. Well, I don't know. I've never loaned him to anybody before.
Maybe I'd better pop in and see you this afternoon. Then I can explain everything. You see, I'm the mayoress.
Oh, the mayoress. Oh, yes, do come over.
Thank you. I'll be there at 4. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. Oh.
Hey, what was that all about, Bibi?
Oh, it's the mayoress. She's coming over. I must go up and dress correctly for the occasion. I guess I'll have to wear a robe like she does and a chain, huh?
No, you don't have to get dressed up like that, Ma.
Oh, Richard, how would you know? Ben, where can I find a big chain?
Big chain? Well, why don't you take the one off the...
Ben!
What? I was going to say off the bathtub. You thought I was going to say...
Oh, Ben, stop it. Never mind now. Barbara, call up Florrie and tell her the good news, and I'll go upstairs and dress. Florrie, come on in.
Has the mayoress arrived yet, Phoebe?
No, and Ben wouldn't wait. He's gone golfing.
Oh, isn't that just like a man?
Yes.
Richard, hurry up.
Keep your shirt on. I'll be there in a minute.
Honestly, Mother, he has no conception of time, and he's too stingy to buy a watch. Why, do you know, Mrs. Wainwright, he tells the time by the sun?
Oh, by the sun?
Oh, Barbara, stop exaggerating.
It's true, Mother. Richard, hurry up.
I'm coming. Sorry I'm late, but these cloudy days throw me off.
You see? Where are you kids going?
I'm going as far as Sally's with Richard, and then I'm going to meet Humphrey Crabapple.
Oh, is he the latest?
Yes, and he's so wonderful, Mrs. Wainwright. He's brilliant. He produces plays at the Higher Arts Theater.
How long have you known him, honey?
5 days, 7 hours, and 16 minutes.
Give her the money, Barney.
You be quiet.
He's got longer hair than you, Ma. He sure needs a haircut.
That's because he's a genius.
A genius? Who supports him?
I'd be angry if you weren't so completely ignorant. Mother, you'll love Humphrey. He's so different. He's a realist.
He is?
Uh-huh. He doesn't see life as we do. His outlook on everything is gray, blurred, as if a fringe was cutting off his vision.
That's what I said. He needs a haircut.
Oh, Richard, stop that.
Thanks, Mother.
Some funny-looking boys are very nice. Now run along, you two.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wainwright.
So long, Ma.
Well, how do I look, Florrie?
Wonderful. But why the dressing gown and the chain?
Oh, it's all my idea. I don't want the mayoress to think that I don't know the proper thing to wear. Oh, dear, that must be the mayoress now.
I'll answer it.
Oh, wait a minute, Florrie. Should we curtsy or kiss her on both cheeks?
No, just stand at attention and face the east. Oh. Good afternoon. Mrs. Lyon?
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Honor, Your Excellency, or should I call you Grace?
No, I'm Maud, the mayoress of Marblotch.
Oh, well. Come into the garden, Maud. This is my best friend, Florrie Wainwright.
It's a great pleasure. Won't you sit down? Thank you.
Before we have our little tea today, may I offer you a cup of tea?
No sugar.
Okay, honey.
Mrs. Lyon, I'll get right to the point. I came to see you about a very important matter, a personal matter.
Well, if it's personal, maybe I'd better leave the room.
Phoebe, let the mayoress finish. Is Mr. Lyon at home?
No.
Oh, what a pity. I've admired him for so many years.
Does your husband know?
Oh, yes. It was the mayor himself who suggested that I come over today and try to catch your husband.
Well, you're just 20 years too late.
You don't understand. I just want your husband to play.
Oh, you do you?
You're not following me.
I will if you start playing with my husband.
Mrs. Lyon, please. The mayor and I want to put on a play to raise money for the youth club.
Oh, a play.
Yes. When the mayor mentioned it to me, I thought of your husband first.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes. Why, you know, when I was a little girl, my father used to take me to see Mr. Lyon act in Uncle Tom's Cabin.
He must have made quite an impression on you.
Yes, he did. Oh, I'll always remember him in the famous scene between Uncle Tom and little Eva.
You're right. Ben was a terrific little Eva.
Now, do you think your husband would do the play for us?
Well, he's a very busy man. But he'll do it.
Oh, good. Now, what sort of play do you think we should put on?
Well, how about the Arabian legend of Bluebeard and his 7 wives? That'll give us all a chance to act.
Oh, yes, that's a wonderful idea.
Yes, splendid. And Mr. Lion will make such a wonderful Bluebeard. Well, I must fly home and tell the mayor the good news and pick up some copies of the play for you.
Oh, fine, and we'll get the cast all together and start rehearsing right away.
Hi, Ma.
We're back. Have a good time?
Yes, Sally and I went to see Charlie Chaplin. It was a screen.
Did Sally like it?
I don't know. She didn't have enough money for both of us to get in.
Oh, Richard, you shouldn't have done that.
I know. It was awfully lonesome sitting up there on the balcony all by myself.
Humphrey took me to the Chamber of Horrors, Mother.
The Chamber of Horrors?
Yeah, he practically lives down there. He's producing a new play, and he wants to get the right atmosphere.
Oh, he's a producer. Maybe he'd like to produce our play. The mayoress has asked us to do a charity performance of Bluebeard.
Bluebeard?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
It's the 5 o'clock shadow. Haven't you heard?
Oh, no. It's about an Arabian prince who murders all his wives. Your father will be perfect.
Oh, hello, kid.
Hi, Daddy.
Well, honey, how'd you make out with the mayoress?
Oh, just wonderful. She wants us to put on a play for her.
She wants you to play the lead in it, Daddy.
Well, that's very flattering.
Barbara, will you go over to the mayoress's house and pick up the copies of the play? And Richard, you go upstairs and get cleaned up.
Cleaned up? Get cleaned up. That's one of the things I like doing the least.
Come on, Richard.
Okay, lady of the bath.
Say, BB, what's this play they want me to do?
Well, it's called Bluebeard.
Oh, you mean the story about the Frenchman?
No, this is about an Arabian prince.
Oh, I don't know that one. What sort of a role is it?
Oh, you play a lady killer.
Oh, the ladies really go for me, huh?
Yeah, you really slay 'em.
Well, I don't want to boast, but that's the type of part I can really handle.
I know. You do something to women. You have that masculine appeal.
You mean that thing they call animal attraction?
Yeah, you're really the type that attracts animals, too.
I wonder why all those cats follow me to work every morning.
Now, the character you're going to play has a blue beard, so you better start growing one this afternoon.
A beard?
Yeah. You can soak your chin in ink every night. Yeah, so that by the time you do the play, you'll have a real blue beard.
Oh, we'll do nothing of the sort. I'll hire a beard.
Oh, all right, dear. Go in the den and take a nap, and as soon as I get the play, I'll call you.
Hi, sis. What's amiss?
Nothing, and I'll thank you not to use those silly phrases when Humphrey Crabapple gets here.
Why? Hasn't he got a sense of humor?
Yes, but he keeps it under control. He says all comedy is base and superficial.
Sounds like a happy little jerk.
No, you don't understand, Richard. Humphrey feels everything so deeply. He thinks the only vital emotions are the sad ones. So please don't laugh in front of him. Oh, that's Humphrey. Come in. Hello, Humphrey.
Barbara, my dear, it's depressing to see you looking so lovely.
Depressing? Don't you talk to my sister like that.
Richard, that's a compliment. Humphrey, you've met my brother.
Yes, good afternoon.
What's good about it?
Well, aren't you the little ray of sunshine?
I'm not happy, if that's what you mean. I'm too intelligent.
He doesn't understand, Humphrey, but I do. I'd rather be miserable with you than happy with anyone else.
I'm grateful, Barbara. You see, Richard, I'm just a bundle of paradoxes, an incarnate manifestation of the law of the attraction of opposites.
In other words, you're a mess.
Oh, Richard, how could you?
But he's right, in his own inarticulate way. The other me is always breaking out. It's terrible.
Is it?
Yes. Only yesterday, for one mad moment, I lost control and made a joke. It was all over in a flash. Oh, but I hated myself for it afterwards.
Poor Humphrey.
No, I deserve no pity. We should all suffer more. You too, Richard.
What would you suggest?
Well, you could think of the bitter disillusionment of the lonely rich man surrounded by nothing but money.
That would make me suffer?
Yes. Because then you would taste the pangs of frustration that money brings.
Barbara, does he know who he's talking to?
Don't waste your breath on him, Humphrey. Sit here and talk to me.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that the youth of today is so happy.
Look, Humphrey, Skippy's rubbing himself up against you. He likes you. He seldom does that.
Well, I wish he wouldn't. I'm ticklish. You know, Barbara, life is a serious matter. Stop it, Skippy. Life is a terrible responsibility. We'll someone please take that cat away?
Come over here, Skippy, and stop purring. Humphrey doesn't like a happy puss.
I hope you didn't mind my asking you to produce the play for Mother and Daddy.
Oh, not at all. Bluebeard is such a beautiful play. All the characters are so miserable.
What's the play about, if I'm not too allegorical?
It's one of the legends of Baghdad, and it tells the story of an Arabian prince who was the most miserable, unhappy fiend that ever lived. There goes that cat. Take him away. As I was saying, murdered 7 of his wives. Will someone please take that cat away?
Come here, Skippy. Why was Bluebeard so unhappy?
Because he was the ugliest man in the world. So ugly, in fact, that when women saw him, they ran screaming into their tents and hid. Your father will be perfect for the part. He won't have to use any makeup.
Humphrey Crabapple! How dare you speak like that about my father?
But Barbara...
Don't you bother me. My father's handsome. Why, he's got more good looks. He's got more good looks in his little finger than you have in your whole conceited, miserable, unfunny body.
But I only
Leave
said...
this house and don't you dare come back ever.
I refuse to leave.
Oh, you do, eh? Barbara, stand back.
What are you going to do, Richard? Beat him up?
No, I'm going to set Skippy on him. Get him, Skippy.
Keep that cat away. Keep it away, I'm going.
Oh, Richard, you were wonderful.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I was just brilliant.
Baby, I've decided to... Hey, what are you doing with my electric razor?
I'm putting it away until after you do the play.
Oh, I told you I'm not going to grow a beard. Furthermore, I'm not going to do the play.
You're not going to do the play?
That's what I said. I've been reading it, and I don't like the part. The man's crazy.
Oh, but you're such a good actor. You could do it beautifully.
No, baby, I couldn't feel the part. I'd spoil the whole show. I wouldn't know how to act as a madman. I wouldn't be convincing. Look, you call up the mayoress and tell her. If you want me to speak to her, I'll be in the den.
Oh, Mother, I heard what Daddy said. What are we going to do?
Oh, give me time. I'll think of something. I've got it. I'll convince your father that he's a little crazy, then he'll realize he's just perfect for the part.
Yeah, but how will you do it?
Oh, don't worry. When I finish with him, he'll think he's as nutty as a fruitcake. Oh, Barbara, if I need your help, just fall in with whatever I say, will you?
Okay, Mother.
I'm going in the den. Oh, Ben.
Yes, honey?
Ivy wants to ask you something.
Okay, send her in.
Send her in? She's standing right beside me.
She's standing right beside you. Phoebe, what are you talking...
Ben, quiet, please. Aggie's talking. Well, why don't you answer her?
Because she isn't here.
Because she isn't here? Oh, Ben, your mind is beginning to go. Aggie, you better tell me what you want to know, and I'll ask Mr. Lyon.
Phoebe, what are you trying to...
Quiet, Ben. Aggie's talking to me. Yes, Aggie. Oh, I see. Yes, all right. I'll ask him. Aggie wants to know if you'll be home for dinner.
Now, see here, you two. I mean, Phoebe. That's enough!
Ben, don't get violent. What, Aggie? No, he's not dangerous, no. Oh, you think you'll go and cook dinner? All right. Wait, I'll open the door for you. Oh, Barbara.
Yes, Mother?
Will you walk out to the kitchen with Aggie and help her with the dinner? I want to talk to your father.
Yes, Mother. I understand.
Come along, Aggie.
Phoebe, what's this all about?
Oh, what?
This crazy business talking to Aggie.
Who was talking to Aggie?
You were.
When?
Just a moment ago.
Did you see her or hear her?
No, but I...
Oh, Ben, your mind is beginning to go. Yes. Just like Bluebeard.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, it isn't silly. It's true. Why, you can't even remember anything anymore.
What do you mean I can't remember things?
Well, what'd you have for breakfast last week?
What day?
You see, you can't even remember the day.
Phoebe, will you stop this nonsense?
I can't. I'm worried about you. Maybe I'd better test your mental equilibrium. Now, just be calm.
I am calm.
Then, all right. Let's play a little game called What's Your Name? Then I can tell. Now, try to answer the questions as I ask.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You lived in Rome 2,000 years ago, and you married Cleopatra. Who are you?
Look, Phoebe.
Who are you?
I'm Julius Caesar.
Then, your mind is beginning to go.
But I don't know why you're doing all this, because I'm not falling for it. I'm completely sane, and you know it.
But you just said you were Julius Caesar, and from Caesar to Beaver is just a short step.
Beaver?
Yeah, Bluebeard.
Oh, so that's it. Phoebe, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I know. I'm a bad, bad wife. Thrash me with your eyelashes. But, Ben, please do the play.
All right, honey. If it means so much to you, I'll do it.
Oh, you are a darling. I'll start getting the cast together right away. Girls, isn't this play the most exciting idea? I think so, too. Now, here's a script for everybody. Flora, you play Anne, the sister.
Oh, fine.
And Barbara, you play Fatima's mother.
Fine.
I play the first wife, and Aggie, you play the eighth wife.
Oh, good. The eighth wife's the best part in the play.
It is.
Aye, she's the heroine. Just listen to this. I know I must die, but I won't give up. I must stay to the end.
Why didn't I take that part?
Even if this is the end of me, I can't give up. Oh, if only my brothers would rescue me. I'll fight to the finish. I will.
All right, Aggie, so you'll fight. Stop acting so much.
That's another mark.
Next time I'll read the play before I decide what part I'm going to play. Funny I haven't any lines.
But, Mother, that's because you're dead before the curtain goes up.
What?
Yes. All the first 7 wives are dead.
Phoebe, why don't we have an audition for the heroine?
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. Who wants to be first?
Oh, I do.
Now, please, girls, please. We'll have to settle this somehow. I know. Let the oldest one go first. Well, then let's all read the big scene together, and whoever does it the best gets the part, huh? Now, wait a minute. All together, girls, huh? All together. I know I must die, but I won't give up. I must stay to the end. Even if it's the end, I can't give up.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Ben, stop making so much noise. How can we rehearse if you keep yelling like that? Now, let's all try the sob scene, girls.
Oh, Phoebe, you won.
Oh, really? Oh, good. Then come on now and rehearse the big scene with me.
All
huh?
right, give me the script, Barbara. Oh, Richard, open the door, will you?
Okay, Pop. I'm coming. Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Wimple. Come right in.
Hello, Richard. Mr. Earl at home?
Yes, he's in the den, but he's busy right now. Can you wait?
Yes, he was pretty upset about Mrs. Earl wrecking the car again, so I thought I'd come over and pour a little water on the troubled oil.
Well, you and Mrs. Wimple sit down, and I'll go out and get some tea.
Thanks, Richard.
Nice boy.
Oh, do stop being so talkative.
Oh, you lied to me, but I found out.
Have mercy on me.
Why should I? You would only do it again? Now go and stay in that room.
Oh, mercy, mercy. Do not lock me in that room. Forgive me.
Blimey, I didn't think he'd go as far as that. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the car.
I told you not to do it, but you disobeyed me. Now then, prepare for your death.
Oh, no.
Oh, give me time. If I must die, let me say my prayers.
I must stop this.
I will sharpen my sword and try the edge. Put down your head.
Bedlam!
Oh, hello, Wimple. Hello, Henrietta. How long have you been sitting out here?
You've done her in, haven't you? I heard you. You're no good, Benline. I'm going to get the police.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. You and your innocent face. I never would have believed it. Poor Mrs. L, a nice woman she was. And now I'll never see her again.
If only my 17 brothers were here.
How many?
They're on their way. I can see their camels. They had many soldiers with them, too.
Then raise your portcullis and let down your drawbridges.
Let down their... Hey!
Relax, Wimple. Relax. We're rehearsing our new play, Bluebeard's 7 Wives.
Play? Oh, I'm a proper twerp, aren't I?
Come in. Oh, hello, little boy.
Here, I heard a lot of screaming. Are you having any trouble, old gentleman?
Answer him, Wimple.
He's speaking to you, Mr. L.
To me?
Yes, I was speaking to you, old gentleman.
Oh, you were you?
Yes. Is someone trying to bump you off?
No, I'm the one that's doing the bumping off.
You?
Yes. He's planning a few murders.
He is?
Yeah, now run along, and if you hear any more screams, pay no attention to it. Oh, Wimple, look, they've got a part for you in the play. Do you think you can handle it?
Sure. I worked backstage once in the Flying Valley of Faust. You know, where Faust flies on the stage. Well, I worked the ropes.
Oh, did you like it?
Yes, every night I raised the devil. I made it funny.
Yes, Mr. Wimple.
I didn't ask you to butt in.
Now, come on, Wimple. Come in the next room and get your part.
Okie doke. But if I steal the show, it's your own fault. Henrietta?
Yes, Mr. Wimple.
Jump. That's right, now come along.
Now, Henrietta, you play Bluebeard's seventh wife, and Mr. Wimple, you play Bluebeard's bodyguard.
Now, I don't like to play a part like that. It's not dignified enough.
Well, we'll let you wear a monocle.
Now, look, if you're going to make fun, I'm going home.
Oh, stop acting childish, Wimple. Here's your part. Now, come on and read it.
Okie doke. Well, Fatima, back so soon to be read calmly and with a minimum of amazement.
No, Wimple, you're wrong. Don't read the directions. Just read the large print.
Large print. Oh, I see. Yes. I think I will go and scrub Fatima. She is waiting for me.
Hey, give me that script. No, don't you see? The line is, I think I will go and scrub. Full stop. Fatima is waiting for me.
Oh.
Besides, you're reading the wrong part. Your name is Abdullah, and you only have one word to say. When Fatima says, I will get the key, and goes out, you stick your head out of a trunk and say, hey! But Bluebeard doesn't see you, and he walks away.
Oh, I see. I just stick my head out of a trunk and say, hey there!
No, just hey.
Oh.
Now we'll try it. I'm back, my love. Where's the key?
I will get the key.
Wimple.
I forgot my knife. Isn't that awful?
It certainly is.
I'm sorry, Mr. L, but thinking of my line and sticking my head out of the trunk at the same time is pretty hard. Apart from that, hey is a kind of hard word to remember, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but just think of what a horse eats. Now, let's try it again. I am back, my love. Where is the key?
I will get the key.
Oats.
Wimple, what's the matter with you?
Hey?
Yes! That's the word. Now go on from there. What are you doing?
It says scream.
It says scram. Now, who's that? Well, I'll answer it. Get all the props together, girls, and we'll have a real rehearsal with all the things we're going to use in the play.
All right, then.
I'm coming.
Hello, gentlemen.
Now what do you want?
Did you murder all them women like you say?
Yes, all 7 of them.
Oh.
I cut their little throats with a nice sharp knife, and I hung them up on pegs. Now get out of here before I do the same with you.
See what I told you, Bob?
Well, I never would have believed my child if I hadn't heard you say that with my own ears.
Oh, surely you don't think... Well, you're not serious about this. I was only joking. Do I look like a murderer?
Yes, you don't know.
Just to think my dad's been sweeping George Shipley for years and I thought he was a nobody. And now you turn out to be more important than Charlie Peace.
Now, look, you get out of here before I...
Keep your hands off my child, you fiend.
This is absurd. I'm perfectly innocent.
Ben, I thought you could use this long knife to kill Florrie.
Phoebe.
Yeah, and don't bother now, because I must hurry and fix the death chamber.
Oh, you horrible creature. I'm going to call the police.
Look, lady, I can explain all this.
Well, go on, then.
Barbara.
Yes, Daddy?
Will you please tell this lady what I'm doing?
Oh, I'd be glad to, Daddy. He's murdered 7 of his wives, and he's after the 8th one.
Oh! And the poor victims. Where did he bury them?
Oh, he doesn't bury them. He hangs them up on pegs in the hall cupboard.
In the whole cupboard?
Yes.
You beast, you fiend.
I've had enough. Henrietta, come here.
Yes, Mr. Lyon?
Here's the victim my daughter was talking about. Does she look dead?
She certainly does. The poor soul.
Mr. Lyon, will you hurry up with the rehearsal?
Rehearsal?
Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We're rehearsing Bluebeard's 7 Wives.
Oh, you're play acting.
Yes, we're play acting.
Oh, Mavis is sorry. Just wait till I get my hands on my kid. Listen here, Egbert. Wait till I get you out.
Well, the nerve of her thinking you were a murderer. Why, murderers are weird-looking characters with weak features and sunken eyes, while you...
Phoebe, will you stop looking at me like that? Well, Richard, how did you like the show?
You were swell, Pop, but it was too bad about your beard.
Oh, it's my own fault. I shouldn't have smoked that cigar. Barbara, how did your boyfriend, Humphrey Crabapple, like my performance?
Oh, he thought you were wonderful, Daddy. He said he'd never suffered so much in all his life.
Oh, Bibi, how did the Maris like my performance?
Oh, don't mention her name. She was very uncomplimentary. She said it was the worst thing she'd ever seen.
Oh, she did she?
Yeah, but don't pay any attention to her. She has no mind of her own. She just repeats what everybody else says.
Thanks, honey.
That was Life for the Lions with Bibi Daniels and Ben Lyon and their children, Barbara and Richard. Also in this recording were Doris Rogers, Molly Weir, Ian Sadler, David Enders, Horace Percival, Gwen Lewis, and Dorothy Summers. The script was written by Bibi Daniels, Bob Block, and Bill Harding. The dance orchestra was conducted by Stanley Black, with incidental music by Arthur Wilson. Production by Tom Rodman.
That was a repeat of yesterday's broadcast in the Light program.
The Penny Singleton Show. On stage tonight from Hollywood, The Penny Singleton Show.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Penny Singleton. I want to welcome you to our first show. In our story, I am Mrs. Penny Williamson. I live in a small city called Middleton. There's nothing very special about it. It's just a nice place to live, I guess. It's a quiet city, and I live on a quiet street in a not-so-quiet house. I say not so quiet because that's one of the reasons. There's another reason. She's younger. Uh-oh, the door. Would you excuse me just one moment?
Can you come upstairs?
Oh, dear. Margaret, would you...
I'll answer it, Mrs. Williamson.
Margaret! Thank you, Margaret. I'm coming, Dee.
Oh, you're trying to get breakfast and you got to answer the door. Yes?
Good morning. Are you the lady of the house?
I'm the cook, but I'm also a lady.
I'm sure.
I'm positive.
My name is Mr. Pringle. I'm with the Trotter Poll, and we're making a survey to determine who is the American family's favorite American.
The Lone Ranger.
I'd like to have some facts about the family. What is the lady's name, please?
Mrs. Penny Williamson.
Penny?
1/10 of a dime.
Oh, Penny. And Mr. Williamson?
There's no Mr. Williamson. The war.
Oh, children?
2. Deji, she's going on 13, and Sue, she's 8.
Is that all?
That's enough. Now, if you'll please excuse...
Is Mrs. Williamson employed?
Real estate. Williamson and Wiggins. Although Mr. Wiggins likes to think of it as Wiggins and Williamson. Now, if you'll please...
Could I see Mrs. Williamson?
I'm sorry, but she's late and she's got her hands full. I think it's toads today.
Toads?
Toads.
But, Mother, Sue's got another box in our bedroom. There's something inside of it. I could hear it scratching all night. If it's toads again, I'll die. I'll go stark raving mad.
DG, I told you it can't be toads. I banned toads last week. Sue, come out here.
I want you to know that I'm at the end of my rope, Mother. I just can't go on sleeping in a zoo.
Now, DG. Oh, here you are, Sue.
Mother, it got out. Gigi, did you let my lizard out of the box?
Oh, lizards? The one day of the year when I have to look my absolute best. I spend a sleepless night with lizards.
DG, go take your shower.
I may drown myself.
Sue, what did I tell you the other day?
Which day?
Thursday.
On Thursday, you told me a lady always washes the bathtub after using it.
Friday, then.
On Friday, you told me a lady would never say, I'd like to kick Freddie Nagel's teeth out.
Then it was Saturday. I told you about keeping things in your room. Now, what did I say?
On Saturday, you told me I couldn't keep toads, snakes, or spiders in my room anymore.
Well?
You never mentioned lizards once.
All right. I'm mentioning lizards now, and to be on the safe side, I might as well include elephants, lions, tigers, bears.
How about giraffes?
Giraffes.
Mrs. Williamson, breakfast is ready.
Right away, Margaret. Come on, Sue. Hurry up, DG. Oh, Sue, don't gulp your orange juice. Sip it. Enjoy it.
What if a person enjoys gulping it?
Well...
I know. A lady doesn't gulp her orange juice.
That's right.
Boy, a lady sure doesn't have much fun out of life.
Any mail for me, Mother?
Yes. I thought you told me you stopped answering advertisements.
Well, I did, but some of the returns are still coming in.
She had her fingers crossed, Mother.
DG?
Mother, when I made my promise, I already had one letter written, and I mailed just that one.
Pass the cow juice, please.
Sue!
Milk.
Here. Mother?
Yes?
Do you think I look a little like Greer Garson?
Only when you're about to sneeze.
Oh, see who it is, DG, while I talk to Margaret.
All right, Mother.
Margaret, when you're doing Sue's bedroom today, be careful where you put your feet.
Why?
There's a lizard in there.
I quit.
Oh, Margaret.
Mother, I can see who it is from the window. Mrs. Duncan.
Oh, dear. Margaret, I'll make Sue find the lizard before she goes to school. Let her in, DG. And Sue, when Mrs. Duncan is here, don't you dare mention any of the family problems or troubles. You know what Mrs. Duncan is.
Yeah, the FBI of Middleton.
We're in the dining room, Mrs. Duncan. Oh, Penny, darling, forgive me for barging in like this. I just wanted to borrow a cup of flour.
Hello, Ida. Like some coffee?
Why, thank you.
I won't be stepping a foot out of the kitchen until you...
Sue, will you go to your room now and take care of that little matter Margaret is talking about?
Oh, what little matter? Is there something wrong? Are you in trouble?
Just a lizard on the loose. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Mice I consider in the line of duty, but lizards,
All
no.
right, Margaret.
Remember, not a foot out of the kitchen.
My, she sounds so disgruntled. Almost as if she hadn't been paid lately.
She has, Ida.
Well, no, she hasn't, Mother. The check you gave her bounced.
What? Penny, you need money.
Oh, no, Ida, no. I must have forgotten to transfer some from the savings account. Sugar?
Oh, thank you, dear, but I never use it.
You should.
Oh, really, Penny? I don't see how you manage as well as you do. Not that it isn't beginning to show a little. The strain, I mean. You do look tired.
I don't feel tired.
Well, I suppose a pretty widow like yourself does go out a great deal, and there's no getting away from it. Late hours will tell on a person.
I really wouldn't know, Ida.
Oh, my dear.
All right, I confess everything. I've been leading a wild, mad life. That last church bingo party was a killer.
The one Judge Grundle took you to?
Yes.
When are you planning to marry him?
Oh, Ida, I'm not planning anything.
Well, if you do, I dread to think of how Mr. Wiggins will take it.
I have no plans about Judge Grundle or Mr. Wiggins. After all, I've got 2 children already.
Oh, and why on earth should you have plans, my dear? Neither one of them holds a candle to that handsome, distinguished-looking gentleman who called on you yesterday. I just happened to be looking out of my window and I saw DG let him come in.
You can't see our front door from your window.
No, I ran outside. I walked out front to rake the leaves.
Well, I'm sure I don't know. DG, Who was here yesterday?
Yes, tell your mother, dear.
Well, I wasn't keeping any...
Just a second, DG. Well, Ida, if you've finished your coffee, I'll get that
I'll
flour.
have another cup.
Oh.
Mother, I wasn't keeping anything from you. I was just going to surprise you. Mr. Clark was the reason I wanted to look beautiful today.
Mr. Clark?
That's Judge Grundle. I saw his car drive up.
Oh, I'll let him in.
My, he certainly calls on you early.
He's driving me to work. My car's in the garage.
Oh, what devotion. We must keep this Mr. Clark a deep secret from him.
Oh, really, Ida? There's no...
Good morning, Penny, my dear.
Hello, Judge.
Morning, Ida.
Good morning, Judge Clark. Oh, I mean Judge Grundle. How gauche of me. I was thinking of another of Penny's friends.
Judge Clark? Who's Judge Clark?
Oh, it isn't Judge Clark. It's a Mr. Clark, and I don't even know him. DG, who is Mr. Clark?
Well, he's a famous artist, Mother, and he's going to paint my portrait. He usually charges $150, but he's positive...
$150?
He's positive mine won't cost a thing, because he's positive the Child and Family magazine will buy it for a cover.
DG.
It was the last advertisement I answered, Mother.
I'll tell you right now, Mr. Clark is not going to paint your portrait. Where is he?
Well, he's staying at the Grandview Hotel, but
As soon as I get to the office, I'll phone him.
I found my lizard.
Thank you, dear.
Hello, Judge Grundle.
Hello, my dear little Susan. And where did you find the lizard?
I'll go get my hat.
He was in the closet laying eggs.
He was laying eggs? No, I don't think he was laying eggs. I think she was.
Why do you think that?
Well, it's like chickens. The man rooster doesn't lay eggs. The lady hen does.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, that's just the way things are.
Why?
Well, because she lizards and hens can lay eggs. He lizards and he chickens can't.
Men can't do much, can they?
Well, I don't know
I'm ready, Judge.
Thank heaven.
Goodbye, Judge Grundle. The next time you call, we'll have another interesting talk about sex.
We're passing the Grandview Hotel, Penny. Did you want to stop and talk to that Clark fellow?
Well, I should, but oh no, I'm late. I'll call him from the office.
Now, if DG had a father, you wouldn't have to handle this little problem. As I've said to you before.
As I've said to you before, no proposals right after breakfast, Judge Grundle.
Judge Grundle. Penny, is there someone else? Is it Horace Wiggins?
It's not Mr. Wiggins.
He proposes to you, doesn't he?
Well...
No, don't tell me he doesn't. Many's the time I've gone past your office and seen him down on his knees in front of you.
Why, Judge Grundle, I didn't know you had a jealous bone in your body.
Well, I hadn't. But for years I've wondered why Horace Wiggins' pants have the baggiest knees in Middleton. Now I know.
Judge Grundle, I don't take your proposals lightly. I think you're a wonderful catch for some woman. You're a regular pillar of society.
Please don't think of me as a pillar. Think of me as a man.
Somehow it's easier to think of you as a pillar.
Oh. Say, I wonder if that painter fellow DG talked about would be interested in doing an oil of me. I could put it in the courtroom.
You already have a nice picture of George Washington.
I could move him over.
We're coming to my office, Judge.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much for driving me downtown.
At your service.
As for having your portrait painted, why don't you get our own Ed Hazeltine to paint you?
Ed Hazeltine? Mm-hmm. He paints bonds.
Oh, he painted a wonderful picture of the Browns' prize-winning bull last year.
Well, I am not a bull. And besides, that wasn't a bull he painted. It was a cow.
It was?
Yes. No wonder Sue is so confused. Now, if she had a father...
I know. She'd recognize bull when she heard it. Saw it. Goodbye, Judge.
This land is yours.
This land was made for you and me.
Codfish and Beans, John L. Sullivan and Fred Allen, Harvard and MIT. As unrelated as these things seem, they all have something in common. They are all important parts of our American heritage, and all native to Massachusetts. But more than the home of food and fighters, Massachusetts has been the home of liberty and freedom since 1620, when the Pilgrim Fathers arrived on the Mayflower to make the first permanent white settlement at Plymouth, and the home of 3 United States presidents, poets such as Longfellow and novelist Herman Melville. But Massachusetts is still more. It's summers at Martha's Vineyard or on the Cape. It's standing on the bridge at Concord and watching the Middlesex farmers take up arms in April of 75. It's Boston's famous department store, not Filene's, but Raymond's, where you bought the hat. Massachusetts is the biggest tea party in history, and the tiny Chickadee. The hush of winter's first snow falling on the old North Church near the Common, and the bloom of the Mayflower, almost before the last snow melts. Massachusetts is many things to many people. To all Americans, it's the birthplace of our nation.
And now for Act 2 of the Penny Singleton Show. We are at the real estate agency where Penny works. Mr. Wiggins, her partner, is in the office as Penny enters.
Good morning, Mr. Wiggins.
Morning, Penny. How come our friend Blind Justice drove you to work this morning?
My car's in the garage, and I don't think you should refer to a judge like that.
Excuse me. Wiggins and Williamson.
The name of this firm is Williamson and Wiggins, just the way it was when my husband owned half of it.
Now, Penny, excuse me just a moment, sir. Penny, just last week we had a long talk.
We agreed that whichever one of us had the most sales would have his name come first.
All right,
Which one of us has the best sales record?
Hello? This is Williamson and Wiggins. No, you got the wrong number. Now, Penny,
We had an agreement.
But I was... Look, if we were married, we wouldn't have this problem. Penny, my dearest.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Wiggins, get up off your knees.
Well, I'm serious.
All you want to do is marry the Williamson out of Williamson and Wiggins.
Oh, no. We'll call the firm the Wiggins' real estate agency. You'll be the Z of the Wiggins'.
I'd rather be the double Z's of the business.
Oh, doggone it, Penny. Look, what are you doing? I'm still proposing.
I'm making a phone call for DG.
What's the trouble around here? There are too many personal phone calls during the day.
May I remind you again? Oh, just a second, Mr. Wiggins. Grandview Hotel? Mr. Clark, please. Yes, I'll wait. May I remind you again of my sales record last month, Mr. Wiggins?
Well, can I help it if I'm not as cute as you are?
Oh. Hello? Mr. Clark, this is Mrs. Williamson, and I... No, this isn't DG. This is DG's mother. What? Oh, my voice isn't as young as that. Does my face match my voice?
Oh, no.
Well, we've never met, but I certainly can't lie to you. It does. What? You mean my portrait would be a sure thing for the cover of the American Mother?
Penny,
Well-
is that DG's painter?
Yes.
Oh.
What, you'll be at my house at 3? All right, we'll talk it over then. Bye. Mr. Wiggins, where'd you hear about him?
When I came to the stoplight at your corner, Ida Duncan was crossing the road. I was talking to your Mr. Clark just before you came in, and he said he was certain he could get my picture on the cover of Business World. Ida also said you had lizards in your house, you haven't paid your maid, you're broke, you've been out gadding every night, and...
She said all this in the time it took the light to turn green?
Well, she can tell about 2 different things at the same time. When she talks about one thing, she uses sign language about the other.
Oh, Mr. Wiggins, look at the time. I'd better phone Charmaine at the beauty parlor and make an appointment for right away.
Penny, you're not quitting for the day.
Mr. Wiggins, if I'm to represent the typical American mother, I owe it to my country to look my best.
What'll it be today, Miss Williamson?
The works, Charmaine. A complete overhaul.
Okay.
Oh, Charmaine, Why are your fingers bandaged?
I should have known better than massage Mrs. Duncan's face when she was talking. She bit me.
Did you have a doctor take care of them?
Not only that, but I stopped at the vet's and got a rabies shot. Gee, I don't think you look worried, Mrs. Williamson.
Should I look worried?
Well, if I was on the brink of starvation and bankruptcy, I'd look worried.
My dearest friend, Ida.
That's what she said. How about a mud pack today, Mrs. Williamson? I got some wonderful new mud in. It's called River Bottom Balm.
How much is it?
$10 a bottle.
$10 for a bottle of mud?
Yeah.
No wonder real estate's still so high.
Say, I'm having my portrait painted with a mud pack on for the cover of the Beautician's magazine, Let's Face It.
Oh?
Mr. Clark says he usually sells his portraits to magazines, and that way he don't have to charge the people nothing. He says I'm a cinch for the cover if I wear the mud pack.
I suppose Mrs. Duncan told you about Mr. Clark.
Mm-hmm. In fact, she's got him so much business, he's trying to find a regular studio.
My goodness, my attic would be just perfect. As soon as you're finished, I'll phone Margaret and tell her to straighten it up.
Mrs. Duncan's even going to have her portrait done.
She is?
Yeah, for the cover of the Bird magazine. Isn't that a kick? I'll bet the rest of the birds fly south earlier this year.
Oh, Margaret, you've done a wonderful job with the attic. It's a real artist studio.
Well, I'll bet Dee will be happy when she knows you're going to let her have her portrait painted.
She already is. I called her at school.
Mother?
Uh-oh, there she is now. We're in the attic, dear.
There's a lot of stuff that could stand throwing out, Mrs. Williamson.
Oh, Mother. Gosh, I just can't tell you how happy I am.
Well, darling, I talked to your Mr. Clark, and we had such a nice voice.
Oh, Mrs. Williamson, I've been meaning to ask you, would you mind telling me what this is?
What? Oh, that. Oh, well, that's a painting I did of Dee when she was little.
I remember that.
That's funny. One eye is blue and the other's brown.
I ran out of blue paint.
You want to keep this thing?
No, I guess we'd better throw it out.
Oh, maybe that's Mr. Clark. I'll answer it.
You know, I'm kind of excited about all this myself.
You are?
Uh-huh. You see, I finally called Mr. Clark, too. I told him who I was and what I did, and he got a wonderful idea. He thinks he can sell my portrait to the old Dutch cleanser people.
Well, how nice.
Yeah. Mrs. Williamson, there's just one thing bothering me, though, and I know you can't afford to have me work for you any longer, and well, I've got some money saved, Miss Williamson, and I could stay on without you paying me.
Bless your heart, Margaret. Ida Duncan came back here after I left, didn't she?
No, when I brought your car back from the garage, I passed Mrs. Duncan in her car. She was also getting to something about wild parties when we come to the end of the street. I couldn't quite hear the rest of what she said. The fire hydrant she knocked over made too much noise.
Oh, dear. Dee, who's at the door?
It's only Judge Grundle.
What sort of talk is that? It's only Judge Grundle.
She's dying for Mr. Clark to come.
Oh.
I didn't expect to see you here, Judge. And, Ma, you've still got your robe on.
Yes. Well, I called that Clark fella, and he said something about the cover of the Barrister's Annual.
Penny.
That's Ida.
Hello, Penny.
Hello, Mr. Wiggins and Ida. My, I hope that's Mr. Clark now.
Hello, Wiggins.
Hello, Grundle.
Well, thanks to Margaret, I've had a completely shattering day. And just when I wanted to look my best for the cover of the Bird magazine.
Well, don't worry, Ida. You don't have to do anything to look like a...
What were you going to say, Mr. Wiggins?
Well, I was going to say it looked like a crow, but I thought better of it.
Hello, everybody. Who are you?
Me, Charmaine.
Oh, I didn't recognize you with your mud pack on.
Nobody else did either.
Mother.
Dee, what's the matter?
Oh, Mother, terrible things. Well, everything's just off.
What?
Are you Penny Williamson?
Yes. You're Mr. Clark?
I'm Mr. Jackson.
Where's Mr. Clark?
In jail.
What?
Hey,
Oh,
Clark
please.
in jail.
Oh, now, please, everyone, please.
Come to my...
Mr. Jackson, I don't understand. Who are you?
Well, I'm Mr. Jackson of Jackson Publications. We publish such magazines as The Child and the Family, Let's Face It, The Bird magazine.
That's me.
This Clark has been using our magazines as an inducement for people to have their portraits painted.
What's wrong with that?
Yes, after the magazines use the portraits, we get them back and we don't have to pay for them.
That's what he said, Mr. Jackson.
Well, you see, Clark makes a fortune out of people like you. He knows we turn his stuff down, so then he charges the people $150 anyway. The people usually pay up because they don't want others to know what fools they've been.
Oh, no.
Well, by George, you never come up before me.
You see, folks, we've been after this man for years, but he's moved pretty quietly. Fortunately, here in Middleton, some old gossip spread the word around so much we spotted him.
Oh, my.
Oh, Mother. I told everybody at school. My picture on the cover. Oh, I'll never be able to face him. I can't go back.
Now is the time, Penny, when you need a man.
Yes, Penny, I would...
Now is the time I need to be alone. Judge Grundle, would you take everybody downstairs?
Perhaps you'd like me to...
Let's go, everybody. It's family matter. Family matter. Come along.
Well, you don't have to push,
well,
Judge.
I
can make it on my own.
Deji. Deji, come here, dear. Don't cry.
I tell you, Mother, I won't be able to face them. They'll laugh. And your friends, too.
Deji, once when I was just about your age, I told everybody at school I was going to be in the movies. I just made it up. I guess I wanted to be important. That night I realized that, well, when they found out it wasn't true, they were going to laugh at me. And they did. It didn't last long. I lived. And I grew up, met a very nice man, your father, married him, and had 2 very nice children. We lived through these things, Deji.
But...
Mrs. Williamson.
Oh, I didn't know you were still here, Mr. Jackson.
Well, I didn't mean to intrude. I started to leave when I saw this.
What?
This painting.
Oh, that. Yes, I tried to paint a picture of Deji once.
Well, it might be an interesting angle. Yes, very good. Perfect for the child and the family.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, a portrait of a child by her mother. And you know something else? This picture is almost an American primitive, just like a Grandma Moses.
You mean my picture really on the cover?
Might be arranged.
Mother.
Call thee Grandma Penny.
Mother!
Oh, what is it, Sue?
My lizard eggs. They all hatched. Lizards are all over the place.
Mr. Jackson, excuse me. I'm right back to where I left off this morning.
Certainly.
Sue, what did I tell you about keeping things in your room?
You never mentioned eggs even once.
Oh, dear, we'll start over. No lizard eggs, no toad eggs, no tiger eggs, no lion eggs, no giraffe.
This land is your land. This land is my land. This land was made for you and me.
Did you know you can spend years in Las Vegas and never see a slot machine or a roulette wheel? But if you're in the mood for games, some miles southwest is Truth or Consequences. Now, I'm not talking about Las Vegas, Nevada, or a TV audience participation show. But about 2 towns in New Mexico, an area which has been inhabited by man for at least 10,000 years. Santa Fe, the capital of New Mexico, is the oldest capital city in the United States, and there stands the oldest house in the United States, on De Vargas Street. Not far from Santa Fe, on a broad sweep of the Rio Grande, lies Albuquerque, a city of streets lined with cottonwoods, tamarisks, and poplars. It wasn't so very long ago, you know, that Billy the Kid roamed the territory now explored by tourists visiting Carlsbad Caverns, or that Geronimo wreaked havoc in a state which now houses the nation's largest Navajo Indian reservation, and the Roadrunner still races across the desert as he has for centuries. New Mexico, a land of enchantment as old as time itself. yet as modern as tomorrow's rockets, developed and tested at White Sands.
The Penny Singleton Show features Gail Gordon, Jim Backus, Sarah Selby, Bea Benaderet, Louise Fitch, Bill Johnstone, Mary Lee Robb, Sheila James, and Dick Ryan. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Penny Singleton Show is written and directed by Robert Soderberg and stars Penny Singleton.
Good night. Keep well.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let's see how quickly you boys and girls listening in can guess the food I'm about to describe. Now, this food is high in energy value. It's a food you enjoy at every meal, and it makes bread, toast, and rolls taste extra good. Oh, yes, it's made by Kraft. Have you guessed it yet? Well, you boys and girls who said Parquet margarine can go to the head of the class and say you can tell Mother there's no guessing about which spread will please your taste. Once you've tried Parquet and find out how good it tastes, you'll know why Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor is preferred in millions of American homes. Remember, too, that every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So ask Mother to buy Parquet, Parkay, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Ah, yes. In the society column of the Summerfield Indicator appears this item.
Hi-ho! The post-Lenten social season is in full swing these days, and everything is gay, gay. One of the highlights of the season occurred last evening at the charming home of prominent Mrs. Leila Ransom, who supported the war effort with an informal reception and buffet supper in honor of prominent Mr.
But we're getting ahead of our story. Let's go back a day. Let's go back a day and up one flight to the bedroom of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, where that prominent figure finds himself cornered by his niece and nephew.
How about it, Unc? Yes, Uncle Mort, how about it? You've been putting it off and putting it off.
You said a week ago you promised.
And this is the day they're collecting the clothes. The high school's sending a truck around.
Now, just a minute. One at a time.
I asked him first. I get the most.
You do not. We divide it evenly.
I don't see where you got
I am entitled to exactly this.
One at a time, one at a time.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
One at a time. Excuse me, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, while you're at it.
Yeah?
I'm getting the clothes ready for the mall. You got anything you want to care of?
Well, yes, Bertie. I've got a few things in my closet here. My tuxedo, for instance.
Uncle Mort, you'll never wear that tuxedo again. Now, why don't you give that to the drive?
Me, I get the tuxedo.
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, wait a minute.
Whoop.
Leroy, pick up that tuxedo.
It slipped off the hanger, Unc. I didn't even touch it.
Pick it up.
I was gonna.
Bring it here.
Okay.
Look at it.
My goodness, I got to dust out that closet.
Doesn't matter if it's a little dusty, Unc. The Russians won't care.
Just for that, I think you ought to give it to me.
Nothing doing. I need it more than she does, Unc. If we bring 50 pounds of clothes to school for the drive, we get a free ticket to the movie. Give Burma. It's neat. Harold
But
Flynn
our
gets
school is collecting today, Uncle Mort. The truck's coming around this morning.
Wait a minute.
A free ticket, Unc. Objective Burma. Errol Flynn.
The clothes are for the Russians. They're not for Errol Flynn.
Hold on now. The clothes are mine, so keep your shirt on, both of you. I'll decide what's to be done with them.
But, Unc, if I bring 50 pounds to school, I get a free ticket to the movie.
I heard that, Leroy.
Objective Burma.
I heard that, too.
Errol Flynn.
Errol, I know. Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Take the tuxedo downstairs. Hang it on the line and air it thoroughly. Then put it in mothballs.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you'll never wear it.
Well, what about it, Miss Gilsey?
Take the tuxedo downstairs.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's see what I can give away here. Ought to have a light put in this closet. I can't even...
Take it easy, Unc.
Too many hangers in here. Too many clothes. Got a good mind to give them all away. Here, take this, somebody.
I get that, Margie. Gave it to me. I get it.
Nobody gets it till I see what it is.
It's your old army uniform.
Oh, I can't let that go.
Now, Uncle Mort, what possible use is that?
My dear, this war isn't over yet.
No, but it will be the day they take you.
Is that so? Let me out of here. Just for that young man, Marjorie gets the uniform.
No fair. You can have the next thing. How about this, Uncle Mort?
Those are my golf knickers.
But you never play golf.
Well, I might. Have to beat Judge Hooker every so often just to keep him in his place, the old goat. Besides, the Russians haven't got time to play golf.
That's not the point. There's material enough in those knickers to make suits for 3 or 4 children.
I think you exaggerate, my dear. I'll put them aside. I'll think about them. Next.
Well, how about these pants?
Oh, no, those are my working pants. I wear those when I work around the house.
You haven't used them in 5 years.
On second thought, I guess I'll let them go. You're growing up now, Leroy. Time you learn to do a few things around the place.
Here, catch, Leroy. They're yours. Now, what else? Let's see. How about this?
Are you crazy? That's what I wear to church. And I'm going next Sunday.
Well, that's all then.
Gosh, is this all we get, Unc? Just the uniform and the pants? With all those people freezing over there?
Well, it isn't very much, is it?
No, it's not.
Uncle Mort, now that tuxedo, you don't really need that. Not really.
Well, all right. Oh, Bertie.
You come, Gildersleeve?
Yeah, you got that tuxedo down there?
Yes.
Well, I've changed my mind, Bertie. Bring it up.
Okay.
This is Miss Gilsey. I gave it a good brush, and I'm just going to hang it out on the line.
By George, that's a handsome outfit. You know it, Bertie?
Yes, it sure is.
You know, I hate to let it go. Well, goodbye, old tux.
Let's have it, Unc.
Now, just a minute. Yes, sir. Some of the happiest hours of my life were spent in that tuxedo. The only suit I ever had made to order. Cost me $75. Look at those lapels, Marjorie. Real silk. You don't see that anymore. And that vest. Silk brocade, top to bottom. Look at the jacket. Look at the way it hangs, even on the hanger. That style. What's a peanut bar doing in the pocket?
Can I have it, Unc?
What, the peanut bar? I'm afraid it's pretty stale, my boy.
Can't be too stale for me.
Yeah, you may be right.
I don't want to rush you, Uncle Mort, but the truck will be coming by here any minute, so we ought to bundle up the clothes and be ready.
Now, just a minute. I haven't entirely made up my mind.
You mean you're not going to let us have the tuxedo?
Well, I don't know. Cost me $75.
I don't care what it costs. You never wear it and you don't need it. Not the way the Russians do.
Confound it, what do the Russians want with my tuxedo?
It isn't just the Russians.
I suppose Stalin is going to wear it to state functions. I suppose he needs it to go to San Francisco.
Stalin isn't going to San Francisco.
Well, neither is my tuxedo. Bertie, take it down again and hang it on the line.
Up and down, up and down. Take it away. Bring it back. I declare this house gets crazy all the time. Oh, my goodness, now what's that?
Doorbell, doorbell.
I'm coming. All day long, up and down, up and down.
Anybody home?
Oh, it's Mrs. Ransom. Wait a minute, Bertie. I'll go.
Uncle Mort, what about the tuxedo? Can we have it?
Oh, yeah. Don't bother me now. Well, Leila.
I hope you'll forgive me barging in like this, Throckmorton.
Glad to see you anytime. Come in and sit down.
Oh, I couldn't. You're just going to hate me when you know what I came over for, Throckmorton.
Not me.
Well, I've come to steal Bertie.
What?
Oh, you needn't be frightened. It's just for the evening. But I've got to have help because I'm giving a party.
Party?
All of a sudden, yes. A buffet supper. You're invited, of course. I'm giving it for an old friend of mine who's just come to town, James Eustace Calhoun.
James Eustace Calhoun?
Calhoun. James Eustace Calhoun.
Never heard of him.
You wouldn't, of course. He was a friend of my late husband's. James Eustace and Beauregard grew up together down in Savannah.
Friend of Beauregard's, huh?
His best friend. He's sort of related by marriage to my cousin Tupper Hathaway. He was terribly in love with me at one time, but then so was George William Hungerford. They were so cute. They used to call on me together, James Eustace and George William. I just couldn't make up my mind between them. But then along came Beauregard and settled the whole thing.
Oh.
Is that the doorbell?
Yeah, pardon me. Bertie, doorbell.
I'm coming.
Bertie's been having a hard day.
Okay. Miss Marjorie, the truck's here for them clothes.
Oh, tell him to wait, Bertie. I'll be right down.
Well, I've got to be running along, Throckmorton. You will come to my party, won't you?
You bet I'll be there.
And you promise not to be jealous.
Jealous of what?
James Eustace Calhoun.
Why should I be jealous of him?
Well, gracious, he's so handsome.
Looks aren't everything.
And he's the loveliest dancer.
What do I care? I'm not going to dance with him.
Silly. He has the most elegant manners. He's a diplomat, you know.
Oh, he is, eh? What's he doing up here?
Well, I don't know exactly, but it's for the government. It's terribly secret, I suppose. Anyway, I'm so excited. I just can't wait till I see him again. I know you'll be impressed by him, Throckmorton.
Well, I've met diplomats before. I shook hands with Jim Farley once.
Oh, but James Eustace is different. More the lean, handsome type. I just love the way he dresses. You know, so few men know how to dress well. He wears imported tweeds and things like that. Oh, simply divine. Oh, but gracious, here I'm rambling on. Oh, there's one thing, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
As the hostess, naturally, I'll be looking after James Eustace most of the evening, so...
Well, what about me?
Well, I thought if you wouldn't mind taking Eve Goodwin, I told her you'd call for her.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I don't want to take Eve Goodwin.
Well, I think she's terribly attractive, but of course, if you don't want to, I'm sure Judge Hooker would be only...
Now, hold on. I didn't say I wouldn't. After all, Eve and I are good friends. I'll call for her, sure. Only... Gosh.
Throckmorton, I'm afraid you're just a teensy bit jealous.
I am not.
You be nice to James Eustace now, and don't let me catch you boys fighting over me, you hear? Goodbye now, and don't forget. Bertie, I expect I'll be seeing you this evening.
Yes, ma'am, if you want me.
Won't you? I don't know what I'd do without you.
James Eustace Calhoun. Sounds like a gigolo to me. Such a gorgeous dancer. But he can't sing a note. But he can't even carry a tune. If he's so tall and handsome, why isn't he in uniform instead of walking around in tweeds? Thinks he's such a fancy dresser. Why, George, I could show her and show James Eustace.
Uncle Mort, are they still there?
Is who still where?
The men with the truck for the clothes drive.
They're waiting up here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Hey, wait, Bertie, stop her.
Miss Marjorie, your uncle wants you. What does he want?
Bring back that tuxedo.
But Uncle Mort, you promised. The Russians.
Don't worry about the Russians. They're the best dressed people in Berlin right now. This is one time I gotta have that tuxedo.
in just a few seconds. You know, most American families are big bread eaters, and if yours is a family of average size, they may eat as many as 6 loaves of bread a week. Now, that adds up to a lot of slices, and it can add up to a lot of good eating enjoyment, too, when you spread slices of bread and toast and sandwiches with delicious Parquet margarine. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor really satisfies. Makes bread rolls, pancakes, and waffles taste so good, you'll want to eat more. And as for good nutrition, listen to this. Economical Parquet is actually one of the best energy foods you can eat. What's more, every single pound of Parquet is guaranteed to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor that really satisfies, for energy and vitamin A, be sure to buy Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine. Ask for the spread that tastes so good. Parquet, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who's donned his finery and is now on his way to Leila Ransom's party. In a few moments, he'll be calling for Miss Eve Goodwin, but first we find him stopping off at Peavy's drugstore for a cigar. Oh, pardon me, Peavy's pharmacy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, greetings, Peavy. Greetings and salutations.
I judge from your get-up you're going to some kind of a party.
What do you mean, get up?
Well, a tuxedo, a boiled shirt, and a brocaded vest. Are those pearl studs on the vest, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, mother of pearl. Pearl's a little ostentatious.
I dare say. Is this a meeting or just a social affair?
Oh, purely social, Peavy. Mrs. Ransom is giving a reception for some bigwig from Washington. I guess she wants to impress her. You know how these fellas are. They'd rather dress than eat.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, they would. Those fellas put on a cutaway to go out and sit in the backyard. But I'll show him he's not visiting a bunch of hayseeds out here. Ever see my gold cigar cutter? There.
Well, I was wondering what you had on the end of that chain.
My grandfather's gold watch is on the other end. Doesn't keep time anymore, but it looks, well, substantial.
It looks substantial, all right. It must weigh a pound and a half. Where'd you get the walking stick, Mr. Gildersleeve? It's quite some time since I've seen a gold-headed cane.
Belonged to my great-uncle Albert. The gold knob's a little loose, but it stays on if you know how to hold it.
Maybe a little mucilage would help.
No, not necessary. I'll put the knob in my pocket when I get there. Let's see, what did I come in here for? Oh, yes, cigars. I want the most expensive cigars you have, Peavy.
Yes, sir. You mean the 3 for half?
Is that the best you can do?
Well, no, but that's as high as you've ever gone, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm establishing a new ceiling, Peavy. The sky is the limit.
Well, I've got a cigar here that costs 50 cents straight. How do these look to you?
No band.
No, sir. This particular cigar doesn't carry a band.
Well, then how's anybody going to know it costs 50 cents?
Well, I could tie a little price tag around it.
What? No, don't try to be funny, Peavy. Just give me 6 of those 3 for half. Then I'll know where I stand, and so will everybody else.
Yes, sir. That'll be $1 plus the tax.
I'll just put them in my cigar case.
That's very handsome.
Leather. This part here is gold-filled.
You don't say. $1 plus the tax, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm trying to get the money, Peavy. Got my change in my watch pocket here, if I can...
Maybe if you took your gloves off, you could...
You charge it, Peavy.
That charge it shall be. Well, have a good time, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I will, Peavy. I'll be the belle of the ball and the queen of the May.
Queen of the May. Looks like a monkey on a stick.
Come in, Throckmorton. The door's not locked.
Eve, where are you?
Have a chair, Throckmorton. I'll be ready in just a second.
Women. All they think of is dressing up like a plush horse. Might as well sit down and be comfortable. Vest is getting a little tight. Still, it makes me look slender. How have you been, Eve?
I've been fine, Throckmorton. How have you been?
Fine. What the dickens are you putting on that takes so long?
I'm going to show you right now. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Huh? I thought maybe there was something the matter with my clothes.
Oh, no. They're perfect. How do I look?
Say, pretty tasty. Is that a new dress, or did you just have it tightened? Only joking, of course, Eve. Come on, we'll be the handsomest couple ever seen in Summerfield. Have to be careful getting up and down.
Mr. Gildersleeve. Evening, Miss Goodwin.
Well, hello, Bertie. Fancy finding you here.
Good evening, Bertie.
May I take your wraps, folks? The drawing room is right to the left.
Drawing room?
It's the parlor.
Oh, yeah.
Why, darling, how lovely. Throckmorton, what on earth have you got on? Come here, everybody, and look at Throckmorton.
Leila.
Well, Gildy, you look just like a waiter.
What's the matter, Judge? Don't you own a tuxedo?
I'm afraid you're the only man that's dressed up, Throckmorton.
I am? What happened to the diplomat?
Oh, my land, aren't I terrible? Here we are all standing out here, and my guest of honor's all by himself in the drawing room. Come in, everybody, and meet him. Come on now.
You suppose that's the fellow, Eve?
He's the only stranger inside.
An old tweed suit. Ha!
Come here and meet Mr. Calhoun, Eve. Miss Goodwin, Mr. James Eustace Calhoun.
How do you do?
I'm totally charmed, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, brother.
And Mr. Gildersleeve, Mr. Calhoun, and Mr. Calhoun's from Washington, Throckmorton.
I know. How do you do?
I'm proud and happy to meet you, sir. I understand you're in government yourself, sir.
Government? Oh, yes. I'm a servant of the people like yourself, Mr. Calhoun.
Government service is a tradition in my family, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wasn't your grandfather a governor, James Eustace?
On my mother's side, yes, Leila.
Well, my grandfather was a deputy sheriff.
I see. Won't you ladies have a chair, Miss Goodwin?
Thank you.
Here, let me get a chair for you, Leila.
And I was getting her a chair, Horace.
Oh, now, boys, don't you fight over me, you hear? Oh, I wonder if y'all would excuse me a minute. There's something I forgot to ask my maid.
Certainly.
Oh, now, don't get up, James Eustace. I'll be right back.
Charming woman. Charming.
Summerfield seems to have more than its share of charming ladies, if I may say so, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, is that the diplomat speaking, Mr. Calhoun?
The diplomat?
Mrs. Ransom tells me you're with the State Department down in Washington.
Well, not exactly. I'm in the personnel division of the WVD.
Oh? What's that?
One of the war agencies. Most of our work is confidential.
Oh, it must be awfully interesting.
It is, ma'am.
I'd love to hear about it.
It's not as interesting to me at the moment, ma'am, as you are. Could I have the pleasure of dancing with you?
Oh, I didn't know there was dancing.
We've rolled up the rug in the dining room, and the phonograph is in there, if you do me the honor.
That sounds lovely. You'll excuse me, Throckmorton.
Oh, sure.
Don't get up.
I wasn't. Oh. Hurry back, Eve.
I shall return your lady unharmed, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just wants to show off what a good dancer he is.
How do you know he's a good dancer?
Leila says he's a regular Vernon Castle. I'd know anyway. All these slick fellows that talk that way are good dancers. I hate them. Look at him. Bowing and smiling. And wearing an old tweed suit.
Mr. Calhoun, I must say you're a marvelous dancer.
Isn't it simply divine?
Oh, stop or we'll spoil it.
I'm afraid you ladies have already spoiled me for dancing with ordinary partners.
Throckmorton, why aren't you dancing?
I don't want to.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton. I just love the way you swing me around. He almost frightens me to death, James Eustace.
Well, I imagine Mr. Gildersleeve is a beautiful dancer.
Well, I've had a few compliments in my time. Eve, Would you do me the honor?
Oh, I wish you'd excuse me for a few minutes, Throckmorton. I'm a little out of breath.
Oh. Well, how about you, Leila? Shall we tread a measure?
Oh, let's just talk for a minute, shall we? I'm dying to know just what James Eustace does down there in Washington.
Oh, my job is mostly routine, Leila. Signing reports, filling out forms, and so on. I imagine the judge here has a much more interesting job than I have.
What about me?
I find the bench very satisfactory, Mr. Calhoun. A judge gets a chance to study human nature. I've always believed, as the poet said, that the proper study of mankind is man.
Very true, Judge, very true.
Well, now, as water commissioner,
If you will permit me, Gildy. Mr. Calhoun, a judge sees a good deal of human flotsam and jetsam in the course of a year.
a water commissioner sees plenty, too.
Gildy.
But the fellow that reads the meters, he sees everything.
I was about to tell Mr. Calhoun of an interesting case that came up in the winter term.
Oh, Horace.
How would it be if I'd sing, Leila? As long as everybody's too tired to dance.
Tired, mercy, I'm not tired, Throckmorton.
Well,
Come on, James Eustace, let's dine, shall we?
Your wish is my command, Leila.
How about a lovely romantic waltz this time?
I always love waltzing with you.
I always love waltzing with you. Bureaucrat.
Now, Throckmorton, I think he's very nice. Would you like to dance?
Sure. Guess I better not, Eve. This coat's a little tight, and if I raise my arms...
Oh.
Zip.
Eve, could I have the pleasure?
Oh, why, certainly, Judge.
Excuse us, Gildy.
I don't know whether I mentioned it, Mr. Calhoun, but I sing a little.
That's a grand gift, Mr. Gildersleeve. I envy you, sir. As I was saying, Miss Goodwin, one of my closest friends is a very important man in the Navy Department.
Eve, wouldn't you like to hear me sing?
I have, Throckmorton.
Yes.
And this friend of mine remarked the other day that, in his opinion, we'll have regular plane service across the Atlantic within 5 years. I wouldn't want that to get around, of course.
I won't tell a soul.
What's going on in here, secret?
Leila, wouldn't you like to hear me sing?
Well, later, Throckmorton. We're going to have supper now.
Supper? Well, just one short song then, huh? Kind of relax everybody before they eat.
Well, I'm not sure it would, Throckmorton. You put so much into your singing.
Oh, come on, Leila. You play for me.
Well, everybody else wants you to, do they?
Well, they all love music, don't they?
I do, and I'd like to hear you sing anyway, Gildy. I'd rather hear you than listen to any more of Calhoun's conversation.
Yeah, well, thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has consented to favor us with a vocal selection.
Well, that's just fine.
He'll be accompanied at the piano by our charming host.
How lovely.
I shall endeavor to present the dramatic ballad, Chloe. Leila? Yeah. That's a very good key. Chloe. Oop. Mother of pearl stud. Grab it, Horace. Chloe.
I've got it, Throckmorton.
Someone calling, no reply. Night shades falling, hear him sigh. Chloe.
Throckmorton, it went down my dress.
Chloe. Oh.
That another stud?
No, that was a pants button. I'm going home and change my clothes. Gave my tuxedo to the United National Clothing Drive after all. And then I found they don't want tuxedos. So I'm stuck with it. Seriously, there are millions of people in Europe who need clothing desperately. It's hard for it to realize over here, but it's a fact that many people in Europe have died from exposure. So go through your closets, dig out the stuff that's still good, that you don't really need,
and turn it in to the local committee of the United National Clothing Collection. Ask yourself, what can I spare that they can wear? And then give generously. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Now, a wonderful help in menu planning. It's Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. The cheese food that's so nourishing, so easy to digest, so useful in 100 appetizing ways. For a tempting main dish, blend Pabstet's mellow cheddar cheese flavor into nourishing, economical macaroni and au gratin dishes. Or melt Pabstet into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce to pour over vegetables, hard-cooked eggs, chicken, or fish. For lunchbox sandwiches or after-school treats, spread delicious Pabstet on graham crackers or between layers of white or whole wheat bread. There's actually 100 different ways to please your family with Pabstet. And remember, Pabstet supplies many important food elements: muscle-building protein, milk minerals, vitamin A, and the important vitamin called riboflavin. So, for delightful menu surprises, buy wholesome, nourishing Pabstet. Whenever you can, serve this delicious golden cheese food, Pabstet.
The National Broadcasting Company.
Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Fort Meade, Maryland, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and one of the country's newest dance bands, the McFarland Twins and their orchestra. Famed playwright, your old friend Don Shakespeare Wilson, presents a serial in 3 acts. Each act will star America's beloved cereal treat, sweet as a nut Grape Nuts Flakes. The cereal folks fall in love with at the very first bite. Act 1, the scene is breakfast. Mom, Pop, and Little Willie are seated at the breakfast table. And notice, please, in the spotlight, a big 12-ounce economy-size package of delicious, malty, rich Grape Nuts Flakes. Act 2, the next day and it's lunchtime. Pop's just come home from the war plant and Mom's just come home from Red Cross. But Willie beats them both home, and his teacher told him that whole grain cereals make a swell luncheon dish nowadays. And here he comes bearing those grand-tasting, nourishing Grape Nuts Flakes. Act 3, one more day, supper time for our dear little Willie. And Mom's there with those crisp, tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. They're just as delicious, they're just as nutritious at breakfast, at lunch, or at supper. With a pack on his back, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the state of Maryland, the home of thoroughbred racehorses, we bring you that old gray mare, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny whinnying. And Don, speaking of horses, I wouldn't be surprised if all track records were broken this year. Race horses will run faster than ever before.
How do you know?
They've got to. It's either that or the meat market. Imagine losing $2 on a nag and a week later paying 24 cents a pound for them. Oh, that doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't. Tell me, Jack, is this your first visit to Maryland?
Oh, no. I've been here several times. Don. In fact, I got this scar on my chin when I was working at the Oasis Club in Baltimore. That was years ago.
Oh, a guy in the audience threw something at you, huh?
No. You see, Don, I was going with a girl in the show called Charmaine, the snake charmer. You see? And she didn't tell me her rattler was teething. I don't know what became of Charmaine, but W.C. Fields tells me he often sees the snake around. Anyway, Don, it sure is nice broadcasting for the boys here at Fort Meade, isn't it?
Yes, Jack. You know, this is not only a tremendous reception center, but it's also one of the Army's largest baking and cooking schools. Yum, yum.
Baking and cooking, huh?
Yes, I went all through it this afternoon.
Well, on you, it looks good. I tell you, Don, if you're not careful, you're going to find... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the boys in the baking and cooking school at Fort Meade, I'd like to present you with this lovely upside-down cake.
My goodness, do you make upside-down cakes in the Army?
No, I stumbled on the way over here.
Well, I appreciate it anyway. It's a wonderful cake. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Well, Mary, the boys at the baking and cooking school here just sent me this upside-down cake. Doesn't it look delicious?
Yeah. Those guys are going to make wonderful wives after the war.
Well, cooking is a darn good trade. You ought to go through this school here, Mary.
I did this morning, and you know, Jack, they certainly do things in a big way.
Well, naturally, they have to cook in tremendous quantities.
You said it. I saw a kettle of soup so big, they had a lighthouse in the middle of it.
That I don't believe.
Would you believe they stirred it with a speedboat?
No, nothing. You just saw a great big kettle of soup.
What kind of soup was it, Mary?
Cream of elephant.
Now cut that out! But you know, one thing, Don, the food here, really, they have marvelous seafood here in Maryland, especially oysters. See, I had 8 dozen oysters for lunch.
8 dozen oysters? Oh, you must be awfully fond of them.
It's not that. He promised some dame a pearl necklace.
What else can I get a girl gives me so much nourishment? I'll get that necklace, too.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and I saw...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now.
Where you been all day, kid? I was looking for you.
I went over to visit the Wax at their headquarters.
Oh, the Wax, eh?
Gosh, I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be holding a second lieutenant on my lap.
I'm dating a sergeant myself. She's a fifth. Huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and I saw a guy wearing 2 suits of clothes that were exactly alike.
Oh, those are the McFarland twins, Art and George. We have their orchestra tonight.
Well, I'd like to meet him. He seems to be a nice fellow.
You'd like to meet them? Twins are 2 people.
Well, they sure look alike. If it wasn't for that glint in George's eye, I couldn't tell them apart.
My, it's a romantic program tonight. Hey, fellas, come on out here and take a bow. The McFarland twins, everybody. Gosh, I can't tell these guys apart myself. Well, fellas, I'm glad to have you on the program. How do you feel?
To tell the truth, Mr. Benny, we're a little nervous.
A little nervous, eh?
Yeah, we didn't sleep a wink last night.
Say, I'd like to get things straightened out here. Which one of you is Art and which is George?
I'm Art and he's George.
Well, look, one of you will have to take that alone. Now, which is which?
I'm Art and he's George. I'm George and he's Art.
I'm Mary and you're Jack.
I know. Now, fellas, it's about time for your band number, but first I think our audience would like to know a few facts about you. Now, where were you boys born?
Detroit, Michigan.
Uh-huh. Well, we got some boys here from Detroit. Whereabouts in Detroit were you born?
To tell the truth, Mr. Benny, I was born in a taxi cab.
Well.
I made the hospital.
Oh, then Art is really a few minutes older than you, eh, George?
Yeah, I ask his advice about everything.
Very good, George.
I'm Art. No, I'm Art.
Oh, I thought he was George.
No, I'm George.
What?
I can't stand this. I'm going to blow my brains out.
Dennis, put down that atomizer. Well, now that we're acquainted, fellas, what do you say we have a nice hot band number?
Just a minute, Mr. Benny. We haven't discussed our salary with you.
Salary? Go ahead and play, fellas.
Say, we're not playing till we straighten this out. When do we get paid?
Well, it's very simple.
Sure. Every Monday, Jack invites us up to his hotel for roast turkey.
Never mind.
And we have to hunt for our money in the dressing.
I do that just 1 week for a gag.
I got 15 cents and a giblet.
All right. Let's have your number, fellas. We'll talk about money later. Come on, boys. Let's have it. For Me and My Gal, played by the McFarland twins and their orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, I'd like to give you a brief description of these two boys. Now, let's see. They have brown hair, brown eyes, 2 heads, 4 arms, and twin beds. They also have one salary. And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, one salary?
We'll talk about that later. And now, folks, sit down, fellas. Sit down.
Yeah, sit down before he knocks you down.
Dennis.
What was that crack, Benny?
He said it, not me. Please, sit down. And now, folks, gee, I'd be a fool to start a fight with 2 fellas. Oh, really, I would have.
You'd be a fool to start a fight with 2 girls.
You stay out of this. And now, folks, for our feature attraction this evening...
I think one girl could take you.
What are you guys laughing at out there? Anyway, I'm ignoring that. Now, for our feature attraction this evening, and inasmuch as we are broadcasting only 20 miles from Washington, D.C., we are going to present a modernized version of one of Hollywood's greatest motion pictures, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. That is, we are going to show you what would happen if a young senator were to arrive in Washington today.
In the first place, he'd never get a room.
Quiet, that's our plot.
I mean it. I'm staying at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington, and I had to take the bridal suite.
The bridal suite? What's wrong with that?
No groom.
Oh. Anyway, Washington is crowded. So is Baltimore, where Dennis and I are staying.
I've got lovely accommodations at the Belvedere, Mr. Benny, but the view isn't so hot.
Oh, what floor are you on, Dennis?
All of them. I've got a cot in the elevator.
The elevator? My goodness. Anyway, folks, in our drama...
I have my ups and downs, believe me.
All right, I'm up and down. In our drama... Always comes in with those things there. In our drama, I will play the part of the young senator from Illinois. Mary will be my secretary, and Don, you're going to be the senator from your home state, Colorado.
Well, thanks, Jack. That's very nice of you.
Don't mention it. Do you think you can play the part of a senator, Don?
Jack, I can just see myself in the Senate chamber now. Mr. President, may I have the floor? Fellow senators, I come from the wild and woolly West, where men are men, and they gotta have their grape nuts flakes for breakfast.
What?
And I make a motion that an amendment be added to the Constitution.
To the Constitution?
That toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes be served in every American home. I thank you.
Very good, Don. The part is yours. Now, Dennis.
And as it says in the Bill of Rights, it is the heritage of every American to have iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. I thank you again.
Very good, Senator. Sit down. Now, Dennis.
And furthermore.
Sit down, fat boy. I steal everybody's stuff. I don't care. Or I'll tap you gently with this gavel. Now, Dennis. Dennis, you've got a swell part in our sketch. You're going to play my father.
Your father?
Yes.
I'll probably get plugged for this, so I won't say it.
That's right. Now, let's see if you can play the part of my dad.
Okay.
Now, sit down here, Sonny, and I'll tell you the facts of life.
The facts of life? Good, go ahead.
Now I'm stuck.
Never mind, you'll do. Anyway, folks, our play will go on immediately after a song by my father, Dennis Day. Go ahead, kid.
I just kissed your picture goodnight. And now, dear, I'll turn down the light. Your picture 'neath my pillow works like a charm, it seems. For you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture goodnight. I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There is your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. Always, you know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture
That was I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, there's something I meant to tell you. Did you hear the plug that Fred Allen gave you on the air last Sunday?
Fred Allen gave me a plug?
Yeah, I heard it, too.
A plug? Well, what did he say?
Well, Fred said a policeman stopped some people driving down Broadway last Sunday and said, "Hey, don't you know you're not supposed to drive around in your car anymore? Where are you going?"
Uh-huh.
So the driver said, "We're going over to see the Jack Benny program."
Yeah.
And the cop said, "Well, as long as it's not for pleasure, go ahead."
So that's the plug Alan gave me? Listen, Dennis, what do you mean plug? That's an insult.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I still think it's nice that we're the only program people can drive to.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that kid's half Pollyanna and half stupid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's about time you were getting here.
Hello, boss. Did you send for me?
Yes, Rochester, I want you to play a part in our sketch tonight. You're going to be a Pullman porter.
A Pullman porter?
Don't act so surprised. What did you do before you worked for me?
I was president of a bank.
Now, wait a minute. What bank were you the president of?
The Harlem, put in your money and we'll roll you double and nothing for interest. Trust company.
What?
Incorporated, limited, and bounce them against the wall.
I see. Well, tonight you're going to be a porter on the express train that runs between Chicago and Washington.
Can't you make that a local? I got a gal in Pittsburgh.
Sorry, Rochester. This will have to be an express.
Okay, let's go. I tried, honey.
And now, folks, for our political drama, Mr. Benny Goes to Washington. Take it down, Wilson.
The opening scene is the railroad station at Waukegan, Illinois. Jackson Benny, a local boy, has been elected to the United States Senate. And the whole town, including his father, Zeke Benny, has gathered at the depot to see him off. Listen to George Pritchard and his Waukegan Firehouse Band.
Isn't that thrilling, Dad? Those cheers are all for me.
I'm mighty proud of you, son. Wipe your nose.
Thank you.
Speed!
Thank you, folks. Thank you. I sure appreciate your coming down to the station. And the first thing I intend to do as senator is to carry out my campaign promise to definitely. And after that bill has been passed, I will positively. And in closing, I would like to repeat my campaign slogan. Vote for Benny and get him out of town. That's all, folks. I thank you. Now, where's my secretary?
Here I am. Wipe your nose.
Thank you. Are my trunks on the train, Miss Livingston?
Yes, but you ought to be wearing them. You'll freeze.
I mean my baggage. Well, that's my train, I guess. Goodbye, everybody. So long, Dad.
Wait a minute, son. I hear there's a lot of gals in Washington. I'm going with you.
You can't go, Dad. You haven't got your toothbrush.
Haven't got my teeth either. Let's go.
Okay, come on.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 1 for Chicago. South Bend, North Bend, East Bend, West Bend, and I've been fine. How have you been?
That guy's been out on a bender. That corny. Come on, Dad. Come on, Miss Livingston. We're off to Washington.
8 hours later, and our young senator is well on his way to the nation's capital.
Just think, tomorrow morning I'll be in Washington. Washington, D.C.
I've always wondered, son, what does the D.C. stand for?
Yes, sir. Well, a senator's got a lot of important things to do. Might as well get started. Take a letter, Miss Livingston.
I didn't bring my notebook and pencil.
Oh, fine. You've been my secretary for 8 years, and you haven't taken down one word.
Well, you haven't said anything.
That's so. Just for that, sister, you can get off my lap.
Then your father better get off mine.
Well, the train's crowded. Now, where's my briefcase? Say, Porter.
Yes, Senator.
Have you seen my briefcase? I want to get my cough medicine out of it.
Was that stuff cough medicine?
Yes.
My.
Oh, so you thought it was something else. Well, it says right on the bottle, take two tablespoons. Take 2 tablespoons before retiring.
Well, I'm going to bed. I don't know what about you.
We both need rehearsing there. What?
Good night, Senator.
Oh, well, I can get some more medicine in Washington tomorrow morning.
Before we get there, will you please take off those spats that say vote for Benny on them?
Oh, yes, I wore those to get the midget vote. I think I'll rehearse my speech for the Senate. Fellow senators, I am here today to plead for the Waukegan bill. A bill that will provide for...
Hooray.
The following morning, and we find our young hero about to enter the lobby of a prominent Washington hotel.
Gee, things are crowded here. I hope we can get rooms.
Well, let's try this hotel.
Okay. Well, they're full. I can see that.
4 hours later.
Pardon me, sir. Have you got any vacant rooms in this hotel?
No, and wipe your nose up.
Thank you.
Three days later.
This looks like a new place. Pardon me. Can we get rooms here for tonight?
We have no rooms. We have no suite. We haven't even got a seat. But that's the way it always goes. I'm sorry, sir, and wipe your nose.
Thank you.
2 weeks later.
Pardon me. Do you have rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, have we got rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, have we got rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll try someplace else.
One month later, and our weary group is still on the march.
Walking. I'll never get to the Senate.
Look, Senator, there's a nice hotel, and it doesn't seem crowded.
Where?
Right ahead of us. See that sign? Hotel Vacancy.
That's vacancy. It means they got rooms. Let's go in. At last we found a place. I'll speak to the clerk. Pardon me, sir. I wonder if you have any...
Hello, stranger.
Say, Slap, we saw your sign out front, vacancy. What can you do for us?
Well, Senator, for 25 cents, you can hang all night in the coat room. And for 50 cents, you can sleep on the jukebox.
Jukebox?
Right in the Führer's face, 5 cents extra.
Yes?
And for $1, you can ride the revolving door and sleep like a top.
Well, I'm willing to spend money. What do you got for $10?
For $10, I'll sell you this brick.
A brick? What am I going to do with that?
You can break my window and sleep in jail.
Okay, give it to me. Come on, Dad. Come on, Miss Livingston. We're off to the clink.
You know, friends, when I was a baby, I was such a little baby. Oh, fooly. They used to call me Little Boy Wilson. No one ever thought I'd grow until, well, you see how it is. And what happened to me happened to crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. They're fast-growing, too. In fact, Grape Nuts Flakes are the fastest-growing, ready-to-eat cereal in America today. And there must be a reason. Well, there's a reason, all right. 2 of them. First, it's that distinctive flavor. The flavor you all love in grape nuts, presented in tempting flake form. And it's that nourishing goodness. For Grape Nuts Flakes bring you the important whole grain food values you find in natural whole wheat, including iron and 2 of the valuable B vitamins recommended for everyone by our National Nutrition Program. So ask your grocer for luscious Grape Nuts Flakes in the big economy package.
That was the last number of the 17th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from the Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia. Tomorrow night, we'll be seeing you boys at the U.S. Naval Station at Bainbridge, Maryland, with the whole gang, including Danny Kaye, the star of Let's Face It. Also hope to be in Washington for the President's Ball. Good night, Joni.
Program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloit. This program is for the entertainment of personnel at Fort Meade, Maryland, and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the product by the War Department.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. We're broadcasting from the Naval Air Station on Terminal Island, California. And our guest is the lovely Ida Lupino, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Before we join the Burnses, let's look in at one of Hollywood's great motion picture studios, where a producer is discussing his new picture with the beautiful and talented star, Ida Lupino.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atchison, but I just won't play the part.
But it's a perfect part for you, Ida. A psychopathic killer who murders her husband.
That's just the point. I've been a mad murderess in my last 3 pictures. People are starting to believe I really am one. Why, when I walk down the street, everybody yells, "Run for your lives, Lupino's loose again."
Oh, but listen, Ida.
Why, yesterday I stopped my car to give 3 kids a lift. When they saw it was me, they ran screaming.
Well, you know how children are.
These were sailors.
Oh.
When sailors run from me, things are really tough. Well, look, isn't there some other part in this picture I could play?
No, the only other woman is a scatterbrained little housewife, a sort of, Gracie Allen.
Well, I'd love to try that. Oh, no, I really would. Suppose I go over to Gracie Allen's house and watch her for a while. Then I could play a dizzy housewife perfectly.
Well, are you sure Gracie's as dizzy in real life as she is on the air?
She married George Burns, didn't she?
Uh-oh. Well, there goes my argument.
George.
What?
You want to know something? You're my great, big, strong, handsome dream lover.
What brought that on?
Just love, dear. We're so different, you and I. I'm like a shy, timid gazelle, and you're like a big, powerful gorilla.
Thanks very much.
Every day I love you a little more. Do you love me?
Oh, sure.
Well, let me hear you say it then.
I love you, I love you.
Oh, no. Say it nice.
Oh, Gracie.
Say it nice, George.
I love you, sweetheart.
That's my little sugar face. I could never get angry at you, no matter what you did, darling.
Good.
Could you get angry at me no matter what I did?
No.
You're sweet. Anyway, we can easily get along without it for a few days.
Without what?
The car. I smashed it up this afternoon.
You smashed up the car?
Kinda.
What do you mean, kinda?
You know, kinda completely.
Gracie,
well, George, it wasn't my fault, honestly. This other car was parked at the curb with nobody in it, and I didn't see it until it ran into me.
parked car with nobody in it ran into you?
Yes.
Any telephone poles crossing the street at the time?
George.
Look, Gracie, how many times have I told you that I...
Coming.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Ida Lupino, come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, do you know my husband?
Why, yes, I saw your husband at a party a few months ago.
Oh, sure, I remember. You got there just as I started to sing.
Yes. Did anybody stay for the second chorus?
Yes, it was late. They kind of thinned out.
Well, it's so nice to see you, Ida.
Oh, thank you, Gracie. I'm here to ask your help. You see, I'm going to be a housewife, and I thought you might give me a little advice.
Well, I'd be glad to, Ida. George, you better leave the room.
Why?
Well, this is woman talk. Run along now.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the cigar store for a while.
Oh, I'm so thrilled that you're going to be a wife, Ida. And I'm flattered that you came to me to learn the facts.
But Gracie...
Now, we'll start right at the beginning with the birds and the bees.
The birds and the bees?
Yes. Now, there are two kinds of birds. The he-bird, known as the male, and the she-bird, known as the female. Exciting, isn't it?
Very.
Well, now, when the male bird is young, he just whistles for fun. But as he gets older, he begins to whistle at female birds. That is known as mating.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Oh, I know it's embarrassing, but there are things every young girl should Now, Ida, after they're married, the male bird brings home food known as worms. And the female sits on their children known as eggs. Well, that's all.
Well, thank you very much. And now,
now for the bees.
Oh, no.
Yes. There are two kinds of bees. He-bees and she-bees.
You're sure I'm old enough for this?
Well, I hope so. Hundreds of he-bees hang around a she-bee until she picks out the one she wants. That is known as selective service.
Gracie, I hate to say this, but the advice I wanted was a little more advanced.
You mean you already knew about the birds and the bees?
Yes.
My goodness, you sophisticated Hollywood girls.
You see, Gracie, what I want to learn is...
Come in.
Oh, hiya, Gracie. I just dropped by to... Am I glad I did?
Miss Lupino, this is Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do?
Well, this is a pleasure, Miss Lupino. I've always thought you were the loveliest, the most charming, the most delightful, the most talented...
She's getting married soon, Bill.
Oh. Well, Miss Lupino, please don't tell Mr. Ickes what I just said.
Mr. Ickes?
Yeah, he hates to see oil wasted.
Bill, Ida came over to get some matrimonial advice. She already knows about the birds and the bees, and now she's ready for the advanced stuff.
Oh, well, I'm your man, Ida. Move over.
Yes. Bill's an authority. He's engaged to several girls. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, first a girl wants to show her husband that she's thoughtful and affectionate. So the minute the ceremony's over, she should grab him around the neck and give him a great big bar of Swan soap.
Soap?
Well, not just soap, Gracie. Swan, the new white floating soap. Now, that shows her husband that she's thoughtful, because Swan is 4 soaps in one. Not only great for his hands and face, but great for dishes and light laundry. And later on for bathing the baby, you know. Swan's a great wartime buy.
But her husband might prefer a kiss.
Oh, well, that comes now, when he carries her across the threshold.
Oh, that's a romantic moment.
Yeah.
Remember when George carried me across the threshold, Bill?
Yeah, well, I helped him carry you.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Gracie, that's a girl's big moment. When her husband carries her across the threshold, she says, "Don't put me down, darling. Carry me right into the kitchen and let's wash the dishes with Swan."
What?
Well, he'll be delighted to find out that his little darling can make quick work of the dishes with Swan's long-lasting suds. And at the same time, never have to worry about rough red dishpanty hands. because Swan is so mild and gentle.
Oh, well, now run along, Bill. Ida and I want to talk.
Well, okay. Goodbye, Miss Lupino. You follow my advice, and your husband will always love you.
If he can see her for the stud.
You'll see her all right. She's very pretty.
Yeah, isn't she?
Yes, sir. Every bit as pretty as the suds. Well, goodbye, girl.
Now, Ida, where were we?
Well, Gracie, before we go any further, let me explain that I'm not actually getting married. I'm just going to be a housewife in the picture.
Oh, I see. And who's going to be your husband?
Probably Charles Boyer.
Oh. Well, I'm glad he's just going to be your husband in a picture.
Why?
Well, imagine George trying to explain the birds and the bees to Charles Boyer.
Our tenor, Jimmy Cash, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and another top ballad of 43, If You Please. If you please, James.
Did I see moonlight and magnolia trees? Smile again, my darling, if you please. Did I hear music on a warm spring breeze? Speak again, my darling, if you please. Did I feel cool September rain just then? If you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please. If you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you
Ida Lupino still thinks she can play the part of a scatterbrained housewife in her next picture if she just watches Gracie in action.
You see, Gracie, the housewife I'm going to play in the picture is, well, actually, she's you.
Me?
Yes.
And Charles Boyer is George?
Well, yes.
I knew it. I knew they'd do it. Sooner or later, I knew they'd do it.
Do what?
Well, they made Antony and Cleopatra, Romeo and Juliet, and now George and Gracie.
Gracie.
The three great love affairs of history. And each one of them has an exciting climax for a picture. Cleopatra is bitten by a snake, Juliet drinks poison, and I marry George.
I see the similarity.
Oh, what a picture it'll be.
Now, tell me more about your married life, Gracie. It'll give me some ideas of how to play this part.
Well, now, I think one reason George and I are so happy together is that we have exactly the same likes and dislikes.
Really?
Yes. For example, I like to put my cold feet on his back, and he dislikes it.
I see. The same likes and dislikes.
Yes.
But what I really want to know is how you handle George.
Oh, well, now, the secret of keeping any husband happy is to show him that you appreciate his sense of humor. You know, laugh at all the funny things he says.
Oh, does George say funny things?
Oh, well, didn't you ever see him in vaudeville?
Yes, that's why I asked.
Oh, he's terribly humorous. Honestly, sometimes he... Oh, look. Look, he's coming up the walk now. You just watch, and I'll show you my technique. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Well, say something funny.
Huh?
Oh, that's awfully cute. Come on, entertain Ida some more.
How?
Oh, wasn't that clever, Ida? How? That's his imitation of an Indian.
I hate to say this, but I almost missed the point.
Oh, you English people. Oh, but you haven't heard anything yet. He does the funniest imitation of an owl.
Who?
That's it. Isn't it marvelous, Ida?
Girls, I'm going in to read the paper. But before I leave, I've got one that really make you scream. If.
If. Oh, well, sometimes they're even too subtle for me.
Is he always that comical?
Oh, no, sometimes he gets very blue and despondent. And then, of course, I have to cheer him up.
Well, show me how you do that, Gracie.
Well, I've got a better idea. You do it. It'll be wonderful practice for your picture.
Say, it might be at that.
Well, sure. Just pretend you're me and cheer him up as I would. Say exactly what you think I'd say.
All right.
Yes, I understand, Harry. Thanks for phoning. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Ida. Well, I just had some good news. Gracie smashed up the car today, but the insurance company is taking care of it. Great, huh?
Cheer up, George.
Huh?
Let a smile be your umbrella.
What?
Life is just a bowl of cherries.
Life is a...
Happiness is a thing called Joe.
What are you talking about?
I know you have a silver lining. Just turn yourself inside out.
Do you feel all right?
Ah, smile, George. Remember, it only takes 4 muscles to smile, but you use 12 when you frown.
Ida.
Or you would if you had that many muscles.
Now, wait a minute.
How do you feel now?
When you came in, I felt great.
I knew you'd snap out of it.
You know something? You sound like Gracie.
Oh, thank you, George.
Oh, Ida, that was just magnificent. You were me right to your fingertips. Except, of course, you're prettier.
Oh, Gracie, you shouldn't say that.
I have to. You're my guest.
Well, anyway, thanks to you, Gracie, this is one picture where I won't have to be a psychopathic murderess.
Oh, is there a psychopathic murderess in the picture?
Yes.
What a perfect part for me.
You?
Sure. There are always beautiful, seductive women who wear slinky clothes. All I need is the slinky clothes.
Gracie, you could never make anyone believe you're a murderer.
Oh, no. Well, you just watch this. I'll pretend this glass of water is poison, and I'll go in and get George to drink it.
But, Gracie...
Shh. Gracie, what's the matter with that Ida Lupino? She acts like she's crazy.
Really?
What was that?
Here, drink this water.
Thanks. I think I need it. There. You want the rest of it?
No. I'm too young to die.
To die? What's funny?
That water you drank was full of arsenic.
Arsenic?
Yes. I thought it was best that way. An axe is so messy.
You put arsenic in my water?
Why not? It isn't ration.
What is this, anyway?
Well, sweetheart, don't you get it? I'm acting. I'm a psychopathic killer.
Oh, this is murder.
Of course.
Oh, cut it out.
Time again for Felix Mills, his orchestra, and the Swantet, in a Mills interpretation of an old favorite, Sweet Rosie O'Grady.
O'Grady, my dear little Rose. She's my steady lady, and almost everyone knows when we two are married, how happy we'll be. I love sweet Rosie O'Grady, and Rosie O'Grady loves me. Sweet Rosie O'Grady, and my sweet Rosie O'Grady loves me.
You've convinced me. I guess I wouldn't like that part of the murderess.
No, of course you wouldn't, Gracie. That's a pretty gruesome scene where she kills her husband so she can run away with a crooner. You see...
Oh, is there a crooner in the picture?
Yes.
What a perfect part for George.
Oh, Gracie, please not that.
But George has a wonderful voice. You know how a bird sounds.
Yes, but...
Well, when George comes on the screen, you'll really hear the bird.
I can believe that. I've heard George sing.
When? Oh, at that party.
Yes, he sang a medley of Irving Berlin tunes, and by the time he got to All Alone, he was.
Oh, but Ida, have you heard George sing since he had his adenoids taken out?
Yes.
Oh. Well, for the picture, he could have them put back in.
No. I'm sorry, Gracie. I don't think George has the voice for the part.
Well, I'm back. Come on in, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, George. George, wait till you hear the news. Ida's producer is coming by, and we're going to ask him to let you sing in her picture.
Really?
Now, Gracie, I didn't say that.
Well, gee, Miss Lupino, you might at least listen to George. Gosh, he's great. Just give him a chance. That's all I ask.
Thanks, Bill.
Why, George can do Jolson, Cantor, Crosby, all of them. George, do that imitation of Jolson.
Okay.
You know, the one where you go, Swanee, Swanee, how I love you, my dear old swan soap. You're really four soaps in one.
Now, Bill,
Then you do your recitation like Jolson, George. You know, Swan's a new white floating soap, folks. Listen to me, folks. It's a soap for your tub or shower, for bathing the baby, folks. Or doing the dishes or the little old light laundry. Mammy. Isn't he great, Ida?
Bill, if you just...
Now listen to him do his imitation of Ted Lewis, Ida. Go ahead, do that one, George.
Okay.
When my baby bathes with Swan.
Bill.
Why, doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. It's pure as fine Castiles, and so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin.
Now, Bill.
And since Swan is so mild, well, it's just swell for your hands and face, your complexion. Is everybody happy?
No, nobody's happy.
Ida, listen, the kid is really great. Just listen to him. George, look, do that Bing Crosby imitation. Well, go ahead.
Well, all right.
You know, the one where you go, boo, break it in two.
Yeah.
Swan breaks in two so you can use half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry. I surrender, dear. Isn't he great, Ida?
Yes, Bill. Now I'm going to do an imitation of the RAF, and you're going to be Berlin.
Now, take it easy, George. I'm going.
Out. That guy's got a bar of soap where his brains ought to be.
Here, you go inside and limber up your voice. I'll call you when the producer gets here.
Okay. I'm going to get a paper doll that I could call my own.
Gracie, let's face it, even that sample wasn't any good.
Well, no. Gee, maybe he's getting a cold. He sang like he had a hog in his throat.
Most people say a frog, Gracie, but in this case, I think you're right.
I have some cough medicine here in the drawer that should cure him. Well, I hope this won't be too weak. It's only 2%.
Only 2%?
Yeah, 2% cough medicine and 98% alcohol.
98% alcohol. Goodness, don't give him too much of it.
Oh, alcohol won't affect George. He never drinks. Ida, pardon me for just a few minutes. Here, George, drink this.
What's that stuff?
Cough medicine.
I don't need any cough medicine.
But, dear, you want your voice to be in tip-top shape when Ida's producer gets here.
Oh, all right, let's have it.
That's a good voice. Drink it all down. Delicious, huh?
That's awful.
Well, you better have one more glass just to be safe.
Hey, that's enough. I haven't got pneumonia.
Here. And don't leave any.
Didn't taste so bad that time. Say, I think I better have a little more. Never mind the glass. Just hand me the bottle.
Here, dear.
Thanks. Awfully nice cough medicine.
How do you feel now, dear? What did you say? That's what I thought you said. Are you sure you feel all right?
Better felt never.
Huh?
Never belt fatter. What's the matter? Don't you understand English?
Is your throat all right?
Fine. But I seem to have a little trummic stubble.
Oh, my goodness, what have I done? Oh, my, it's the producer.
Well, fine. Have him come in and produce.
George, you stay here.
Oh, no, I want to sing for the Purdue. Hiya, folks. I came in to sing for Mr. What's your name, Bud?
Atchison. But I hardly think this is the time to sing.
Is that so, Mr. Attitude? Well, I resent your Atchison.
Oh, please excuse him. His throat is a little tight.
Yes. Right down to his ankles.
Quiet, everybody. I'm going to sing. I'm going to get a dape of pal that I could call my own. A pal that other fellas cannot.
Goodbye, Gracie. It's been
flirty,
thank you,
guys.
Ida. We must do this more often. Goodbye, Miss Atchison.
Well, have to flirt there, darling, that I will.
George,
If I
stop.
come home each night.
George,
If
George.
I come home.
Stop. Stop singing.
Huh?
You can stop now. They've gone.
You mean to say he left?
Yes.
Gracie, I'll tell you a little secret. You know what I think?
What?
I think Mr. Atchison was as drunk as a goat.
Oh, go ahead.
If I come home each night.
Well, you'll hear from George and Gracie again in just a second. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that when it comes to taking care of your complexion, nothing can take the place of soap and water. But you've got to make sure the soap you use is mild and gentle. So, you better use Swan. You know that Swan is mild. You know that because doctors recommend Swan for even a baby's tender skin. And you know that Swan is pure, too. Pure as fine Castiles. So why spend a fortune for fancy toilet soaps all wrapped up in fancy packages when you can get pure, mild Swan and get 4 swell soaps in one? The soap for your complexion, for bathing the baby, for your dishes, and your light laundry. Swan, the new white floating soap that's in a class all by itself. Well, here they are again, that famous crooner and his ever-loving wife, Sugar Throat George and Gracie.
Oh, George, guess who's going to be the guest star on our program next week?
Who?
Kay Kaiser. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, well.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. Imagine meeting Kay Kaiser, the man who builds all those ships.
Yeah. You knocked them out in boogie-woogie tempo.
Yeah.
And now I'd like to take a moment to wish all the luck in the world to Frank Galen, one of my writers who's been with me for 3 years and who goes into the service tomorrow.
All the best, Frank.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station next week, same time. Our guest, Kay Kaiser. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Tonight's program originated at the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island, California. And our thanks to Captain McGinnis for having us aboard. Insofar as the Navy does not endorse any product, this broadcast does not constitute an endorsement by the Navy Department. Now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. And that's our moment to tell you about a spread that tastes so good, it's a flavor first choice with millions of American families. It's that spread for bread with the fresh, delicate flavor, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Once you've tasted Parquet, you'll find out why it's known coast to coast as the spread that always tastes so good. But don't just take our word for it. Get a package of Parquet margarine from the dealer who sells you Kraft quality food products. Let your own family be the judge of Parquet's fine, fresh flavor. See if they, too, don't call Parquet the spread that tastes so good. And remember, Parquet is tops in food energy value and has 9,000 units of important vitamin A in every single pound. So be sure to buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join Gildersleeve and his little family in Summerfield.
Summertime and the living is easy.
Bertie's in the laundry doing some ironing. But the rest of the family, well, they're all outdoors. And who wouldn't be on a day like this? The sun is bright, the grass is green, the earth is warm and good to lie upon. And Leroy's lying upon it, chewing a blade of grass and watching his uncle, who's out near the back fence building a pig pen for Leroy's new pet.
Stop watching me, Leroy.
And Marjorie, she's giving the pig a bath. Yes, sir, she's got a tin wash tub, and she's down on her knees beside it. Oh, there.
Leroy, help, quick!
We're helping, Leroy.
Come on! Oh, really slippery. Take it easy, Tiger. I won't let you drown. There, Tiger.
What happened?
He fell in.
Listen, that's a valuable pig.
It's not my fault. He squirmed.
You better dry him off before he catches cold.
Bertie, have you got a towel?
Yeah, bring a towel, Bertie. Hey, you better let me hold him, Marge.
Well, I've got him now.
But he feels more comfortable with me.
Well, be careful.
You see, he knows me. Oh, he's shivering, the poor little thing. Oh, Tiger, are you cold? Well, you just snuggle up to Uncle Leroy.
Here's a towel for him, Leroy.
Oh, good.
Nice and warm. I just ironed it. Hey, hand him to me, Leroy.
You know how to hold him?
Well, I should. I held you when you were 2 days old. Gave you a bath every day till you was 5.
And he hasn't had a bath since.
Very funny. Here, Bertie, grab him.
Come here to me, Piggy. Come here to Bertie. Look at him. Ain't he cute? So little and round.
Look how he wrinkles up his snout. Would you?
Oh, I love his skin. It's so pink. And look, it's baggy in the seat.
Well, what's going on here?
We just gave the pig a bath, Unc.
Well, how do you like it?
He hated it.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
How you come with the pigsty, Miss Gilsey?
Pigsty? Well, it turned out to be more work than I anticipated, Bertie. Very difficult wood. The nails refuse to go in straight. But after all, it's only a pigsty.
We ought to make it a deluxe pigsty. Maybe we could paint it white, colonial maybe, with a little striped awning out in front for him to lie under.
Marjorie, we're going to have a spoiled pig on our hands if we don't watch out. That pig has got to learn to fend for himself. Let him learn his responsibilities early in life. After all, I was only 13 when my father took me aside and said...
Hey, Cheese, it's the police.
Huh? Where?
It's Chief Gates.
Well, hello there.
Hello, Chief.
What have we here?
A pig.
So I see.
His name was Tiger.
Tiger, eh?
What's on your mind, Chief?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's in regards to the pig.
Oh? What about it?
I don't like doing this, Commissioner, but We've had a complaint.
A complaint about what?
About you keeping pigs.
Listen, who made that complaint?
That is neither here nor there.
Well, I want to know.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but I'm not at liberty to divulge the name.
Oh, you're not? Well, look, Chief, I'm a taxpayer here, and if a charge has been made against me, I have a legal right to know the nature of the charge.
The charge is keeping pigs. It's against the zoning restrictions.
Zoning restrictions? I never knew they had any.
Uncle Mort, what does he mean?
Well, as I say, I'm just as sorry as I can be, but I'm afraid the pig will have to be disposed of.
Uncle Mort, you aren't going to let them take...
Just a moment, children.
They can't take my pig, Unc. They can't.
Now, Leroy.
Why, I raised that pig from a baby. Come here, Tiger.
Well, you see how it is, Chief. The children are very fond of it.
Commissioner, I'd sooner cut off my own right arm, but the law's the law, and the law is no pigs.
He's not a pig. He's a pet.
In the eyes of the law, he's a pig.
Well, listen, why don't you mind your own business?
Leroy.
Yes, why don't you do something useful instead of coming around and bothering people about their pigs?
Why, Marjorie.
No, kiddies, I want you to understand this is none of my doing.
It is so.
Now, let's be reasonable, Sonny. When you come right down to it, what real difference does it make to the pig whether you eat him now or 6 months from now?
Eat him?
Why, sure. Never heard of roast suckling pig? Why, it's delicious. You'll like it better than turkey.
Don't let him do it, Unc. Don't let him do it.
No, Sonny.
You kill my pig and I'll kill you.
Leroy.
I will. I'll get it done and I'll kill you.
Leroy, that's the chief. I mean, don't get upset. You just go in the house with Marjorie and let me handle this, my boy. Take him inside, my dear.
Come on, Leroy. Let's go. Let go of me. Come on, Tiger. We'll run away. We'll run away from home.
Well, gosh, Commissioner, I didn't mean to start anything like that.
Well, you have started it. What's more, I'm not going to get rid of the pig. This is my property, Chief, and I'll keep pigs here if I want to.
Now, there you're putting me in a very difficult position, Commissioner. Much as I dislike to, I'm afraid I'll have to get a court order.
Okay, you get it. Go ahead. And when you do, you tell them I'm going to fight it. Yes, by George, I'll fight this thing all the way to the Supreme Court and back again. I ask you, Marjorie, who would do a dirty trick like that? Complain about a little pig.
I can't imagine.
Spite. That's what it is. Pure spite.
Uncle Mort, you've been pacing for an hour.
I think better this way. Where's Leroy?
Up in his room.
Probably crying his eyes out. The poor kid. By George, I'd like to know who turned in that complaint. Wonder if it could have been Mrs. Pettibone. She hates me because she heard me call her an old snoop once. No, I don't think it was Mrs. Pettibone. Wonder if it's Walter Gurney down the street. He's hated me ever since I asked him to return my snow shovel. No, it wasn't Gurney. Wonder if it was old man Burrell. He hates everybody. Why should he complain about pigs, though? He lives like a pig himself. No, it wasn't him. Well... Say!
What?
No, it wasn't Hooker. But whoever it was, I know what I'm going to do.
What? What are you going to do?
It's simple, and it'll stand up in any court in the land, or I'm no lawyer.
But what is it?
Marjorie, who was our nearest neighbor?
Why, Mrs. Ransom.
Correct. Leila Ransom. She lives right next door, closer than anybody to us. But does she object to the pig? No.
But I still don't see...
If anybody has a right to complain, she has, right?
But, Uncle Mort, I still don't...
Answer my question. Am I right?
You're right.
Very well. I simply get Leila Ransom to sign an affidavit to the effect that the pig is no nuisance to her, and that's all there is to it. If she doesn't complain, how can anybody else?
Oh, Uncle Mort, you're so smart. That's a wonderful idea.
There's just one hitch.
What's that?
I think Leila hates me, too.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Nobody hates you. Least of all, Mrs. Ransom.
Well, I don't know. I stood her up there a couple of weeks ago at the country club dance. Still, there must be some way to handle her. Well, I'll just run over there. Maybe it'll come to me. Yeah, this is going to take a little handling, I guess. Oh, well, have to turn on the old charm. Look, who's here? Me.
Well.
Wait a minute, Leila.
Mr. Gildersleeve, down where I come from, a gentleman doesn't stick his foot in a lady's door.
Oh, please, Leila. Just for a minute. Let me come in, won't you?
You appear to be in. I was expecting another gentleman. I wouldn't have even gone to the door. But now that you're in, I suppose I shall have to be civil to you, being from the South.
Oh. Well, thank you, Leila. Shall we go in and sit down?
Must we?
Well, no. We can stand up. I just dropped in to ask you a favor.
Really? Doesn't it strike you, Mr. Gildersleeve, that a gentleman who invites a lady to a dance and then breaks the engagement is hardly in a position to ask a favor?
Well, this isn't for myself. It's for a pig.
What?
Look, Leila, let's go in and sit down. I can explain better sitting down.
If you have any business with me, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can explain it here.
But, Leila, after all, we meant to each other.
And keep your distance.
You're right, Leila. I've been a bad boy. I'm no good. You shouldn't have anything to do with me.
Well, if that's the way you feel, suppose we go in and sit down.
Now we're getting someplace.
Well?
Look, Leila, I don't know quite how to put this. Gad, you're attractive today.
Oh, thank you, kind sir. You were saying?
Oh, yes. Look, Leila, you're fond of dumb animals, aren't you?
If you're referring to yourself, the answer is no.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Leila, be serious, won't you?
Oh, not terrible. Go on, Throckmorton.
Well, some dirty so-and-so has made a complaint about my pig.
Really?
I thought if you'd be willing to testify that it's a nice pig and no trouble to anybody.
Really, Throckmorton, I've had some strange requests in my life, but this is the first time I've ever been asked to endorse a pig.
Well, it really wouldn't be any trouble.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it might interest you to know that it was I who made the complaint about the pig.
You?
Certainly. I might have withdrawn it if you hadn't come over here with all these mealy-mouthed compliments, telling me how attractive I am when all the time you're thinking about a pig.
All that charm gone for nothing. All right, we'll go to law. It's perfectly ridiculous, Judge. What does a town this size want with zoning restrictions?
Nevertheless, Gildy, the restrictions stand. They're on the books, and as it says in black and white, no livestock.
I don't care what it says, Judge. We're going to fight.
Gildy, as your attorney, I have to tell you haven't a leg to stand on.
Why, you old goat,
Now, let me finish. If you want to argue the matter, you have to come up before the zoning commission.
All right, let it.
And it just happens that I am the chairman of the commission.
You're the... Oh, you old son of a gun. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Horace, by George, you're all right. You're pretty slick.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I take back everything I said about the zoning commission.
All right. As chairman of the zoning commission, I give you just 24 hours to get that pig out of town.
Oh!
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. A grocer friend gives us some good advice we'd like to pass on to you. He says it's the early in the week shopper who gets the pick of the foods these days. And mighty good advice that is. By avoiding rush hours and getting to the store early, you're more likely to find good-tasting, nourishing foods on hand. Take Parquet margarine, for example. Parquet is in big demand everywhere. And that's to be expected, of course, because Parquet is the spread that always tastes so good. Parquet is economical, point-thrifty, high in food energy value, and fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So no wonder more and more people keep asking for Parquet. Tomorrow, then, shop early for Parquet. Parkay, the nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, here's the great Gildersleeve again, faced with a delicate problem in domestic diplomacy, namely, how to do away with a pig that's crept into the hearts of his nephew Leroy and his niece Marjorie. In this extremity, he turns to the tactful Bertie in her kitchen for advice.
Bertie,
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
are you busy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm always busy. You want something?
Well, I am. Still ironing, huh? Well, it's about this pig, Bertie. Judge Hooker says we'll have to get rid of it. Something about a zoning ordinance. Anyway, the pig must go.
Poor Leroy. He's gone downtown to get some linoleum for the pigsty.
Yeah, I know. He's crazy about that pig.
Well, sir, if he's got to go, he's got to go. We're here today and gone tomorrow.
Yes, Bertie. I thought I could just take him down to the butcher and have him, well, you know, a little roast pork wouldn't be so bad.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, if we have roast pork for Sunday dinner, Leroy's going to be suspicious.
You may be right. Still, there must be a way of disguising pork. Fricassee it, maybe.
Pork's pork, Mr. Gildersleeve. Fricassee it, fried, bake it, or stuff it. Pork is still pork.
You think the children would notice?
They notice any kind of meat these days. They're meat conscious.
Well, what if I had him, what about sausage?
There ain't know where sausage comes from, too.
Well, confound it, Bertie. I've got more than $15 tied up in this pig. I just can't throw it away.
Maybe you could sell him to the butcher.
That's a good idea, Bertie. Or trade him, maybe, for some lamb chops. By George, I'll call him right away. What's the fellow's name?
Mr. Belden at the Reliable Meat Market.
Belden? I think I got in a row with him once.
Yes, sir, you called him a robber.
I better try somebody else.
He's the only butcher in town now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, then I'll try Belden. Only I won't tell him who I am. Yeah. What's the phone number there, Bertie?
3418.
3418. 3418. Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if Leroy comes in. I don't want him to hear this.
Yes, sir. I'll let you know if he comes this way.
Hello, is this Mr. Belden? This is one of your good customers, Mr. Belden. Never mind who. What I wanted to ask you is this. I've got a live pig I'd like to trade you. Trade this pig for some lamb or beef. Oh, you can't, huh? Oh, the OPA. Bureaucrats. Well, how'd you like to buy the pig, Mr. Belden? He's 3 weeks old and very healthy. $1. Listen, this pig cost me $10 in cash, and he's eaten $6 worth of baby food. Well, in that case, my name is Gildersleeve, and you're still a robber. Looks like I'm stuck with a pig. Oh, well.
What'd the butcher say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing doing, Bertie.
Well, sir, looks like you have to be the butcher yourself.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that, Bertie. After all, I've got feelings, you know.
Yes, sir.
Still, if I could think of some merciful way, maybe we could get him to overeat.
Never kill a pig that way.
I guess not. Maybe I could just put him to sleep, huh? Say, chloroform. Put him in a nice sleep, and that's all he knows. What do you think, Bertie?
Well, if it was me, I'd rather be shot than take chloroform. I don't like the smell.
I'd rather take chloroform than be shot. I don't like the noise, Bertie.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's your pig. Where are you going to get the chloroform?
I'll take the pig down to Peavy's, Bertie. I guess I better do it right now while the children are out of the house.
Yes, sir. What shall I tell Leroy when he comes home?
Just tell him I took the pig for a ride. Don't tell him what kind of a ride. Well, Peavy's got his screen door up. I guess everybody's doing it. Come on, Tiger.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, is that a pig, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, sure, it's a pig. It's the pig you sold me that baby food for. You ought to remember him.
Oh, yes. It's just a little unusual for a pig to walk in here, that's all.
Well, I got him on a leash, Peavy, so there's nothing to worry about.
Well, all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, what can I do for you this afternoon?
I want some chloroform.
Chloroform? About how much chloroform?
Oh, a pound or a pint, however you sell it.
Sell it any way you want it, but a pint's quite a lot of chloroform. Might I ask what it's for?
I haven't been sleeping well lately.
Well, I never heard of chloroform being used just in that way. Was this prescribed by a physician?
No, Peavy, this was my own idea.
I thought so. If you don't mind a suggestion, I have several tablets which are quite helpful in cases of insomnia.
Oh, they wouldn't help me. This is a very stubborn case.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. A pint, you say?
Yeah, I guess so. Might as well have a good sleep while I'm at it.
You will, brother.
What's that, Peavy?
I'm just talking to myself. Oh, by the way, there's a little formality. Chloroform is poison, you know, so you have to sign the register.
Register? What kind of hocus pocus is this?
State pharmacy law, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got the forms right here. It's in case any crimes are committed and so on.
Well, I'm not planning to commit any crimes, Peavy.
Oh, I'm sure you're not, but it's a regulation. Anytime I sell poison, I have to fill this out. Let's see. Date and the time. Seems to be about 2:47.
Oh, hurry up, Peavy. You don't have to have bullable watch time.
Well, it might be very important if the crime is committed at 2:45.
There isn't going to be any crime.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Name of poison, chloroform. Amount, 1 pint. Now, purpose for which poison is purchased. Suppose I say purchaser needs it for insomnia.
Yeah, that's all right.
You just sign it here.
Sign it?
Yes, sir, that's the law.
Well, I don't like this, Peavy. Suppose I don't use all of it for insomnia.
Well, what else could you use it for, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing.
Well, if you have some left over, just throw it away. Sign right here.
What if I don't want it for insomnia at all?
Well, then what do you want it for?
The pig. I have to get rid of the pig, Peavy. I thought chloroform would be the kindest way.
Oh, I can't let you have chloroform for that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not?
That would be murder.
No, it wouldn't, Peavy. The law says I can't keep the pig.
The law says I can't sell poison for animals either.
What about Beckman's pharmacy, Peavy? You think they'd let me have it?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't. Beckman's pretty low, but I doubt if he monkeys with the poison law.
Well, darn it, then. What am I going to do?
I really couldn't say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just have to go off somewhere and shoot the animal, Peavy. That's what. And it's all your fault for taking such a narrow view of the law.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's a fact, Peavy. Here, you hold the pig while I make a phone call.
Why should I hold him?
Because there isn't room in the phone booth for me and the pig. Wait a minute. You make the phone call for me, huh?
Who do you want me to call?
Well, I don't want to do this dirty work all by myself. Thought I'd call Floyd Munson and see if he wants to go along.
Oh, Floyd's just the man.
Oh, Tiger, what's the matter? Did I step on your little tail? I'm sorry, Tiger. Nice, Tiger.
What shall I say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Ask Floyd if he's got a gun.
Yeah? And then what?
Then tell him to meet
Wait a minute. Hello, Floyd. Peavy. Have you got a gun? Says he has.
Oh? All right. Ask him if he can get it and meet me, let's say out at the reservoir in half an hour.
Floyd, would you care to get the gun and meet Mr. Gildersleeve out at the reservoir in half an hour? Mr. Gildersleeve and friend.
Well?
He wants to know if it's a duel.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Just tell him it's important.
Mr. Gildersleeve says it's important, Floyd. All right, goodbye. You can be there, sir.
Good. Thanks, Peavy. Well, come on, Tiger.
Well, you're pulling a little too hard on that leash, Mr. Gildersleeve. It hurts the little fellow's throat.
Oh, is that it? Well, come on, Tiger. Come on.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What is it?
As long as you're taking the pig away to shoot him, I wonder if he'd accept a chocolate sundae with my compliment.
Oh, Peavy, that's a lovely thought. Make it 2. Well, that's about the size of it, Floyd. The butcher won't take him, and I can't keep him. Only way I can get any good out of him is to do away with him myself.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Miss Gildersleeve.
Down, Tiger.
Say, you got him pretty well trained.
Oh, yeah, very intelligent pig. As pigs go, of course.
I guess the kids will miss him, huh?
I'll have to tell the children that he ran away.
Yeah, that's very smart. Hey, wait a minute. What do you say when the pork chops show up?
Well, I have to hold them back for a while.
But where are you going to hide the corpse?
Judge Hooker's got a deep freeze cabinet. Put the meat in there till this all blows over.
Yeah, that sounds okay. Well, what are we waiting for?
Huh? Oh, you got the gun?
Gave it to you.
Oh, yeah. Thought my coat was getting a little heavy on this side. 45, isn't it?
Yep. He'll never know what hit him.
Oh, I wonder where I should, where's his heart?
You don't want to shoot him in the heart. Spoil too much meat that way.
Well, then, where?
I don't know. It's all good stuff, even the feet. Did you ever eat pickled pig's feet?
No.
Nice with coleslaw. I guess the best thing is to let him have it right between the eyes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, go on, plug him. We don't want to be out here all night. The wife gets a little ugly if she has to hold up supper.
Well, come here, Tiger. Don't look at me like that, Tiger.
What's the matter?
He looked right at me as if he knew what I was going to do.
Maybe he does. Animals are funny that way. Did you ever read that story, Black Beauty? Horse knew the bridge was out.
Yes, I remember. Well, this thing all cocked and ready, isn't it?
Yep, ready, aim, fire. That's all there is to it.
All right. Now, Tiger. Look out! Tiger, you must never jump on a man with a gun in his hand. It might go off. Now, stand still, Tiger.
Now you got him.
He's looking at me again. Those sad blue eyes.
Oh, he ain't really sad, Mr. Gildersleeve. He thinks you're playing with him.
I wish I was. I don't think I can go through with this, Floyd.
Oh, come on. You're not doing anything wrong. Pigs are made to eat.
I know.
He's lucky to get knocked off early before he knows how much fun he's missing.
I just can't do it, Floyd.
Oh, Commissioner, I'm surprised at you. There's nothing to it. Just pull the trigger and it's all over.
I know. I just can't do it. Here, you do it.
Oh, no.
Well, there's nothing to it, Floyd. Just pull the trigger and it's all over.
Easy enough to tell the other fella.
Sure, but I couldn't shoot him any more than I could shoot Leroy.
Oh, sure. I'd just as soon shoot my wife. Sooner, maybe. And that reminds me, what are you going to do with this pig?
I don't know. Say, why shouldn't I give him back to your cousin? Let him live on a farm. He'd be better off there.
Sure.
Why, certainly. Leroy can go out there and visit him every weekend. It'll be wonderful. Leroy will be happy. The pig will be happy. Everybody will be happy. Why didn't I think of that before?
Hey, Commissioner.
What is it, Floyd?
You understand there'll have to be a small charge for boarding the pig.
Boarding the pig? How much?
Well, I guess $2 a week would take care of it.
$2?
You want the pig to be happy, don't you?
All right. Well, I'm right back where I started. I'm out $20. I haven't any bacon. I don't own the pig. And I'm paying $2 a week for his board. How do I do it? Good night, everybody.
Program was directed by Claude Sweet, and this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
In these days of temporary shortages and a small ration point budget, have you learned how Kraft Dinner can help you? A food store near you has Kraft Dinner, 2 boxes of this delicious macaroni and cheese for just 1 red ration point. And what a special help that quick-made macaroni and cheese is. Each Kraft Dinner box serves 4 folks with fluffy light macaroni that has really rich cheddar cheese flavor through and through. With Kraft Dinner's 2 magic ingredients, you cook this dish in just 7 minutes flat, a wonderful main dish all by itself. And you can do tricks with this swell macaroni and cheese. For instance, press the hot Kraft Dinner into a ring mold for a few minutes. Then serve your swell macaroni and cheese ring with creamed fish or eggs or leftover fowl. Garnish with tomato slices or whatever you like. You see, you can have company these days when you learn about Kraft Dinner tricks. Tomorrow, at a nearby food store, invest just 1 red ration point in 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner.